just here. Is that mic on? Yeah, okay. But I think I sit here for the first part. Yes, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a good night's sleep. And welcome back to the second day of the conference. And there are a few logistics that I'm supposed to mention. So very important. The restrooms. The women's restrooms are located on this floor between the coffee house and the art gallery, which assumes, of course, that you know where the art gallery and the coffee house is. But I'm sure you find it, but it's there. And the men's restrooms are located on the first and the third floor, and the stairs or the elevators are by the coffee house. Right? Lunch will be provided, like it will be a boxed lunch, I think, and we have a little patio outside, and we can sit there, or you can sit inside here. And after the conference closes between 4 and 4:30 this afternoon, you may be interested in attending an event that's also organized by the Berggruen Institute. It's right here on campus. It's called Possible Worlds, the New Treaties of Globalization. And it's a lecture by Gabriel Zuckman of Berkeley's Economics Department. And that's at 6 o'clock tonight in Royce Hall, room 314. If you are interested, Joshua, who's not here now because he has to take a class, but he will come back later on. So let Joshua know in case you're interested, and he can give you more details. So just to let you know the program today, I will now try to summarize some of the main points that came up yesterday, and then we'll have our first session where we continue to look at experiences of other indicator data projects that come into focus when we look at the BGI. That's the Varieties of Democracy, Quality of Government, the Rule of Law Index, and the Freedom House Index. We'll have Stephen then comment on it. After the coffee break, we'll look at international organizations. We have Pedro from UNDP. There's Pedro, hi. And Michael Woolcock and David Fritzeri from the IMF. He will join us by online. And we have Steve Cummins, who's sitting there, and Joseph, who I see in the back, then as commentators. And then we move on to specific topics and approaches that will be the social progress imperative. Jaromir is here for that. We have Katerina on measuring prosperity. And we have Miguel Centineo talking to us about his work on transnationality indicators and global flows. It is very likely that Danielle Wood from Notre Dame won't be able to join us. She's ill, and she was supposed to present on the Global Adaptation Index. Our commentator is Steve Zipperman, and he will join us early in the afternoon. He's still traveling. And then the final session is, you might say, a lecture by Niels Gilman from the Berggruen Institute, and he will talk about aspects of the planetary. Right? So that is the program for you. And now my feeble attempt to summarize what we discussed yesterday. So I took lots of notes. Is this a line? Yep. I took a lot of notes yesterday, and at 5 o'clock this morning, I sat down and went through all of them, tried to summarize them. And it takes longer to digest all the different aspects that were mentioned, because as you know, we had an intellectually very engaged, high-level discussion yesterday with many references that are worth following up. And we had received really much needed and valuable input that will keep us busy for some time, and I'm very grateful to all of you for your contributions, and of course more to come today. If I were to summarize what the main outcomes are from my perspective, several points. First, we do not need to revise the index architecture or conceptual framework in a fundamental way, but we must take seriously the charge of a Western bias. For example, do we assume that accountability is an end rather than a means? And that came up in several of the presentations. Do we assume policy autonomy? How can we correct? For that is really an open question and ultimately a matter of operationalization of indicators, which leads me to the next point. There are some serious issues in terms of validity in the classical sense of does the measure measure what we intended to measure? For example, accountability versus democracy was an issue that several of you raised. And we should question each sub-indicator about biases and involve regional and country experts in validating them. Because we may, in fact, not be fully aware that we have a bias in the way an indicator is operationalized. Right? An example here that came up is fiscal capacity in China, right? Which apparently operates in a very, very different way in that country than it would be in the OECD. And there are indeed strong lessons that we can draw from the experience of the global surveys. You remember the last session in the afternoon, the World Value Survey, the various barometers, the Pew Global Attitude Survey. And these surveys or projects have actually a very long life behind them, right? But they grew over time, they improved around their core business, right? You can create, as you improve, an audience as well. And that was a deep insight, I think, that our friends from Ghana shared with us, right? At the beginning, there was a lot of suspicion. Policymakers were not sure, is there anything in for us? And now they ask for that information, right? So a very, very strong lesson that we should also not expect a big bang when we present an index for the first or the second time. I think it's a step-by-step process. User groups are an important component, and I think we need to build a constituency around the index, and a constituency that involves what you might think of as our key audiences. Clearly academics in different disciplines, but also the general public and policymakers, fully aware of Michael Woolcock's cautionary note yesterday that we tend to refer to these to the category of policymakers, but it's actually a very diverse group and difficult to reach. Right? The index can be expanded, especially when it comes to public goods provision, by adding more types of goods. And I think there was a general agreement among participants that this is a good idea. However, and a big however, we should keep parsimony in mind. The focus of the index is not to explain in toto why some countries develop and others don't. Right? This is not the aim of the index. Rather, the aim of the index is to shed light on one particular aspect of such a process that may occur, and it is governance performance. Right? It's a governance indicator, and it's not an indicator of development. Right? And it's not an indicator of democracy. Right? And we need to keep in mind that the index has limitations, and we should guard those limitations, and which means that we also should not add more theoretical complexity at this point, but focus on core issues, and that core issue, as I see it, is improving the operational measurement quality of the index for the time being. Right? Several of you made the important point about controls, something we haven't really explored in a serious way. There is a bit of that in the report, but that's more a teaser than the full application of a process that takes controls fully to the index work. GDP, right, was mentioned several times, and I think Mark mentioned Leipart. Esping-Andersen was mentioned by Steve. You could add other qualitative classifications of countries, right, to see if we get very, very different insights from that. Right? So more deep dives are needed in terms of country studies and by setting focus on particular questions. Right? I think we have to identify and point to anomalies. Kuwait versus Russia came up, right, and the data didn't quite make sense. The low state capacity in China was an issue that needed explaining. So the devil in these index constructions very often is in the detail, so let's look at the detail and identify anomalies. An active focus can help the variable-based design of the index. I think Andreas Wimmer made that point. And an example I think that Steve Smith brought up is that the significant presence of public-private partnerships in countries like the US and third-party government constructions in other countries is important to keep in mind, because they may or may not be picked up by the index as it is at the moment. So we need to look at that as well. The impact of past policy decisions and reforms was mentioned, but I take that as a suggestion that helps us interpret the results, and not as a way of adding it another aspect to the inside the indicators. Same with JOLTs, so external events that happen, wars, conflict, right? When interpreting the index, let's be aware of an active focus, but also of an event focus. That is a lesson that I took with me, and in particular, the suggestion that several of the commentators made, that we should put more emphasis for the time being on rich descriptions, cross-country relationships, and sequence analysis or similar approaches that help us tell stories, right? That help us tell how a country or a particular country is different from others, but we do that in a comparative framework, right? And I think that is a reasonable step forward. I would also, and again, this is based on the feedback we received yesterday, sound a few notes of caution, and there are 4 of such notes. First, the systematic extension of the index to the subnational level is probably not what we want to do at the moment. It would overwhelm us. One could entertain the subnational level in cases that seem very, very important. For example, the United States, and where the data are available. Mark Peterson gave us a very, very rich presentation of the United States, right? And several of you did show us pictures, I think it was Miguel, that did indicate the significant in-country variations that exist. But this is, you might say, nice to have, right? And I'm very, very conscious of staying with the core business of the index for the time being. And I would say the same for the supranational, right? And here the European Union would come into play because, as you know, the states of the Union are by now almost semi-sovereign states. And if we take what Laura said yesterday in the African case seriously, that would also imply at the EU level to what extent is a country like the Netherlands or Luxembourg a sovereign actor in terms of setting policy priorities. Longer timelines, many of you mentioned longer timelines. Of course, they are desirable. Who would not want to have longer timelines? And we know the problems that come with shorter timelines, right? But they come at a price, right? And we would have a limited sample. We're very, very happy that we have 140 countries, right? If we extend the timeline even by another 10, 15 years, that number would drop and we would end up with the OECD member states and the usual suspects, right? And I would say if we find an important conceptual reason to extend the timeline, we will do it, but we will not do it in a general way. So I'm putting some limits on what the index work is going to be. And I thought long and hard about Andreas Wimmer and his comments and his question to us. Are you, right, he said it looking at us, do you think you're already at the theory testing state in terms of causal analysis? And I think he's probably right to caution us here. Right? There's only so much we can do. We are a very, very small team, and I think the emphasis in the next year or two should be on improving the validity and the data quality of the index, and perhaps less in advancing a causal analysis. We can do that in our spare time if we wish. And I also would say the same when it comes to input-output approaches. I'm a great fan of input-output approaches. They could potentially bring in aspects such as multiplier effects, dependency measures, hierarchical network structures, contagion effects among different countries. But it is a major, major task. And you don't know that, but I could show you the bruises I have. I worked some years ago on input-output tables with the United Nations on on developing a satellite account. And it is mighty, mighty complicated. Even if the data are available, there are many, many conceptual issues that I would say, yes, let's do that, but let's do it at the right time. Right? So if I were to summarize what we heard, or I heard from you as a collective yesterday, we made a good start, but we still have a lot of work to do when it comes to measurement aspects, and that's what we may want to continue focusing on. And how do you learn about measurement? By doing the validity, by taking or a series of deep dives and look at a very detailed country level in a comparative analysis. See, do we find analysis? Does what we see here make sense? Okay, these were my comments so far, and I will continue to take notes. I will incorporate the notes I get from members of my team, and I will say more about how we go from here in the closing session. Right? So with that, let me then invite the panel over. I would say that, assuming that you have a champ, you the first one to go, right? No, Rachel. I think Rachel, you're first. Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, then I think we ask you to come up here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Dad's going to present along with me.
Okay.
Hello. Okay. Good. All right. Thank you, Helmut. Good morning. It's great to be here. I know the purpose is to help the BGI team, but I think it's also very beneficial for folks like us who are involved in the VDEM project to interact with people who are working on indicators and data projects of various types. So thank you to the BGI team for convening us here. So I'm gonna talk a little bit generally about VDEM, and then as you saw yesterday, Dan here is a wealth of knowledge about specifically the measurement models and methodological sides of VDEM, so I'm gonna hand it over to him to talk about those things. Oh, there's the clicker. There we go. Okay, so I think at this point probably many people are familiar with VDEM, but I'll just sort of go over the main aspects of it. VDEM was sort of originally an effort to improve on existing measures of democracy, and as the name suggests, provide more variety in the types of measures that are available. I think, if you think about sort of the wider variety of concepts that are depicted in this, I don't know what you call that diagram. In the diagram, trying to capture different elements beyond sort of the liberal or electoral aspects of democracy. It's a very, very large collection of indicators. The VDEM leadership likes to tout that it's the largest data set on democracy. And the data are based on ratings from over 3,700 country experts who come from 180 countries. Around 70% of the raw data, the raw coder scores that we get, are from local experts within the countries that they are, that the data are about. Once the expert scores are collected, the scores are aggregated into indicators using item response theory models, which Dan will talk a little bit more in a few minutes. And then the indicators, over 450 indicators are used to construct indices. I think there's around 25 or 30 sort of official VDEM indices measuring these different sort of types of democracy. But then there's also a host of other indices that are available in the data set that various members of the management team have developed for various purposes, like the accountability indices that are being used in the BGI. All right. I'll also note at the beginning of the project, it was primarily designed to be for an academic audience. I think the goal was to speak to like the Collier and Levitsky democracy with adjectives, the broader literature on democracy and democratization, and to try to develop a set of measurement tools that better reflects sort of the diversity of perspectives on democracy and democratization. I think once the data became public, as well as the sort of trajectory of democracy around the world, the current trajectory took hold, there has become a lot more interest and demand from policy and practitioner communities. And today, a lot of the work that the VDEM Institute is involved in is very much sort of outreach towards those policy and practitioner communities. So I thought I'd highlight that just because I think it speaks to not always knowing who your audience is going to be in advance. But certainly it's widely used in academic research as well. I think definitely a major accomplishment of the project is how widely it's used. So there have been over 1 million unique users on the data set, on the website, from 220 countries. Countries is in quotations there because it includes places that the UN might not consider countries, I guess. There have been over 275,000 downloads of the data set. There's a quite robust set of online graphing tools that that have been used, that have produced over 15 million graphs. A million of those might be my students, but that's okay. And there have been, over 100,000 downloads of the working paper series that's also available on the website and on SSRN. And then the annual democracy report, which was really developed in sort of response to the demand that the VDEM Institute was seeing from the policy community, has received over 300,000 downloads, and this, of course, tracks sort of the state of democracy in the world each year. Once our updated data, the data are collected annually, and once we get the new data, the democracy report is produced. All right, so I'll just talk about what I think are perceived as some of the strengths of VDEM. Certainly the temporal and geographic coverage, I think, is, for better or for worse, a main reason that many people use the data set. There's just not very many other data sets that go back to 1900, or in some cases, the data go back to 1789, as well as cover just about every country in the world. I think we're over 200 at this point. I think another really important sort of strength is the integration of diverse expertise, and as I mentioned before, sort of experts from within the countries that the data are being produced about. The conceptual flexibility is also nice. I think we see that in the BGI, right? So you can kind of combine indicators. You have over 450 indicators to choose from. So you can be sort of conceptually more precise about what you're measuring related to democracy or political regimes. And so that enables researchers to hopefully devise better measurement strategies. The indicators cover both de jure and de facto phenomena. So, of course, the subjectivity of the measures is sometimes a critique, but with some of the de facto phenomena, the things that are a little bit more difficult to observe in terms of formal institutions and things like that, it's sort of an improvement over what was available previously. I think a major contribution has been what we've learned methodologically about how to do expert surveys, and I think Dan previewed some of that yesterday. He and his team have just done a huge amount of work, not only producing the data, but studying how experts rate, respond to different questions, and then what the optimal ways to aggregate those responses are. And so he'll talk a little bit more about that. Also, the development of the data collection platform is quite adaptable. So the platform through which the experts go in and answer the survey questions that they do to produce the indicators can be sort of adapted to a wide range of surveys and data collection. And some of the new initiatives I'll talk about that have basically used the VDEM data collection platform to move beyond sort of democracy and political regime measures. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, the uptake and the usage of the data is definitely a major accomplishment. In terms of challenges, I think in some ways, VDEM's sort of growth in popularity has occurred relatively quickly, I think, compared to some of the stories we heard yesterday. But on the other hand, it's been a tremendous amount of work and a lot of learning and a lot of effort to get it to where it was today. I think a lot of that effort goes into the management of the expert network. So with 3,700 experts, getting them to recommit every year to updating, to doing the surveys again. They are compensated for their time, so there's a lot of administrative sort of issues and Swedish taxation issues that go along with that. Also, just sort of monitoring the quality of experts in general. I think we find that the quality of coding is very high, but on occasion, you get the occasional coder who just goes through and answers all the questions but doesn't look at them or something like that, right? And so one thing Dan has also been working on is devising ways to improve the monitoring of that. so that's definitely sort of a thing that continues to present challenges and takes up a lot of effort. I think VDEM still gets critiqued a fair amount, but I think the sort of efforts to establish credibility sort of early on when the data were first released was sort of a thing we talked about a lot in VDEM meetings. And so I just want to emphasize that it took a lot of work. Like, there were teams of postdocs and project managers, which Dan and I both serve as project managers, sort of going to places like this, talking about the data, explaining the methods, engaging with various policy and practitioner communities. There was really a lot of sort of PR work, if you will, to convince people that this was a valid way to measure, that this was a worthwhile endeavor, and so on. I think, and this is sort of my observations, I don't want to attribute this view to necessarily the entire VDEM project, but I think improvements could be made in accessibility and usage outside of, especially the English-speaking world. So the surveys themselves, the data collection platform is translated into, I think, 7 languages about. But at present, the code book, the website, the working papers, the online graphing tools are only in English. And I recently did a project with a number of researchers from Francophone African countries. And these are all people who are trained in quantitative methods. Some have been involved in Afrobarometer. And they really had no idea what sort of the wealth of information that was contained in VDEM. So I do think there's more that can be done to sort of move beyond the Western and English-speaking worlds. And then I think, kind of interestingly, I mentioned that the original motivation was to diversify the conceptual toolkit for the measures we have to capture different types of democracy concepts. But I think in a lot of cases, what we see is people just revert to using VDEM's Liberal Democracy Index, which is, in many ways captures sort of similar concepts as Freedom House or Polity or some of the other democracy measurement projects. So I'm not sure this is really, sort of a VDEM problem per se, but I think it speaks to maybe the difficulty of getting people to adopt new conceptual sort of approaches or to look beyond sort of what's already being used extensively in either academic literature, in policy documents, and so forth. All right, I'll just finish up here with just talk about a few initiatives that might interest the folks here. So first is the VDEM data, as well as quality of government data and UCLA conflict data program are going to soon be available on a new platform called DemScore. And this is a project of the Swedish Research Foundation, sponsored by the Swedish Research Foundation. And the idea is to have like a hub for many of the very impressive data projects that are produced out of Sweden. And so, I mentioned 3 of them, but there are several others that will be available through that platform as well. And that will be nice because it will be an easier way to integrate different, like you can take a measure from the quality of government data set, combine it with a measure from the VDEM data set and one from the UCDP data set, and you don't have to merge all the data manually. Also, as I mentioned, the VDEM data collection platform has been used to sort of expand outside of the realm of democracy and political regimes per se. So one extension has been the Digital Society Project, which Dan is leading as well. And this looks at various issues surrounding internet, politics. I'll let you talk more about the specifics of it. There's also a new portion of the VDEM data that focuses specifically on academic freedom. So that's an issue I think that may be near and dear to many of our hearts in this room. And then one thing I've been working on with some people from the World Bank is developing measures of exclusion. And so this includes political exclusion, but goes beyond that and looks at whether or not different types of groups, social groups, like urban-rural groups, political groups, there's one more, socioeconomic groups, are excluded from, for example, public services or from being able to obtain jobs in the public sector and things like that. And so that might be an area that sort of unites the three sides of your triangle here, looking, relates to accountability, state capacity, as well as public goods provision. Let's see, I'll also mention, this has come up a little bit, I don't have it on the slide, but there are also newer parts of the data set that include regime legitimation strategies. And I think this might be important in terms of, I think there was a little bit of commentary yesterday about thinking about the political conditions that lead to more or less sort of public goods provision, sort of going beyond the democratic accountability. And so these regime legitimation strategy data look at whether countries, for example, like China, are primarily seeking to attract support from the population based on performance legitimacy, right? Or whether, or whether they use more sort of Weberian charismatic authority, things like this. So that might be an area that the BGI team wants to look at. And then there's also, I think, another edition on regime support or something like that, what Carl Henrich's doing. I'll have to look into that. But it's sort of like who's in the governing coalition type of indicators. There's also a project called The Case for Democracy. This sort of revisits many of the questions about whether democracy is good, for example, for economic growth. Do democracies perform better? Does democracy reduce corruption? And so there's some new research coming out on sort of like reassessing, using VDEM data to kind of reassess the impacts of democracy on various outcomes of interest. And then finally, some of the ongoing research programs at the VDEM Institute include these sequences of democratization and autocratization. I think there's a couple of new working papers available on these, looking at varieties, that should say varieties of autocracies, and then a project on pandemic backsliding, looking at the impacts of COVID on political regimes. So, okay, Dan, you're up.
How much time do we have?
I think I went too long, sorry.
That's totally fine. Okay, so I can't possibly talk about all the sort of methodological challenges that we've faced at VDEM, but I kind of wanted to highlight one thing, which is, okay, so we have all these things we want to learn about political institutions, about latent concepts that we can't directly measure. We're going to rely on a bunch of experts to do that. We need to aggregate those expert ratings. We need to evaluate those ratings for bias and reliability, and hopefully adjust for those things. And then we need to provide some sort of point estimates for these different things. And so that's just a really, really hard problem in a broad cross-national concept, right? And it's a problem that extends to a lot of the other projects here, right? So any sort of cross-national survey work, whether with experts or regular respondents, something like the BGI is gonna have something like that as well, like national statistics, right, also have different levels of bias and reliability. So this is just like a really general problem. How do we get measures that mean the same thing in different places, right? And so that's basically what I do at VDEM, is try to figure out how to do that. And I'm going to skip some slides. We field this expert survey. Rachel explained all that. And then what we do is we apply item response theory models. And this allows us to do a couple of things. One, we can correct for certain types of bias. And the main kind of bias is something called differential item functioning, which is just basically that you look at this question and I look at this question, and we have sort of different standards. This technology comes out of educational testing. So imagine I have like 4 different people grading an essay. One person gives them an A, another person gives them a B. They observed exactly the same thing. They thought the essay was exactly the same. One person just thinks that students should be better than the other person. That will shift their scores up and down. And so all of our questions are kind of Likert scale questions, and you get the exact same thing. So you can think of VDEM raters essentially as people grading countries on these different variables, right? And so how do we deal with that? This is an example question. It's a Likert scale question. For time, I will just sort of jump over it. But this is from, I think this is pilot data from ages ago. but these are expert scores on one of our questions for 2 countries, and each little kind of dot is a different expert, and you can see there is a decent amount of disagreement in these data, right? So when we first got the VDEM data, they just took everything and they averaged it, and we had this big conference where we brought all our regional managers in, or people from all around the world to look at it, and we had all sorts of really weird things, like why is the median freedom score for Pakistan higher than for Norway? That seems a little weird, right? And so it turns out if you average these data, you get wrong answers, right? They look fine within the country. Like your time series is good, but when you try to compare across countries, it's a disaster, right? And so what we did is we applied this tool called multi-rater ordinal probit, or item response theory modeling. And the way this works is you have some latent trait. People observe that trait. There's some random error that goes into that observation, and then they give you a score on some scale, and there's sort of an idealized version of the scale, and then there's real people versions of the scale, that's the differential item functioning, right? And so these tools, if you have enough data, and you have enough data that goes across contexts, right? So I know what a Dane's rating of a Norwegian is, and so on and so forth. I can learn from those cross-contextual pieces of information to figure out kind of where people's thresholds are on the scale and whether they're reliable or not, right? And I can adjust for that to some extent. I can't deal with every bias. I can't deal with like real systematic biases based on, sort of if I'm a left-leaning person or a right-leaning person, that makes me evaluate left-leaning governments different than right-leaning governments. I may be able to get, like, you're less reliable than other people who don't do that, but like, that's not necessarily gonna come in here. This is really just like, how strict are you as a rater, right? But we can deal with that, and that's a huge part of why Pakistan was rated higher than Norway. The Pakistanis were happy with where things were going with their media environment. The Norwegians were like, we could do better, right? And so that's why their understanding of the scale were kind of different from one another. Okay. So once we do this, we can produce a bunch of things. I'm happy to talk about all the sorts of products, but you get point estimates, you get estimates of uncertainty. I can give you probability maps of what a typical rater would rate the country, like what category they would rate and what probability they'd rate each of those different categories. I can tell you a lot of things about my uncertainty. I can tell you the probability one country is higher than another country, or our estimated posterior probability. So there's lots of ways to kind of take the output of these products. The big takeaway is there's a point estimate, but there's also measurements of uncertainty, and it's really important to learn how to communicate those, as I focused on yesterday. This is another way of talking about that Norway-Pakistan thing, so I'm not going to do it again. And then the big problem we ran into, and this is something to think about with any of these projects, is if you really want to rely on people who have local expertise, that's great. And I think, what's the slogan? Global standards, local knowledge, right? But like, this is our marketing. But the problem is that if you have real local experts, they can rarely rate cases outside of their area of expertise. I cannot get the Pakistani expert to rate Norway and vice versa most of the time, unless they happen to live in one country or have sort of a strange expertise. And so we did a bunch of things to kind of deal with this. One was like rate your neighbors. And so you slowly build a web of overlapping ratings that let us learn where people's thresholds are, right? Another one is maybe you have a regional expert that can rate a bunch of different countries. We get over time overlaps between like different parts of the project, the historical part of the project and the modern part of the project. And then we've relied really heavily on anchoring vignettes, which are hypothetical cases which all of our experts rate. And therefore, we learn a ton about how strict they are from those cases, right? And those are tools that you can apply in all sorts of survey research. But I think one really interesting thing would be, could we think of ways to apply similar tools when we're looking at government statistics in the context of something like the BGI? Like that would be a really neat innovation that the BGI could build into their project, is to learn how to do this sort of thing for governing statistics. And there's a little bit of work on like transparency and democracy by Hollier and his co-authors that's starting in that direction that might be like really useful to this project, and just to cross-national data products more generally. And then just to, I told you about all this machinery use. One question we always get is like, wouldn't it just be easier to take the average? And I gave you one reason why we can't, right? The Pakistan-Norway reason. But Kyle, Marquardt, and I have done a bunch of work, and some other people have done some work that shows through simulation studies that these IRT models, or sort of similar models, this Aldrich-McKelvey modeling frameworks, are just way more robust to these sorts of differential item functioning problems, random error problems, than just simple things like giving means or medians. And this kind of stinks because I have to give you like a 5 to 10 minute presentation on what we did, whereas if I was just giving you a mean and a median, it would be much easier to communicate. But we think at the end of the day, the reason VDEM looks credible is because we did this. And if we hadn't done this, we saw the data before we did this, it would not have looked credible. Okay, so that's all I have, and just, we love to thank our funders. So.
Hi all, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here and meeting with data providers all around the world. Thank you to Helmut Anheier to invite us here and giving us a chance to share our experience from the COG datasets. COG is a research quality of government institute, is a research institute at the University of Gothenburg. We are around 30 researchers, and relatively we have a small data team that produces different data sets, including compilations and original data sets. Maybe I should start with what do we mean by quality of government. This definition is mostly coming from what Bo Rothstein and Jan Theorel explained in an article published in 2008. They say quality of government is a close cousin of good governance and state capacity, yet it's different, because good governance includes too many things, maybe all political science realm, as it is used in the World Governance Indicators. And then they discuss if lack of corruption is enough to define quality of government. They say corruption is hard to measure, and also other forms of non-bad government practices like clientelism, lack of respect for the rule of law, nepotism, cronyism, patronage is not captured if we only limit things by corruption. And then rule of law is a good indicator of quality of government, but still many professionals are guided by the professional standards issued by their own organizations, which are not connected to the rule of law principles directly. It's definitely a central ingredient in good government, but they do not cover the full spectrum of the concept. Is it just an efficiency? No. We also need more than efficiency to describe quality of government. And then in the end, they focus on impartiality, which they define is the core ingredient of the quality of government. It's a normative, universally applicable, and output orientation, or output-oriented definition of the quality of government. And this is the impartiality in the exercise of public power can be used as a good indicator of quality of government. At the QOG data team, we are 2 data managers and 1 principal investigator. We work with the aim of making QOG-related variables available for free and harmonize data coming from various sources. We produce compilation data sets. We have original data sets which are created by QOG researchers, but also house product of the quality of government data division. And we also provide different tools like Data Finder, which you can search variable level metadata and download the selected variables, which is among more than 3,500 variables. We are mostly used by researchers and students, and QOG datasets are cited more than 1,000 times, as far as I recall. So our compilations we have 5 different QOG compilations. The flagship of that is the standard dataset, which received the Best Dataset Award by APSA Comparative Politics section in 2009. And we provide data in standard datasets, and also for the others, in 19 different categories. Environmental indicators dataset is a new product that we released last year. And in addition to the 4 country-level compilation dataset, we have European Union-scaled regional dataset where we collect data at NUTS 2 and NUTS 3 level. These are the regional levels defined by the Eurostat. So our work for compilation datasets is a big effort. It's a large-scale data and metadata collection process. This includes license management. We get approval of our data providers to redistribute their data. Sometimes their license directly gives us the right to do it, but also they grant it for several years or for 1 year. And in this room we have, as far as I know, more than 5 data providers to the quality of government compilation datasets, including World Values Survey, Social Progress Index, Freedom House, HDI, and so on. Our work includes data transformation and analysis. We create reports and codebooks, compilation datasets. The main compilation datasets, QOG standard, basic, and OECD datasets updated every year, while EU regional and environmental indicators updated with less frequency. Then the collected data is used for the data visualization and data finder. We publish it on our servers for the public. This is basically how we operate at the quality of government compilations when we collect data from more than 2,300 variables, when we collect more than 2,300 variables for the standard dataset. This map is from the QOG index, relying on the ICRG data, where we measure quality of government as a sum of lack of corruption, law and order, and bureaucratic quality. This is one of the few indices that we aggregate for the quality of government standard dataset. For most of the time, we share data as it is, and we are a bit hesitant to make aggregations and giving more room to the researchers to create their own indices and make analysis based on a large variety of sources. Data comes from usually academic research, scholars, institutions, but also intergovernmental organizations and NGOs provide data for us. We actively search for new data sets every year. We look for publications and newly available data sets, but also some authors whose data is already included in QOG compilations, or someone we do not know at all, kindly approach us and ask to distribute their data. If it fits to our criteria, then we are happy to include all QOG-related variables in our compilations. How do we choose that? The methodology and its relevance for the quality of government is the key factor in deciding if we should take data into our compilations. When we get a variable from one source, this is actually the key variable from that data set. For instance, World Values Survey has hundreds of variables, but we are redistributing only a couple of them. And we also think if we have a similar measurement that comes from other data sets. Country level availability is one of the key issues. Unfortunately, we are not redistributing a single country data, and we prefer time series data if it is possible. So strengths, the data comes from a really wide range of data providers. So I can say it's covering a large proportion of the social science realm, from political science to the law or economics. We are quite carefully work on data when it comes to data harmonization processes and make a various of control checks. It's even more important when you work on at regional level, where the data units could be more and more problematic. But still, for the country level indicators, we see that the lack of definition of country units cause some problems. An example, if data comes from Cyprus, does it include the observations from Turkish side of the Cyprus? Or if we say Serbia 2002, is it also including Montenegro and Kosovo? Researchers can build their own indices and make analysis directly using the variables without relying on the aggregate indices, which we see as a strength of the COG compilations. And we also keep the archive of datasets. If you used a QOG compilation 6 years ago, it's also available, and you can replicate the study quite easily. The weaknesses, data collection efforts of the original sources might be interrupted. And then, in this case, we either have to drop the variable or we are lacking data for the recent years. Also, as I said, the country unit definitions or the measurement units are not always clear. License problems forces us to drop some data sets from year to year if we have a lack of communication. Data coverage starts from the end of the Second World War, but recently we see a significant increase on the historical data collections. For them, we are snapshotting results for a certain year. For instance, information capacity data set that Brambor et al. Created is included our compilations, but giving the results for every 50 years. Or the settler mortality data set from Acemoğlu also included, but it's a constant variable over the years. We are a part of the DAMScore project as well, as VDAM presentation mentioned. DAMScore is a new data infrastructure that unifies all Swedish data providers. The beta version of the DAMScore is released this summer. And now we are also expanding our operations into variable level metadata search and variable level downloads, which is quality of government data finder. You see a screenshot from the quality of government data finder here. There you can search for keywords, find variables fitting to your search, and then see the country level availability, also the year availability, before deciding if you should use this variable or not, and see how the data has been collected. We will keep updating our compilations regularly, and we want to expand our compilations with new subnational level data sets, such as women in local parliaments, which we hope to release in the coming years. I briefly mentioned about the original data sets we do. The flagship of the original datasets is the European Quality of Government Index. It's a citizen survey that's repeated every 3-4 years. And Nicholas Charon, Victor Lapuente, and Monica Bauer leads this effort. The latest version of the European Quality of Government Index included more than 100,000 respondents from the EU regions. Questions are about the perceived corruption and experience with corruption, impartiality of services, and quality of public services in several public service sectors, which are education, healthcare, and police force. The older versions of the EQI index was only with the computer-assisted telephone interviews, but the most recent one also include online surveys. The random sampling is made through next birthday method. Now I don't have time to explain for this. And we also provide design, partisanship, population, and post-stratification weights for each individual. At the regional level, it's also anchored to the VGI indicators at the country and pillar levels. 3 pillars are created based on factor analysis. And EQI regional index is average of these 3 pillars. This is how the EQI regional score is calculated. And finally, I have to mention the Quality of Government Expert Survey, which documents the original design of the public bureaucracies and bureaucratic behavior around the world. Luckily, we had the VDAM presentation, which mentioned how differential item functioning and IRT models work. So I don't have to cover this, thanks to them. And we actually use his methods in a paper written with Marquardt in 2018. But the difference of the COG expert survey than VDAM is that it's not a panel data. We use only vignette responses of the experts to adjust their differential item functioning. Unfortunately, we have a limited coverage in Africa, which really work hard to expand, and I hope in the following ways it will be covered to much extent. And the expert survey documents the patronage, merit, and tenure as a professionalization pillar, closeness pillar, ask question if it's possible to enter public bureaucracy only at the lowest level, and you have to take the ladder up when you are in the bureaucracy, and examination procedures, and political interference in the bureaucracy and impartiality. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry to rush you at the end, Chan, because we want to have a bit of time for Q&A and discussion. We now have a presentation online by Tanya. And she's coming on now.
Hi, I'm sorry, let me just start my video. I don't know if you can even see me, but I'll just put my face up if it's on the screen, and I will share my screen on my end. Are you able to see my screen? Yep. Great. Perfect. Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you so much to UCLA and BGI for the invitation. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but I'm grateful for this opportunity to still be able to participate virtually. My name is Tanya Premiani, and I am the co-director of the Rule of Law Index with the World Justice Project. And I will tell you a little bit more about our work and some of the challenges with creating indices and data collection from our perspective. So starting off with just some quick information about our organization and the main product, which is the Rule of Law Index, for those of you who are not so familiar with our work. So the World Justice Project, or WJP, is an independent and multidisciplinary organization working to create independent, objective data and analysis to protect and advance the rule of law worldwide. And how do we do this? We do this in three main ways. The first is through our Rule of Law Index, which is our flagship publication and the leading source for original and independent data on the rule of law. We also do research and produce data on other thematic areas or with country-specific focus. So for example, we have a line of work on access to justice, and we recently published country reports on a number of countries on Central America. And finally, we work with other scholars to promote the rule of law through publications and events. So in my presentation today, I'm mainly going to focus on the Rule of Law Index because of the purpose of this presentation is to discuss exactly that. And as I mentioned a minute ago, this is really the flagship report of the World Justice Project, and the methodology of the index really underpins a lot of the other work that we do. So the index provides an annual overview of perceptions and experiences of the rule of law across the world from the perspective of both the general population as well as experts. We started collecting data for the index in 2008, and the latest edition of the index was published last year in October 2021. We publish roughly every year, and so if you can do the math, our upcoming report is actually due very soon. We're launching on October 26th. So in a couple of weeks. If any of you are curious about that, feel free to shoot me an email and I can send you the link to the launch event. So our last edition, the 2021 index, was published last year, and it covers 139 countries and jurisdictions, and I say that a little bit the same way, I think it was Vida mentioned countries in quotation marks. And the index also includes over 550 variables. We're expanding slightly our coverage for 2022, and we will include 140 countries this year. And we mainly collect data in two ways. The first is through household interviews, which we call the General Population Poll, or GPP. And the second is through surveys to experts, mostly lawyers, which we refer to as the Qualified Respondents Questionnaires, or QRQ. And as I mentioned before, we publish the report annually, and so the last edition included data from over 138,000 household surveys and over 4,200 experts. So the Rule of Law Index, as the name implies, gives an overall score and rank to each country that is covered on how well they're doing on rule of law. But the data is also disaggregated into factors and sub-factors that allow users to see how each country is doing on various different measures of the rule of law. We cover the 8 factors listed here, so constraints on government powers, corruption, open government, fundamental rights, order and security, regulatory enforcement, and civil and criminal justice. Each of these factors are then further disaggregated into 44 sub-factors that complete the picture for each topic, and they all feed into the overall index score. All of this data can be found online and in our index report in global tables and in the form of country profiles. Each profile presents a country score for each of the index factor and sub-factors, and it compares the country score for the current and previous year, highlights significant changes, and compares the featured country with its regional and income group peers. And as I mentioned, in addition to the published report, the rule of law data for all 139 countries is currently available on our online interactive data portal. And the portal also showcases both current and historical data back to 2015 and allows users to view the data in many different ways, including sorting by country or factor. I'm now going to tell you a little bit more about our data collection methodology and some of its challenges. So as I mentioned before, our 2 main sources of data are household surveys and surveys to experts. We also, in some rare cases, use supplemental data produced by third-party sources. And we do this in cases where the information that we are looking for cannot be obtained through surveys. So, for example, the homicide statistics that we get from UNODC, or the number of battle-related deaths statistics, which we get from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program. So for our household surveys, or the GPP, countries are polled on a regular cycle and usually at funders' requests, typically every 2 to 3 years. And part of the reason for the lag in data collection is that the expense involved with data collection exercise itself, but also because the data doesn't tend to evolve that quickly year to year. The surveys are administered in the country's local language to a nationally representative sample, and they are conducted by a local polling partner that is hired by WJP. Most of our interviews are done through face-to-face, but obviously some of them are also done, depending on the country and level of internet penetration, a lot of them are also done online or by phone. And the full field work typically takes about 2 to 3 months. Our surveys to experts, so the QRQ, cover 4 fields of law: civil and commercial, constitutional law, civil liberties and criminal justice, labor law, and public health. And those are administered online in 6 languages: Arabic, English, Spanish, French, Portuguese, and Russian. And the respondents, like I mentioned earlier, mostly lawyers, are hand-selected and vetted by the index team members every year. And a little bit like was mentioned earlier, I think, by Rachel, it is challenging for us to ensure both that our respondents keep participating, but also that we have the right high-quality experts that fill out our surveys, in part because we actually ask for this work pro bono. And so now for some of the challenges to the data collection specifically. We encounter a number of various challenges. In recent years, doing data collection during COVID meant that polling companies needed to take a number of extra precautions when doing face-to-face interviews. That added time to the data collection, but it also made people less open to taking the survey for obvious reasons. Another reason, another issue is our survey length. So our surveys tend to be quite long, and it can sometimes be difficult to get people to complete the whole survey. So they'll start the process either in person or by phone, and then after a while they just they sign off, or they say they don't have the time. And then there's some of the regular challenges of accessibility. Some areas or countries are difficult to access or challenging because of different security issues. We also have issues related to timing. So because we try to do all our household polling at the same time, that can sometimes mean that the timing is not so great in some countries. So last year, for example, in Honduras, the survey took place right before the general elections. And as a result, our polling partners told us that many people were deterred from participating because they thought it was some kind of political survey. So in that country at that time, we had a very high rate of refusals. We also have to deal with regular challenges of polling and ensuring that the data actually reflects the views of citizens. So that can be tough. So in some cases, the polls are very positive, even though we know the situation in the country is not great. So this was the case last year again in El Salvador, which we polled in 2021. The data that we collected in that country showed the experience of the rule of law for its population in a very positive light. And we know this does not reflect the reality of the rule of law situation in the country. But we also know that the popularity of the president kind of, was soaring at the time. And so as a result, the positive feelings towards the president kind of turn into positive feelings towards government institutions and rule of law overall. So that can be challenging. And in other cases, we also know the data we're collecting does not reflect the reality on the ground because people are just not saying the truth, or they're afraid to talk openly about the government. So this was a challenge we had last year when we tried collecting data in Nicaragua. And I say tried because we actually ended up having to stop data collection in that country altogether because of both the quality of the data, but also security issues that arose from the data collection process itself. And yeah, finally, as I was mentioning just a minute ago, it can be challenging with our survey experts because we rely on pro bono participation. So in many countries, it's just hard to find enough respondents or to keep respondents active and engaging with us year after year. I'm now going to give you just a quick overview of our scoring methodology and how we validate our data. So the final scores are constructed using a 5-step process. So we first codify the questionnaire by converting text answers into numbers. We then produce raw country scores by aggregating the responses from both the GPP and the QRQ respondents, as well as the few third-party sources I mentioned earlier. Then those raw scores are normalized and then finally aggregated from the variable level to the factor level through simple averages in order to produce the final country score and rank. We then check our data against other data sources and other contextual information to flag any major discrepancies between what we're finding and what others are seeing. So throughout the data collection process, one of the things our team is going to do is prepare these qualitative reports on each country, highlighting current events and any kind of changes that might have happened in the country over the past year. And then once we have our scores, the team will then use these same qualitative reports to provide additional context for our scores and maybe underpin some of the results that we're seeing. It also helps us if we're seeing like a big disconnect between what's happening on the ground and our scores, just to try to see, flag any mistakes or issues with the actual scoring process itself. We also compare our data to other external indicators, so including, some of you here in the room. So we use Freedom in the World Report and Global Competitive Index, Latino Barometro, VDEM, and we use those indicators to just kind of a reality check, are we way off? How does our data compare? And again, it's not used to make drastic changes to our data, but it is used to ensure that what we're saying kind of makes sense overall with other indicators out there. And then we also calculate standard errors to measure statistical significance of changes over time. And yeah, any inconsistencies in the data are typically identified and addressed at this stage. Our data is used by a number of different stakeholders, government, aid agencies, multilateral organizations. And so, for example, our data on corruption feeds into Transparency International's Corruption Perception Index. USAID uses our data in their Journey to Self-Reliance metric. Our data also feeds into the Millennium Challenge Corporation scorecard. And of course, it also gets featured in the media, especially during our launch, but also during the year, we get featured in different news articles around the world, which is great. And finally, I will close off with a few words on some of the more general limitations of our index, and I think indices in general. So interestingly enough, oftentimes what makes the strength of our index is also one of its limitations. So for example, having comparable data across so many countries over time is very useful, and it's really one of the things that makes our index so strong. However, it's also a big limitation in terms of what can be measured. So we have to ensure that we can include factors that can be measured across all countries, and in doing so, we sometimes eliminate certain important factors that we can't measure everywhere. Having comparable data over time is also key, but comparing data over time consistently means that it's hard, it's not impossible, but it is hard to make changes to the methodology or to adapt the indicators to new issues that might come up. You don't want to keep changing things up. It creates all sorts of other problems down the road, but you also don't want the indicators to be completely static. So that's another challenge that needs to be addressed. The scope of our index is also limited to the data we collect. So by relying exclusively on perceptions and experiences of the population and experts, we sometimes limit the policy implications that can be derived from our data. So we don't, for example, include the legal framework or the de jure in our index, and many important policy areas are therefore not covered. So our index, as a result, has to be looked at in combination with other sources to get really a full picture for any given country. And as I was saying, one of the strengths is the inclusion of both experts and household surveys to ensure that findings reflect the conditions experienced by population and reflected by, the perception of experts. However, it also comes with challenges that I mentioned earlier in terms of the data collection. And in the case of third-party data, which I mentioned earlier, that is also challenging in itself, because even though we're not the ones collecting the data, we are relying on other organizations to collect the data. And, as you know, you can't control the work that happens elsewhere. And so sometimes the data is discontinued, or the publication timeline doesn't work, and it's not getting published in time for a launch. And we end up relying on old data. And, so that can be challenging in itself as well. And I know some other speakers have alluded to this as well. Another challenge, and something I think that is, for the case for all of us here, is the possible misuse of our data. So as we know, indices and indicators are subject to potential abuse and misinterpretation. Once they're released to the public, they can really take on a life of their own and be used for purposes that we had not anticipated. So if data is taken out of context, it can lead to unintended or erroneous policy decisions. And finally, the ever-present challenge of causation versus correlation with our data. So the index sheds light on rule of law dimensions that appear comparatively strong or weak, but it is not specific enough to really establish causation. So it's always necessary to use the index in combination with other analytical tools in order to provide a full picture of causes and possible solutions. So I will leave it at that for now, but I'm happy to answer any questions during the Q&A.
Thank you so much. We have one more presentation, and then we have Steve Smith for the comments. Over to you.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here, and a big thank you to the Luskin School and the Berggruen Institute for organizing this. It's really great to be here among so many experts in the field and to learn from you all. So I'm going to talk through the report that I manage, Freedom in the World, some of the things I've learned from it, and I'll also speak to how I think the BGI can serve as a really good complement to some of the questions Freedom House is trying to tackle about democracy. So first, just some background on Freedom House as an organization to set the context for our annual survey. Freedom House is an international organization. It was established over 80 years ago in 1941, and we advocate for freedom and democracy both around the world and also here at home in the United States. We do this through a combination of activities that are split between 3 pillars. The first is advocating for greater political rights and civil liberties. Second, we support frontline activists and defenders of democracy. And third, we analyze challenges to freedom. So it's this last bit where our flagship report, Freedom in the World, comes in. We're actually coming up on the 50th anniversary of Freedom in the World, which was launched in 1973. And the goal of the project is to measure the state of democracy in the world. We do this by analyzing political rights and civil liberties in 195 countries and 15 territories. So the first thing I want to emphasize is what Freedom in the World actually aims to do. And that is to evaluate the state of freedom as experienced by people within specific country or territorial borders. A pretty common misperception that we have is that we are rating government performance, but that's not the case. We're focusing on these real-world rights, regardless of whether the impact is coming from state or non-state actors. I'll come back to this point in a little bit. So Freedom in the World is both a global comparison and it provides a snapshot of each country that we cover. And our report is geared towards a general audience, so that's everyone from this nebulous phrase policymakers to journalists, researchers, academics, and also just the general public. So this really sets out what we do and don't do and what we can and can't do. We can talk about how, for example, country A's democracy is in decline and how the deterioration of media freedom has played a major role. But it's not necessarily efficient for our overall analysis of global freedom to drill down deeply into those details. Other organizations and researchers are already doing really excellent jobs drilling into these details, so we don't want to be duplicating their work. We want to be able to draw from one another's research and use that research to do good advocacy work, to inform policy decisions, that kind of thing. So I'll move on to our methodology and our process for turning very qualitative information into data. The analysis is based on a 25-indicator methodology, which is largely derived from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Together, these make up the components of a liberal democracy, and our assumption is that freedom and rights for all people is best achieved in liberal democratic societies. I've been using the terms freedom and democracy pretty interchangeably, so not being as precise as I should, but I'm going to just continue to do that. Each of these indicators is scored on a 0 to 4 scale, so 0 would indicate the smallest degree of freedom, and 4 would be the greatest degree of freedom. The indicators are grouped into 7 categories, capturing core freedom issues. So those in the political rights category are electoral processes, political pluralism and participation, and functioning of government. So that last one includes whether freely elected leaders are able to make policy decisions and govern, anti-corruption efforts, and also government transparency. Those in the civil liberties category are freedom of expression and belief, associational and organizational rights, the rule of law, and personal autonomy. So that last one would include freedom of movement, freedom from economic exploitation, social freedoms like ability to choose your marriage partner or family planning. The total score for political rights and the total score for civil liberties are then used to calculate 1 through 7 ratings, which in turn determine whether a country is free, partly free, or not free. That's probably what freedom in the world is best known for. We have a giant map laying out a country's status designation, but there's actually a lot that goes into that, and we try to get into the nuance of what we mean by a free or not free country. So as I mentioned, Freedom in the World is produced on an annual basis. Each edition covers a full calendar year. So our upcoming report, the 2023 edition, will cover calendar year 2022. We have a number of processes in place to ensure that this qualitative information can be transformed as accurately as possible into quantitative data, which I'll briefly touch on. So Freedom House contracts country experts with a reputation for objective analysis. Much of these experts come from the academic community. We also have some independent journalists, people from NGOs. And over the last few years, we've really been trying to prioritize those based in country. These experts propose scores for the year using a combination of desk and field research to reach their conclusions. And the previous year's scores serve as a baseline. So in addition to submitting score proposals, they also provide us with a narrative report about the country. And its purpose is to explain why each country scores the way it does and to highlight conditions in the country. From there, the score proposals are vetted. We organize a series of ratings reviews whose participants include teams of external academic advisors that have both regional and methodological expertise, Freedom House staff, and of course the country experts. During the ratings reviews, participants discuss the scores for each country systematically, and there are several criteria for an indicator's score to change. I mentioned that the previous year's scores serve as a baseline, and score changes need to be based on real-world developments. So, for example, if a law was passed on press freedom or an anti-corruption commission was established, we would want to see their implementation and their impact before making any sort of change. So a lot of developments do take place incrementally, so score changes don't have to be based on an event in a given year. They can also be based on a multi-year trend. So just to continue with the corruption example, if we see concerted efforts to combat corruption, this could be evident through, say, high-level convictions that aren't politicized, unlike in past years. That could warrant an improvement in our corruption indicator. But a key caveat is we would also want to see how these anti-corruption efforts and their impact compare to those in other countries, and make sure these scores are aligning comparatively. Ultimately, Freedom in the World is a comparative survey, so we're not just looking at developments across time, but we're also ensuring we compare across countries. As an added layer of review, score changes decided upon during these ratings reviews are then vetted by Freedom House staff who undergo extensive training on how to identify appropriate sources and recognize bias. One of our priorities in recent years has been to be more transparent about our process. So that's where these narrative reports come in on each country. We've disaggregated them by indicator, so they're meant to explain why a country scores the way it does. Also, when there are score changes, we publish what we call score change explanations so that the reader can understand exactly why a score shifted. All of this, the data, the country reports, all available on our website. So this was a very quick overview of our methodology and our process. So I'll turn now to my reflections on it and what I've gleaned after working on the report for over 6 years now. One point I said I would come back to is that Freedom in the World is assessing these real-world conditions for individuals within a specific border. I'm kind of harping on this because it really does impact how we convey our findings. I mentioned our map, which we're probably best known for. We color a country green if it's free, yellow if it's partly free, and purple if it's not free. And by doing this, we are giving audiences a useful shorthand for understanding conditions in a given country. But what we're not doing, and I think can get lost sometimes, is passing judgment on countries or their residents per se. The objects of our analysis, as I mentioned, are a diffuse set of actors. They can include foreign and domestic governments, the private sector, civil society groups, and all of them are influencing the exercise and enjoyment of rights and liberties in a geographically bounded territory. This distinction, though, is lost when we project the findings of our survey onto a map. So that's why we have these country narratives, to try to recover that nuance that I mentioned earlier. And I think this can apply to other types of indexes or projects assessing things like democracy, governance, rights, other very qualitative concepts. In our case, no matter what the dictionary definition of our free, partly free, or not free designations are, and also other designations we may apply in our findings like authoritarian or democratic, even saying a country scores 83 on our 100-point scale, as the United States does, it is inherently conveying value judgments. So if we call a system democratic, for example, we are probably marking it as one of the good ones, and that does obscure the undemocratic practices and disparities that are part of everyday life in most democracies. Then on the flip side, when we call a system authoritarian, we also do risk implying that the entire population of the country is somehow or anti-democratic, and that they're inherently bad. We are, of course, ultimately in the business of judging and shouldn't be afraid to tell it like it is. But we don't want to apply these designations casually or arbitrarily, so we need to show that their use is warranted. Hungary isn't, quote, backsliding because Freedom House says so. It's backsliding because of specific on-the-ground developments. I'm going to wrap up now with just a couple more thoughts. One thing that Freedom House has actively been thinking about is this question of commitment to democracy and understanding why democracy matters and is important and what it can deliver. So I was really struck listening to others' presentations and also how the BGI index can help kind of advance this point forward. And the final thing is I've really learned to ask, as I've worked on Freedom in the World, who our audience is, and how do we translate our methodology and our findings in a way that is actually understood by them? How can we convey to them our process and how it aims to be objective without giving the long spiel I just gave you? So those are some other questions I would pose and that I think we can learn from each other, and I've been learning throughout the last couple of days. Ultimately, these indicator systems are conveying what feel to be quite large and abstract issues or concepts. But ultimately, they do have implications for people all around the world, whether that's through highlighting repression in one country, influencing policy decisions in another, or fostering greater understanding among those with disparate views. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thanks again, Helmut, for the invitation to participate in this conference, and thanks also for the 4 excellent presentations that we've just heard. So what I'm going to try to do is talk a little bit what I see are common themes. I think all 4 presentations did a terrific job in describing their indices, describing their data collection and methodology, and as well as some of the challenges that their indices and the data collection and methodology have posed for them. And so I'm going to try to talk about what I see are some of the common themes. I do have a few specific comments on each of the different indices, but again, I'll focus my comments on what I see are some of the common themes. Let's see here. Hold on. Okay, so first, one cross-cutting theme is that context matters. I mean, meaning that the importance of government policy, broadly defined, including the rule of law, is crucial to the development of a thriving democracy and engaged citizenry. So the focus, again, is that context is really important. If we want a thriving democracy, we also have to look at the institutional aspects of a thriving democracy, and these indices in many different ways highlight how important the context is for both democracy, the quality of public goods, citizen satisfaction, a whole range of important outcomes. I think it's certainly all of these indices underscore the value of cross-country research, something that was mentioned yesterday in some of the presentations. I think it also indicates the potential of data to influence policy. Each of these presentations that you heard today, these reports have been to varying degrees engaged with policymakers. Again, I'll have a little bit more to say about that matter as well. But certainly, one of the questions that came up yesterday is what's the purpose of these indices and the data collection that goes, and often the very, very extensive time that goes into these data collection efforts. What is the ultimate goal? And I think certainly that there's a potential, these indices that you heard about today indicate the potential of data to influence policy. I also was struck how all of these efforts fit in with the movement, kind of, I guess you would say, worldwide movement for more data transparency, data repository, open access. In Europe, Plan S. And so, I mean, if you think about how, I mean, just singling out the VDEM project, the enormous amount of data that is available on their website, I knew it was widely used, but when I saw those usage statistics, I was pretty amazed myself. So, but I think that these kinds of indices are changing the norms that we all have about data repository and data transparency. over time in the social sciences, and I think that is certainly a very important function of all of these indices. I think that, again, to varying extents, all of these indices have been trying to think about their audience, think about ways that the audience can interact with the data. And you know, from the presentation we just heard from Freedom House about their map to the quality of government, the interactive data, interactive dashboard, and other interactive ways that you can that users can use the data, I think is to be complemented, and certainly something that I think in the preparation of the BGI as well as these indices go forward, to be thinking about how you interact with users. I think that certainly if you think about the four presentations together, it also struck me about the opportunity for collaboration among these indices. Now, of course, we've heard today about the pending collaboration between the Quality of Government Indice project as well as the VDEM project. But it's certainly the case that these four indices are looking at some of the same variables. And you know, the Quality of Government Index, the BGI, the Rule of Law Index are all concerned about corruption. You know, the BGI, the Quality of Government, the VDEM project is also focused on issues having to do with public goods. And of course, all of them, to varying extents, focus on basic rights, including gender equality. So it really struck me how there is really an opportunity for collaboration and further collaboration as we move forward. I think that and this has been mentioned by in some of the presentations, I think that the reliance on surveys and expert feedback means that certain factors, such as, for example, the role of civil society organizations and their contribution to democratic outcomes, is difficult to assess. I would be interested in hearing more from Tanya, I believe Tanya, and her presentation on the Rule of Law Index about some of the issues that she's run into in terms of what things that she thinks that the index has had difficulty capturing. And so I also think that one of the things that struck me was, again, a cross-cutting theme was, well, what are the takeaway lessons from each of these indices for policy? And I think that they all lend themselves to a certain degree of policy implications, and they've been used widely by policymakers. As Rachel mentioned, the VDEM project and the data from the VDEM project and the reports and the policy briefs are now being used extensively by policymakers. So, but what I think it would be also useful as we go forward on this is not only you know, what are the examples of democratic backsliding, and what does that imply for a whole range of important outcomes, such as the quality of public goods or transparency in government. But then also, are there success stories? If you have a country that's had democratic backsliding and then has reversed it, you know, what actions can governments take to reverse negative outcomes? And I know that's not the purpose of these indices, but it certainly seems like as we move forward and think about how these indices can play an important role in influencing public policy and helping practitioners at the state, regional, at the national, regional, and local level, it seems to me thinking about what some of those action steps might be would be helpful. And so let me just make a couple additional comments. I thought that the the Freedom House Index, I thought I really enjoyed the presentation by Amy, right? Amy, I enjoyed Amy's presentation. I think you highlighted a question that I had about this distinction between free, partly free, and not free, and how that rating system is then picked up by users, policymakers, and practitioners. And so I wondered about that, and you kind of addressed that question, but it does seem like there's a potential there that countries could misinterpret the three different categories. And then the rule of, I guess I had the same question about the rule of law index, and Tanya's presentation addressed this, but the potential misuse of a ranking system and how the different rankings could be misconstrued by policymakers and practitioners and used in ways that was not intended by the Rule of Law Project. I guess I thought one of the other things that I take away from the VDEM project and to a lesser extent the Quality of Government project is the value of short policy briefs, op-ed pieces, blogs, and I think I'd like to see more of that for the Rule of Law Index and the Freedom House. Now, I will admit that I did a pretty thorough search of your websites, but I didn't kind of find that kind of, a lot of those brief, very, accessible pieces that I think could also increase usage, because I think one of the reasons why the VDEM project has been so successful in getting a high level of usage is that they have a wide variety of formats that people can access either the data or find out relatively quickly what some of the key takeaway lessons are for their research. And I also was heartened by Tanya's point that you're trying the qualitative reports. It seems to me that some of the qualitative reports could also be helpful in providing more context to the index, and could also promote more accessibility and for users. And I will make just a couple other points here. I think I was also struck in terms of the cross-cutting themes that is where the local democracy fits in here. And I guess I've been thinking, I guess in the American context, I was thinking about Mark's presentation yesterday, but in the American context, there's been a lot of attention to the kind of resurgence of and activism by local community organizations and local groups. Jeff Berry's work, there recently was a whole issue of interest group and advocacy. I think that's the name of the journal. Interest group and advocacy devoted to local activism. And certainly you could, to varying extents in countries around the world, you could make an argument that there is a lot of local activism. And I think that these indices often don't adequately capture the local advocacy and the engagement of local community groups. And so for example, in the American context, I don't disagree at all with what Mark said presentation yesterday, but if you were going to think about hopeful signs for the U.S. context, right, you would think about, well, there's a lot of activism that's going on at the local level, and how do we think about the role of local groups and local organizations, many of which are nonprofits, but not exclusively so, in terms of their ability to influence local policy and maybe by extension the regional, state, or national level. I think I will end there in the interest of time, and again, thanks for the opportunity to comment. So.
Thank you very very much. Thank you very much, Stephen, for a very rich set of comments. And I think it's probably best if we ask the panelists to come here and react to some of Stephen's suggestions and questions, and then hopefully we'll have time to entertain questions from the audience. So, Jen, Tanya, and perhaps while we get up here, we can ask Tanya to start us off. There were
Sure. Yeah, thank you so much. No, that's great. I'm happy to do so. And I made notes of some of the points. Thank you so much for kind of summarizing this so nicely. There are 3 points that you made specifically in reference to the rule of law, so I'll keep my comments to those. I think the first one was how we try to incorporate some kind of a measure of civil society or the efficacy of civil society. And we do have a number of questions that feed into the overall index that look at that. So we have some of our factors that have sub-factors that deal with freedom of assembly. We have also some questions on freedom of civil and political organization. So we have, like, I'll just give you an example of a question to experts. So to what extent do you think that civil society organizations in practice can freely express opinions against government policies and actions without fear of retaliation? And then we have some questions those are questions that go to the experts, but we also have questions that go out to the general population. So I know it's not a perfect tool, but we do get to it in some small ways. And then in terms of how the data is used or misused, that's a really tricky one, because I think, once you put it out in the world, there's only so much control you have over it, and to a certain extent you have to accept that it might be misused. I think there are 2 things that we do to try to counteract that. One is try to be as transparent as possible about our methodology and how we do things, so that we can always come back and say, actually, this is how we calculated this, or this is actually what we're measuring, this is what we're trying to say, and just always go back to our methodology and to what we're trying to do in a very, very transparent way, so that we can just be, so that we can counteract perhaps a narrative that doesn't fit or doesn't work with our data. But I think the other thing that we need to do, and probably we need to do that better, since apparently you weren't able to find much on our website, so that's something I've noted for ourselves and my research team. But I think we need to put our data into context and provide different tools for people to interact with our data. So, you can give them the index and you can give them the website, and that's all great. But I think you're absolutely right in saying that, more brief policy papers or just like blogs or short notes that actually summarize the data, put it into context, and distill it is extremely powerful. I also think the power of storytelling is the storytelling is extraordinarily powerful. So giving real life examples of what this looks like for the regular Joe on the street and what the impact of this is, I think those are all really powerful tools. And I think the more we do that, the less likely it is that our data will be misused. So I think those were the main points that were directly addressed to me. But if I missed anything, I apologize. Feel free to call me out.
Okay, thank you so much. Rachel?
Sure. Thank you, Stephen, for those wonderful comments. Lots to think about. Just one quick note on civil society. VDEM does have a portion of its data set that's devoted to the civil society environment, basically. So there are, I'd say, a couple dozen indicators related to civil society and several indices as well. I really like the idea of focusing on countries that were backsliding. I think, I talked a lot about the sort of outreach to the policy and practitioner community. I think sometimes we tend to, it's natural to be a little bit alarmist in the sort of ways that the patterns are communicated. But I do think it's really important to focus on, success stories. And the democracy report, the VDEM annual democracy report does do that. It does look at democratizing countries as well as autocratizing ones. But I don't know of any, I think there has been one VDEM affiliated person who did do a study of countries that were on a backsliding path and then came off of it. And I believe that article was published in Democratization. And then there's some other great research, not VDEM affiliated, on that. Laura Gamboa's work in Latin America and so forth. So, but I agree, that's a great area for research. Other than that, great point about local democracy and activism. I think it's really difficult for the work we do to capture that. But I love the World Justice Project, and they're sort of combining the public surveys with the expert surveys, and I think there's opportunities there by combining, for example, VDEM data with the barometer data and stuff like that to get a better sense of both the sort of macro level and then what's going on at the region, within countries as well. Thanks.
Jen, over to you.
Thank you for the great comments. I would like to comment on the policy implications and the contact with the practitioners and policymakers. There are efforts that I could not mention here, but you are on the right at the point that we are not producing enough policy briefs that encompasses a global view, but it's rather country-specific or some institutional specific works that the QOG researchers are doing. Now the institute got a funding to review the SIDA, Swedish Institute of Development Agency, funding on the with fight with corruption in selected countries, and the experts will review how it's affected, how it's working and evaluate it. Then we are closely working with the European Union. Recently we had a one-day conference with the European Democrats about bureaucratic quality again. I know a doctoral project which deals with the school closures and its policy impacts in the local areas in Sweden, but these are mostly micro-level contacts and focusing too much on a specific point. Maybe we could be also producing global scale reviews. Maybe at annual scale. Yeah, thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Tim. Amy.
Yeah, thank you for the comments. I'll speak a bit to the policy briefs and this kind of idea of recommendations. Our last few reports, we've tacked on recommendations at the end and are trying to work to refine those and make them kind of less general. But one thing that I've experienced just briefing policymakers especially, we always present our findings and then there's this question of, okay, so what can we do? What do you suggest we do? So I think digging into that area is really important and just providing practical solutions that can actually be helpful. Another thing is this question of, are there success stories? That's something we're also trying to highlight in our global report that comes out every year. Unfortunately, the last few years, there have been very few positive stories, but we try to find them. And that's really important, I think, also in meeting with different stakeholders. Why should they continue to be motivated to care about democracy? Is it just hopeless, or is there actually something that can be done? Is there something that can be looked towards to work on this? And that's another reason I think it's interesting to focus on countries that are kind of at these critical junctures where they could go either way in either backsliding or consolidating in their democracy. So focusing on those kind of edge cases, I think, can be very useful.
Thank you so much. Let's open it up for questions. Yes, Robert. Yeah. Just please wait for the mic. It's coming. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, I had a question based on something that you said, Rachel. But it's really a question for all the panelists. But you mentioned that you'd like to basically build audiences for VDEM's work in more non-English speaking countries. So I'm kind of interested in what the panelists have to say about how much interest you've seen for your work outside of English speaking countries, maybe outside of the US and Europe. What ideas you have about building audiences for this kind of work in other parts of the world. I think it's a challenge for all of us who do cross-national research I think we want to all reach sort of global audiences and not just audiences in a kind of narrow set of relatively wealthy nations. So I'm just curious as to what any of you have to say about that.
That's a really good question. Let's collect others. Yes, Marta.
Thank you. Very interesting presentations. And it strikes me that, you know, the wealth of indicators and data that is available, I don't think is correlated with the, let's say, the impact it has on leaders and policymaking in, let's say, the South. It strikes me also that when I listen to all the measurement parameters, do we really think that the world is going towards, or moving towards liberal democracy? And how do we understand liberal democracy? Because if we look at the barometer indicators, ours is 25 years old, the other ones are 20 years old. There is no evidence that the world is going, that world, measured in those barometers, there's no evidence that the world is traveling towards a liberal democracy. So is it correct to try to make it a benchmark as if we were traveling that way? I mean, this is a theoretical question, of course, but it strikes me that all these indicators have this parameter behind it that gives us maybe a wrong idea of what we are trying to reach. I mean, how imperfect is what we're trying to reach? And how perfect are these indicators trying to tell us that it is not? So.
Yeah. Let's take one more question. Yeah, Laura.
Hi, thank you. I have a question that's mainly for something that Amy said. You said something about how your indicator is often mistaken as a indicator of government performance. And sort of my question builds on that. To what degree is it Freedom House and the other indices trying to capture data on the kind of non-state determinants of democracy and freedom, so maybe businesses, and maybe the global determinants of democracy in terms of the impacts of trade, the relative power of states in terms of global governance, and then maybe questions of sovereignty. And if you don't collect data specifically about these kinds of things, how do you think that your data could be used in combination with other forms of data that others might use to kind of look at the relationships between kind of non-state forms of power and democracy and freedom? Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep.
And I'll be quick because this is a bit tangential. It's a reaction to Marta's comment about whether the world is trending towards liberal democracy or any type of democracy. I would say it's an important question. We should look at it as an open question, but just a casual reading of the Afrobarometer data does suggest that in Africa at least, much of the democracy trend, or much of the trend, is more in favor of liberal democracy. And there are about 3 indicators that we use for that. One is a question we've been asking about whether you want to see the president's tenure limited constitutionally to 2 terms. And that continues to get a minimum of 70% on the average since we've started asking that question in 2008. We've been asking a question about whether you prefer a government that is more effective but not accountable, or one that is accountable even if it's not so effective. Again, in a 10-year period, we've got a 10 percentage point increase in preference for accountable governance over effective governance, and many more. So I think that maybe a more systematic regional comparison will get us some answer to this question.
Thank you. I think unless there are other questions, we turn it to our panel. And is Dan still there? It's hard to see sometimes. Daniel? Yeah. Also feel free to come in, right? If you'd like to go in. Yeah. Who would like to go first?
I can start, I guess. Thank you for those questions and comments. The question of building audiences in non-English speaking countries is a really great one. We want to try to reach as many audiences as possible. And one thing we've been exploring and doing this for some countries is just simple translation, so translating the reports and other accompanying materials. The other thing is connecting with local organizations who are doing this type of work already and sharing with them our findings and our research and kind of offering it as a tool if they want to use it to help with their own efforts. We found it's very expensive, though, going back to the translation, to actually do that. So that's something some of our other projects that research projects Freedom House has been building into their budgets is translation services to be able to disseminate as much as possible, and also to hold briefings and things like that in specific countries or regions. The question of non-state determinants, we don't systematically collect who's doing what action and what is making the scores shift. But where we're trying to flesh this out is in these country narratives that I mentioned earlier. We want to be very deliberate in saying who the actors are and not attributing it to, say, like Russia is doing this. We would want to say the Putin regime is doing it or some other actor. So I think trying to be as clear as possible in that is really important. And I'd also be interested in seeing how, if others are interested, how different actors are influencing democratic outcomes. Yeah, and then there is this impact on leaders and policymakers that I think we are always considering, and how to make sure we are making sure our data and our findings are conveyed clearly and not being misconstrued. And I think a lot of it speaks to, again, going back to what the Rule of Law Index does, but being transparent and always referring back to our methodology and being clear about what we're actually measuring.
Jen.
I also comment on the question about reaching audience in non-English speaking countries. Most of the work done by the Quality of Government Institute focuses on Europe, and within Europe there is actually a big variation of countries, and I can say that people from new EU members like Poland or relatively like the southern global south countries have more interest on fighting with corruption. Some local authorities reach out about the Quality of Government Index, trying to replicate it, or they are inquiring about why they get these scores, and so on. There's definitely a big interest from the Latin American countries, I would say, based on the interactions that we get on the social media. Also, the experts in the QOG expert survey, it was really easy to find experts on the Latin America because people were interested in responding in it. Bureaucracy is a closed box. It's hard to reach people who knows how it works. And for instance, in Central Asia, it's really hard to reach both bureaucrats also to NGOs. Maybe there is some fault also on our side to be able to cooperate within the Europe, but there is also lack of responses to the already published research. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel, and then we turn to Tanya.
Okay. Yes, on the question of reaching broader audiences, one thing VDEM has done is developed like regional VDEM centers, basically, that are based at different universities throughout the world. And so I think that's helping in some places. We have quite active regional centers. In other places, we don't have them yet. I think translation, as Amy mentioned, I think it would be, is important. And then I also think this is just my idea, like incentives for researchers in different parts of the world to analyze the data, right? So maybe small grant competitions or something like that that provide incentives for people to actually use the data. And I love the idea of partnering with local organizations as well. VDEM's done a little bit of that. This question about the liberal democracy trends. So, I mean, the VDEM democracy reports show very clearly that there was a growing trend of liberal democracy till around 2016, 2017, and it's leveled off since then. The kind of interesting thing is, so VDEM has 5 high-level, what they call high-level democracy indices. So liberal, electoral, participatory, egalitarian, and I believe deliberative is the 5th one. They tend to move together. So if you look at the trajectories of the indices, they tend to kind of closely follow each other. However, there is, the one that's a little bit different is the egalitarian index. And so it does seem like there's maybe something there that could be a little explored more as to why the kind of equal provision of democracy maybe moves in a slightly different direction than the sort of the more traditional types of electoral or liberal democracy. There's one more point I feel like that I'm forgetting now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
If it comes to mind, we give you the chance.
Sounds good.
Yeah, but Tanya, over to you.
Thank you so much. And I think I don't have much to add. I think everything's been said. Thank you so much for these excellent questions and comments. I will add on the issue of outreach in other languages. We do that in a few ways. One is through translations, but as my co-presenters mentioned, it can be prohibitive. So we try to now plan for that in the budgets when we submit proposals. Another thing that we've done in the past, but again through specific funding, was to plan for that specific outreach after we had a publication. So we had funding from USAID, for instance, that included a specific outreach portion of the project in Western Africa in French. And so because we have the capacity and within the team to do that, we hosted a number of meetings and kind of events in Western Africa to both, share our results with civil society organizations, but also create a network within those civil society organizations of organizations that work on similar things, and possibly connect them to each other if they hadn't already. And then we also have local hubs. So we have a small office in Singapore, and we also have an office in Mexico. And through those hubs, we try to reach more local audiences. And then finally, some of you might be familiar with it, but we host an annual it's biannual forum where we convene a number of different actors on different areas of rule of law. And through this forum, we try to reach areas and regions that we might not necessarily reach with just our index. And we try to provide interpretation services during that event. And so doing that, we really try to reach broader audiences outside of the more traditional ones. But it is a challenge, and it certainly is financially challenging, so something that we need to think about when we're raising funds. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much. Let me then thank the panel for excellent presentations and a good debate, and Stephen for excellent comments and for your questions. We take a quick break. I'm sure we're well into our coffee break. I don't know what time it is, but perhaps you do. But let's reconvene in 10 minutes or so, and then look at the role of international organizations. Thank you so much. the next session. Is David online already? It's good, excellent, yeah. Yes, let's continue, and we have a very interesting session coming up. It's about the role of international organizations, and we will proceed in the order in which people are on the program. So we'll have Pedro from UNDP, then Michael from the World Bank, and David from the IMF, and David is joining us online. And one reason why I'm looking forward to this session in particular is the following. As Stephen knows, I was a UN staffer for a number of years, and my role was to oversee the system that estimated the global demand of illicit drugs, right? So how much heroin, how much fentanyl, and so on does the world actually need in the year to come? So we compared these estimates then to the actual production of the drugs and the consumption. And what I learned in compiling that system, which was a very elaborate statistical system, is that the quality of data that we received from the various competent authorities in over 190 countries varied so much. And we knew that they varied a lot, but there was actually not much you could do about it unless you were willing to send a team to that country and improve the local capacity. But since we were totally underfunded at that time, this did not happen. Right? So we reported at that time that Colombia has an illicit production of cocaine of 5 kilograms a year. Right? I let that number sink in, and you can fill in the rest. So, oh, there you are. Yeah. Thank you. So over to you.
Thank you, Helmut, and thank you, colleagues. It's been a wonderful learning experience to be with you, and hopefully it'll continue for the rest of the day. So, Helmut, you asked me to speak about the HDI. So the HDI is on the screen. There isn't much to it. It's a composite measure that brings together something that tries to account for whether people are living long and healthy lives, whether kids are in school, the population is educated, and standards of living. These three components are brought together in a very simple way. Initially, it was introduced in 1990 using the arithmetic mean, now using the geometric mean, and that allows us to construct this Human Development Index. So I could probably stop my presentation here, because there's not much more to it. So what I think is interesting is not the index as such, but a little bit following on the story you were telling, what's behind the index. And as I tell this story, hopefully there are going to be some insights helpful for the work going forward on BGI and all of our work going together. So the 2 points I wanted to emphasize when it comes to the Human Development Index is first the intentionality, the purpose. So the index was associated with an agenda. And secondly, the importance of having a conceptual framework to guide the index. And I think this point on the conceptual framework is crucial. And I think that's why I think the BGI is on the right track by trying to have a conceptual framework, analytical framework that is going to be criticized, there are going to be quibbles, but at least it constrains the kind of indicators that are chosen and the way in which they are brought together. There are many indices, as we know, and sometimes they are just combinations of indicators that are pulled together without the effort to have that analytical and conceptual framework. So I think that is something that is very important, and I think that is something that is very powerful when it comes to the Human Development Index as well. So I'll speak more about the conceptual framework in a little bit, and let me start with the intentionality. So what was the purpose of the Human Development Index? Was, in essence, to make the argument that when we think of progress, of development, we should not look only at how well the economy is doing, and particularly should not look only at indicators of growth national income or growth domestic product per person. And I saw yesterday in much of the conversation, development was still associated with measures of income per capita, and obviously something that is pervasive. But the Human Development Index, when it was introduced in 1990, meant to challenge this narrative, that development is more than just how well the economy is doing. It's really about people, how people are living their lives. And there's a theoretical framework behind it, which is the capabilities approach. I'll mention it, as I said, in a second. But really the purpose was to change the discourse, change the narrative about how we understand progress, how we measure it, and how we evaluate policies on whether they are successful or not. So have we succeeded in doing this? Well, not only have we succeeded in terms of having impact in the academic literature, the Human Development Index is widely used in the academic literature in many fields, as we all know, but I'm putting on the slide some of the evidence about the other impact that the Human Development Index has had. For instance, it is used quite extensively in the financial world. At the bottom, on the left, you see how the HSBC used the Human Development Index when they came up with an environmental, social, and governance rating for sovereign debt. It reaches not only Wall Street, but the street. You see a picture there of a graffiti in Santiago, Chile, Marta's hometown, I believe, or at least the place where Marta lives. Now, I don't know if you saw graffiti like this in Santiago, Marta. But what this graffiti says is that Chile has the highest level of the HDI, IDH is the acronym in Spanish, in Latin America. And this graffiti showed up in 2019 when there was this wave of protests that led to social unrest that ultimately culminated in the process that led to the referendum. So people in the street use it. So it's used here in an ironic way, obviously, saying that even though the HDI is very high, Chile, according to the people that at least wrote the graffiti, had deep problems. If you Google any country on Wikipedia, I'm not trying to defend Wikipedia, but it's just what it is, you see something like you see on the right-hand side of the slide. So you have GDP, you have a bunch of indicators, and the HDI shows up. I don't know how it shows up. We don't do anything for it to show up in Wikipedia. It just does. And then countries care a lot about the HDI. Governments care a lot about the HDI. We launched our latest report on September the 8th, and the next day, my inbox was full of letters from governments complaining. Some were complaining that they were too low in the ranking. Some were complaining that, I don't know, is this Chatham House rules or? Yeah, no, it's not. So then I can give some specific examples. Morocco complained, how can we be ranked below Libya, for instance? Libya is a disaster. India dropped 1 place in the ranking. How can we drop 1 place in the ranking? The United States dropped out of the top 20, is now number 21st. So the American authorities were not happy. France is number 28 in the ranking. So I received many angry letters and emails from people in France saying, how is it possible that the nicest, most beautiful, best country in the world is ranked 28? So, and this is a photo of a ministerial meeting in Niger convened by President Mahmoud in 2019, because that year and a few years before, Niger was the country that was ranked the lowest in the Human Development Index. So we convened this cabinet along with partners to try to figure out why, what's going on. And so this is the intent. The intent was precisely to trigger this kind of discussion. It was not to say that this is the right number that accounts for everything that a country is doing right or wrong, but it's triggering a discussion, a debate about how development should be pursued. By the way, President Mahmoud is no longer in office. There was a peaceful transition of power earlier this year. He complied with the constitutional limit of 2 terms. And this is a neighborhood, as we know, where there's been a wave, epidemic really, of coup d'etats, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, Mali, Burkina Faso. We had a coup d'etat over a coup d'etat, so I don't even know what to call it. A meta coup d'etat or an ultra coup d'etat. So it's a very unstable region, and here we have a country that's ranked the lowest on the HDI that was able to undertake a peaceful transition of power. So this is to illustrate that the HDI by no means tries to account for everything that the country is doing right or wrong, but it's an attempt to, or the intent was to shift the conversation on development. So let me show you some of the things that we found in our latest Human Development Report very briefly. So it's a very boring story. This is the Global Human Development Index since 1990. By the way, we computed for 191 countries, and we have time series going back to 1990. And we have to compute it afresh every year for reasons that I can explain. So you see, it's a global HDI, boring story, going up even during the global financial crisis. But over the last 2 years, 2020, 2021, for the first time ever, it declined. Every year, there are a number of countries that drop their position or their values in the Human Development Index, typically 10%. Some years you have a little more. So in the early 1990s, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, there were a number of countries that dropped. 94, genocide in Rwanda. Global financial crisis, a little bit of a blip, but nothing like we've seen in the last 2 years, 2020, 2021, where we had 9 out of 10 countries showing a drop in the value of the Human Development Index and a reshuffling in the rankings. And we also saw that countries in 2021 that were able to rebound on the Human Development Index were those that were a little richer, at least as measured by income. So you could see that this is driving a little bit an increase in inequalities. Okay, so let me come back to what we're doing now and going forward. We see the Human Development Index as one of several metrics of human development. And I'll say a bit more about the concept human development, the importance of having some analytical foundation for the metrics that we put forward. And we see it as an ongoing journey that is done in collaboration with many entities. You see several listed here, some are in the room. And we hope to add more logos after this meeting as we continue to do the exploration going forward. So other human development metrics that we use, and I'm going to explain them briefly to give you a sense of how we approach this challenge of constructing composite index that try to measure different aspects that are of interest to us. First of all, we are not trying to come up with a perfect measure that combines everything. I think that makes it very difficult to understand what's driving changes in values and changes in rankings. We much rather try to understand a limitation of the Human Development Index and see if we can construct an index on the side that can address that limitation. So for instance, an obvious limitation of the Human Development Index is that the aggregation that I mentioned is based on means. Now, means mean very different things depending on the dispersion in the achievements in standards of living, health, and education in different countries. So we construct inequality-adjusted HDI, which discounts the level of the HDI by the dispersion, the inequality that exists in each of the 3 dimensions of the index. So not only income inequality, but also inequalities in health and education. So sort of deflate the HDI. If there were no inequalities, if everyone in a country had the level of income of the mean, there would be no difference between the HDI and the inequality-adjusted HDI. The higher the level of inequality, the greater is the dispersion. So for instance, in OECD countries, the HDI drops by about 10% when we go to the inequality-adjusted HDI. In many countries in South America, for instance, it drops by 25%. So the deflation is very big because inequalities are much higher. Another manifestation of inequalities is not these sort of vertical inequalities, but gender inequality. So for instance, we compute the Gender Development Index, which is an indicator that computes the Human Development Index for men and women and tries to see what are the differences across genders. And we have also the Multidimensional Poverty Index, which is a little bit like the Living Poverty Index. So it's an index that tries to look at poverty not by considering how much income a household has, which is the most common way of defining poverty, is looking at a monetary measure. So our Multidimensional Poverty Index does not use income at all, but tries to characterize and account for the way people live, the kind of assets they have, whether the kind of nutrition children have at home, whether people have access to a water main or not. And so we introduced this index in 2010, and as to impact, Michael was mentioning yesterday, so we do all of this stuff, what's the impact, the policy impact? Is this just reports that sit on a desk? The Multidimensional Poverty Index, when it was introduced in many countries, we have evidence that it changed the debate around poverty, which is often framed just about transfers, cash transfers, income transfers. And of course, mechanistically, you could just transfer income to people and move them above the poverty line. They would be no longer poor. But do that household still have access to a water main? Would that children in that house be able, household be able to access school or to go to a clinic, health clinic? So this takes us more to public goods. That's why this importance of public goods matters so much. So it changed the debate on poverty in many countries with other entities brought into the debate. So it's not only a discussion of the finance minister to try to see how should we sort of do the taxation and the transfers to bring people above the line. It's a much more complex endeavor. Okay, so a little bit about the conceptual framework, and I'll be brief here, but the conceptual framework of the human development approach is based on the idea of capabilities that was put forward by Amartya Sen, and many other people have worked on it. So to simplify, the idea is that what matters for development is not a specific indicator. It's not income, it's not utility, it's not the maximization of expected utility. It's a set. It's a set of those things that enable to live people according to what they value and have reason to value. And so this is a summary, a graph that shows that there are at least 4 dimensions to this idea of capabilities. One has to do with well-being, but another one that is very important has to do with the agency, which connects to some of the discussions we had yesterday from sociology and political science, ideas of autonomy. So it's not only about well-being achievements, it's also about agency. And it's not only about what people actually end up achieving, but the opportunities they have, the freedoms they have to achieve. Now, the HDI only captures well-being achievements for the most part. So you see that there are a number of blind spots, even within our own measures. So I'm just going to quickly go over some of the extensions that we are working on. Some have been published already, in part to account for some of these blind spots, in part to continue to dig deeper into this notion of capabilities. So first, and thank you, Christian, for the great work that the World Value Survey is doing, is the Gender Social Norms Index. Christian has already showed the slide. So it's a composite index. We used the Alkire-Foster aggregator to bring the different dimensions together. And maybe I should just show you the results, because this shows the change in biases against gender equality. So that's what the Gender Social Norms Index tries to measure. And we compare wave 6 with wave 7. And you can see that it allows you not only to understand how large are the biases, and they are quite large, as you can see on this slide. Only 10% of the population in the world does not harbor any bias against women. So what's a bias against women? Is if in an answer to a question of the World Value Survey, such as, do you think that a man would be a better political leader than a woman, or a man would be a better executive than a woman? If people say yes, we code that as a bias. Obviously, there's no basis for that belief, but it reflects a bias. But we can also track the changes, and I don't know if you can see on this slide, but you can see if biases against gender equality are increasing to the right of the vertical line, to the left of the vertical line, or decreasing. And at the very bottom, you see Republic of Korea, or South Korea. I was last week in Seoul presenting the report, and the media grabbed on this, because in the last presidential election, gender equality and gender norms were at the heart of the debate, and society in Korea is very divided. And so this is a way of capturing, of using a measure that captures these gender social norms when it comes to gender equality. Something else, a second extension, is to try to understand, and Christine also mentioned this yesterday, human security or human insecurity. And what you see on this slide is, so the lines represent different degrees of insecurity. And you see 3 graphs for countries at different levels of income, from low income to high income. And the slope is a measure of trust. Trust from people close to one another towards people, and trust towards people that are more socially distant. So what you see is that for people close to one another, trust is very high, no matter the level of income of the country and no matter the perception of insecurity. But then you have sort of a gradient. As you move towards more socially distant people, trust tends to go down. But the gradient is much steeper for people that perceive themselves as living in a world that is insecure, that have high levels of insecurity. So establish a relationship between trust, lack of trust, and people feeling insecure. And another, and this is based again, Christian, on much of the information from the World Value Survey. We also did an analysis that correlates, so this is correlation, we're not attributing causation, and so correlation between people feeling insecure and people being attracted to the extremes of the political spectrum. So this is global data. So we had a very extensive discussion yesterday about what happens in the United States in terms of this political polarization. This is a pattern that we see happening around the world. People that feel insecure tend to be attracted to the extremes of the political spectrum, both on the left and on the right. So it's not an ideological thing, at least as the global data. So I can give you a sense of where we're going with this, but I want to focus more on giving other extensions. Another extension has to do with the points that Miguel mentioned yesterday. How do we bring the global in? How do we bring this context of climate change, biodiversity loss? Time. Very good. So I will just mention that we are making an effort about doing this. We are also trying to disaggregate Human Development Index geographically. Again, a point that Miguel Centeno made. I mean, how meaningful it is, frankly, to have a number characterizing the United States, or Peru for that matter. So we're trying to disaggregate Human Development Index. Data here is a big problem, so we're working with satellite imagery, trying to train algorithms to enable us to estimate the Human Development Index in parts where we don't have good data. So just these are things that are already done and published. So things that we are thinking about is how to account for agency beyond well-being and how to measure freedoms beyond achievement. So the discussion over the last yesterday and today and over the course of the rest of the day is very important for us to get ideas on how to capture these very important concepts of human development linked to freedoms, linked to agency. And Katerina is here and she's doing some very good work on this, and I want to try to learn more from that kind of work, see if we can move the agenda forward there as well. And we are also trying to understand how we can engage with inclusive wealth, which is something that I can speak a little bit more about during the discussion. So, started with Human Development Index, something very simple, but you see how it is really a window into this broad concept of human development and capabilities, and how it has inspired us and many others to come up with so many indices. And you see, hopefully, also the opportunities that exist to carry the conversation forward. Thank you.
All right, good morning. Thank you again for inviting me here, and thanks for this particular opportunity to speak on a subject that I find myself having lots of individual discussions with people about, but I've never actually spoken about it in a bigger forum like this as such. So I've taken the liberty of using the time allocated me to go slightly beyond just what the, as advertised, naming of my presentation is on governance indices. What I would think is actually more interesting, since I could just talk about the worldwide governance indicators, the ones that the World Bank's most well known for and is most used, I figure you can, those of you who are already familiar with that know about it, and the rest of you can read about it. What I want to do, and I think is more interesting actually, is to engage more specifically with this issue of policy implications, and then to look at particular kind of indicators that aren't just relevant for policy or useful for policy, they are policy. They are the way big existential questions get made in the world. And the upside or the downside of working at the World Bank is you get to be part of some of those big deliberations where it isn't just trying to consider what the implications of this might be for countries in general. It's being in the room where very consequential decisions are made on the basis of this kind of evidence that we're having today. And I want to try and argue that we need to have a more fruitful ton of dialogue between that, because the world has to function around very key questions where there has to be categorical decisions about where lines are drawn, essentially, and whether you're above or below or either side of a given line. But we want that also to be a place where ideas can be shared, where we can learn from one another, and where we can try and find more creative ways around engaging these questions in the spirit of what Pedro was saying. When you have something that looks fairly prosaic, like a Human Development Index, when you unpack it and when you reassemble it in different kind of ways and try to find variations and permutations and combinations around it, it turns out to be really useful for facilitating a whole bunch of other conversations that perhaps weren't what you originally intended, but on a good day, they can actually be part of that process. So on that spirit, I had to use this, one of my favorite photos in development. I hope you can see it. This is a scene from Bihar, where parents are scaling the outside of a building to smuggle in answers to their children who are taking a standardized test. Right? That should be on the cover of a book somewhere, right? This is what happens in some sense when you have a deeply non-functioning education system, but you have huge, big political pressures and lines to be drawn around students that are eligible for admissions to schools, students that are eligible for scholarships, all those very consequential decisions that turn on what happens inside those little rooms on the other side of that wall. What score you get, what number you come up with, has huge consequential aspects of your life. So consequential, in fact, that parents are willing to die or risk dying in order to be able to smuggle in answers to their children. So the whole process is corrupted, the whole process is broken completely, and yet all of it, all that crazy activity turns around because a number is being sought, a line is being drawn, people will be on one side or the other of that, and all sorts of other cascading consequences for the rest of people's lives happen because of those indicators and those numbers that are discerned. So I'm going to be talking about what happens when you put a lot of the indicators that we're talking about here, governance indicators in particular, under pressure. When you make them, you ask them, I should say, do political work that perhaps wasn't the original intention, but nonetheless has become the way in which certain kinds of really hard decisions have to be made. And I think, to me, that's actually a really interesting epistemic space to be in as I, in my life, find myself frequently part of those kinds of decisions. One such example of that is, or the risks of some of these indicators, came most conspicuously from a group that found itself in 2019 producing the Global Health Security Index. And I mean absolutely no unfounded or ill-advised commentary on the people that wrote those indexes. I'm sure they were super committed, super smart, had access to all the data in the world that they would have needed to be able to make up this kind of index. But unfortunately for them, their particular prognostications got put to the supreme test only 4 months after the publication of their index, when the world had to deal with a real pandemic, not just a fake one or one that was modeled, a real one and a novel one in this particular case, with deep uncertainties about what was causing it, how you respond to it. And I mentioned some of that yesterday in my commentary marks. But interestingly enough, when you did the rankings, when you did the indexing to try and come up with this forecast for who was best placed to be able to deal with all of that, well, the answer was countries that didn't end up doing so well when the actual pressure was put on those particular systems. In defense, though, of an index, and I don't want to be heard to be being dismissive of all this, I wouldn't be here if I was. What turns out to be even more interesting, I think, is when you unpack the component indicators, component measures of this particular index, and you look at the part that focuses on those particular aspects pertaining to health access. Right? And somehow the US still managed to get a #1 ranking out of the 185 whatever countries in the world on this. But that little part that I've circled there, which is on access, says that its lower score was in the health systems category, and in due part to the low access to healthcare and low capacity in clinics, hospitals, and community care centers. And there the US actually ranked with Gambia in terms of its level of access to healthcare. Right? So this then turns out to the index was kind of falling over itself at one level, at an aggregate level, turning out to be a pretty inaccurate predictor of the response. But actually, when you looked at the things that perhaps they should have weighted more heavily in their index, the access to healthcare thing turned out in this particular pandemic at least to be crucial. And the index itself actually reflected all of that. Anyway, the point being, these kind of indexes then are ones that are created for this predictive purpose. And I think that's a different kind of purpose. And in some sense, I'm daring you at the BGI to start making predictions, because the real index can make predictions, and will be willing to make those, and to live with the fact that, in all likelihood, perhaps it won't go as you might expect. But let me move on. I'm going to try and talk about. If I had an hour-long public lecture, I could go through each of these 5 different instances, and I want to talk about 2 of them, since that's what I have time for. Those are the ones that I've lived through variations of all of these, but I want to look at 2 in particular, since they're most relevant for present purposes. The first one is not just who is eligible for grants from the World Bank as opposed to loans. The World Bank has 5 different component parts. I won't go into all of them. The 2 that are most relevant for present purposes are the International Development Association, which is specifically exists to work with the very poorest and most fragile countries in the world. And the largest part, the historically longest running part of the bank, the IBRD, the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which gives loans. Right? And there's one particular line that makes you IDA eligible. Right? And that is a GDP number. GDP per capita, $1,255 per year. That's the one number that says whether you are eligible for IDA membership, for being able to get these much lower interest rates, potentially even getting grants from other countries. So every couple of years, the World Bank has this big campaign, essentially, to replenish its IDA funding, and that IDA funding is then used for the poorest countries in the world. But that one number, the GNP number, is the one that determines whether you're eligible for that or not. Now, there's a small but I think really interesting literature around the history of GNP as a number. It's the one number in public administration that I think we've been keeping, at least for the many, many decades, since the 1950s and 60s. The system of national accounts is how this one number called GNP or GNI, or the variations on that, are collected. And that's how you rank the countries from the richest to the poorest. And that's one number that's used to determine all of that, with all of the pressure that implies for how countries do that work. In that space, I can thoroughly recommend Morton Jervin's wonderful book, Poor Numbers, which is his PhD thesis looking inside the proverbial black box of what happens in the poorest countries in the world with weak administrative systems when they have to provide this number called the GNP to the UN, and what actually goes on inside the production of that particular number. And it's the quintessential sausage machine, essentially. The less you know about it, the better, because the process that produces that number has enormous heterogeneity, I think, is the kind way of saying it around the world. But I think those kinds of questions that are really important for anybody doing work in this space. Why? Because that's the one number around which every country knows it has to report, around which we have a long-standing history of professional practice about how to do it, and we still struggle to do that. So everything we now layer onto that in terms of all these other indicators that we might want to have, read Morton Jervin's book and then come away confident that if we can't get that number right, why do we believe that somehow we've got all these other numbers right? It's a very haunting kind of book to read, I think, in that regard. But within the IDA space, the even more consequential number, I think, is the number that determines whether you are part of what the World Bank calls the FCV group, the Fragile, Conflict-Affected, and Violent Countries. Those are the particular countries that receive, well, not only designated as such, but by virtue of being designated, are able to get grants from the World Bank, interest-free loans or grants. Right? So there's huge reputational and financial consequences about being on one side of that line or another. It's not a variable, it's a line. You're eligible, IDA eligible, but there's the subcategory within the IDA countries for the FCV countries. And that magical index, the number that determines that, is not GDP per capita. It's the World Bank's own institutional measure, the Country Performance and Institutional Assessment, the CPIA, which up until 2005 was a confidential in-house set of rankings that was done by World Bank country economists. Since 2005 has been made public, and so that particular data is available. But when I initially joined the bank, I was assuming that this line was so consequential. Like your how you are perceived by ratings agencies around your whole credit markets, your whole access to finance in global markets is determined very powerfully by whether you are or are not deemed to be an FCV country. If you're FCV, you're essentially deemed to be insolvent, not a credible partner to major loans of one kind or another, commercially or with your government. So being on one side of that line or another really, really matters, right? I'll talk about that shortly. But when I joined the bank, I thought, man, there must be a bunch of Greek models flying everywhere around this. There must be deep theory. There must be a zillion different data points they can throw at this. Not so much. But it's one of the really interesting phenomena to have been part of the process by which these numbers get produced, and then saying, man, there's so much consequence that falls on either whether you're there or where you're there. And I'll show you that shortly. But maybe there's also something more interesting that we can do with that. Not just see it as policy, but I say, can we actually make it into a learning instrument for talking and to each other more sensibly about what it means to be one side of a line or another, when in all other ways, being one side of a line doesn't really matter. In terms of your everyday life, it doesn't matter. When I was living in Malaysia and I was working with the government there, they're desperate to be part of moving over the line to become part of the high-income countries of the world by 2020. And I had to keep telling them, they had this sort of eureka sort of moment. They'd wake up one day and they'd be in this new world called high-income country land. And it's not going to be any different to any other day. We've got this line mentality that means that it's like a phase transition that happens once you cross this line. Same thing with poverty. We have these poverty lines. I think that's on one of my number two, about extreme poverty in the world. Are you really that different when you're making $1.85 a day versus when you're making $1.92 a day? No. Jeff Hammer, my former colleague at the World Bank, has a wonderful photographic record of India across all the centiles of the distribution. Here's what a photo looks like of your average family that the data says lives on $1.40 a day. Here's another photo that data says lives at $1.60 a day. Here's another one, $2 a day. You tell me, dear viewer, whether you can tell the difference between any of those photographs. And the point is, you can't, and neither can anybody else. That becomes the basis on which these very crucial, in India's case, policy decisions get made. You are eligible for a whole bunch of goodies if the data says that you are on one side of a line or another, and yet in a particular community, that can mean the difference between 2 meals a day and 3 meals a day for a particular group just because the data says that, right? So there's a whole bunch of these different kind of indices in the world that have very, very real welfare consequences for people. Let me just go back to the CPAA ones, because I think that's one I've got time for, and I think that's the one that's most interesting. And I don't know whether it's success or failure to hope for that your index would get used for this kind of purpose, but just brace and buckle up, as they say, for that, if that moment ever happens, because weird things happen when you put lots of enormous political pressure on things. I do have there number 4, which countries are improving their investment climate. If you were following the news 12 months ago, you know that the World Bank got itself into a huge big scandal because this doing business indicators numbers were deemed to have been manipulated under political pressure by senior World Bank staff. Right, so, and that's those numbers, just like university rankings here for UCLA, number 20, right? That fell to 25 as the president still got a job, right? Those numbers are hugely consequential in the same way that they are really consequential in these doing business indicators, which are perceived to be the source of attraction or rejection of your country for foreign investors. Again, when I was living in Malaysia, we had a slight tweak in the algorithm one day that just meant that, sorry, Malaysia had now fallen from 15th to 17th on the list. Nothing to do with anything that Malaysia had done. Just a way of recalculating in a very normal social scientific way where the line would be drawn, right? And the palpable sort of ashen looks on people's faces when senior policymakers whose entire career was being built around and answerable to the president on getting the country to the point where it was in the top 10 in the world on its friendliness for business. That its doing business indicators will put it in the top 10 in the world. Ranking them now from 15th to 17th was just looked like the end of their careers because of that. Right? That's the kind of political pressure that happens when you generate these kinds of numbers and put them to work doing decisions that aren't even GNP per capita, aren't even decisions around whether you're eligible for certain funds at the World Bank, but whether you're now perceived by the rest of the world to be a place that's friendly for for doing business. Okay, so let's move on a bit. I'm looking at the details on the CPIA are basically it's a measure done by World Bank staff. I just want to, it has 16 different measures, but further to my point yesterday about my concerns about sort of flat lines and why we need to have lots of variation. The upside of this is that I think there's actually really interesting variation that can be explored here. The magic number here in the case of CPIA is 3.2. This is the number that determines whether you are or are not deemed to be a fragile state in the world. But I was always concerned that this one number was just having way too much power in any given moment. And from a theory point of view, it just wasn't really telling you anything. Could we do something more interesting? And so what I decided was to recognize that, well, if you have this number, 3.2, on the CPIA scale that determines whether you are or are not fragile, surely it can mean 6 different things, just that one number. Even if it was crystal clear, squeaky clean in terms of its construct validity, taken at face value, it still could mean 6 different things. What if you've always been 3.2 or less? That's one situation in the world. Maybe you've just been on a nice steady ascent, and this particular year you're at 3.2, but a few years ago maybe you were 1.2, right? Maybe you're zigzagging, maybe you're bouncing either side of the line. You know, it's inconsistent where you are. And again, assuming perfect construct validity here. Alternatively, maybe you're 3.2, but last year you were 4.2 and a bit higher even the year after that. If you're just taking the point estimate alone as telling you everything you need to know, you're missing everything about the journey this particular country might be on. Or maybe it's had a sudden collapse versus a steady decline. All of these different things are possible. 6, but you could essentially create an infinite number of different stories for doing that. So what Gary Melanti and I did a few years ago was to take each of these countries as they were measured in 2005 and say, what happened to them? They were deemed to be fragile states in 2005. How many of them went flat, as you can see them across the bottom? Most of them. How many of them actually managed to rise up over the course of a few years? How many of them actually made it all the way out the other side and became non-fragile, or got stuck in limbo land of some kind or another? Either way, the point is, once you actually look at these kinds of stories, use this data over time to be able to tell different kinds of stories about different kinds of ways in which you can be fragile, surely that helps you to be in a situation similar to the Freedom House indicators that we were talking about before, whether you have country narratives around each of these that are case study based that can help you to be a natural complement to all of this stuff. So I think, again, for the implications for the kind of issues we're discussing here with the BGI is that if the more we can try and have some chronology to these stories, where is the country at this particular point? Where was it 5 years, 10 years ago? And use that as some sort of basis on which you can start predicting, not predicting the future, and just looking at variations on these kinds of stories. Huge variation in the way these countries are moving. Not in 1 year or 2 years, but over a 5 or 10 year period, yes, there's movement, and it looks like that. And I think that's the countries that start in the middle, they can go in all sorts of different directions. Way more interesting to be able to talk about a particular country, as I said yesterday, because you give advice to specific countries. You don't give advice to scatter plots. You don't even give advice to bubbles. You give advice to very specific countries in particular circumstances with particular challenges. And doing this kind of analysis, I think, can help to elucidate the fluidity in all of this space, but not one that will occur in a 1 or 2 year time frame, over a much longer time frame. Last slide, a final plea to use education. This is where I'm going to shamelessly use 2 slides from Lat Pritchett, my good friend and colleague, using some of the most recent and I think important papers that have been done on education. Why do I use education? Because it's the best, longest running, most widely agreed upon, aggregatable, disaggregatable task that governments everywhere do. And I would wager my pension that it's correlated 0.9 with a bunch of other stuff that any government has to do as well. This is just looking at these long time frames now using DHS data and the mixed data, the multiple cluster indicator cluster surveys data that Justin Sandifer at the Center for Global Development has done. Those red lines are basically looking at how many countries have fallen, have gotten worse in learning, not just putting butts on seats in schools, but have gotten worse over 20, 30-year time frames. On average, that black dotted line is showing you kids are learning less in schools now than they were before. This is using data from women, some of them with birth years back in the 1950s. And so we can do this, Justin can do this, and his colleagues have been able to do this over these really long time frames. And each of those dots represents a birth year from the past and the current birth year. And so what levels of literacy using these really elementary tests can we demonstrate is true for these things, right? And this is a capability, I suggest. Getting kids to show up for school is one thing, but having them actually learn stuff, as we said yesterday with my 20,000 hours kind of idea, the actual capability is manifest in learning. And you can just cut all of this stuff in all these different ways to show that there is just all this heterogeneity going on in there. And that's the stuff that I think is really where we can not only do really good social science, but then not just use these indicators as lines in the sand that have all these existential consequences, but they can be used to actually help us learn and, most importantly, help other countries get better at doing what they're supposed to be doing. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Do we have the person from the IMF?
I can share my screen.
Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, I see you. Good.
So, good morning, everybody. Thanks very much to Helmut and all the colleagues for putting together this great conference, for inviting me to present. What I'm going to discuss today is some recent experience that we had in constructing some indicator more at the macro level. And I will present like three. The first is really like a very high frequency indicator, which is used for us mostly for assessment of the outlook. Another indicator that I will discuss is a bit relevant to what has been presented yesterday in terms of governance. And we look at one aspect of governance, which is corruption, but not perceived corruption, but actually incident of corruptions. And then there's a third indicator which has been used a lot in terms of policy dialogue and policy recommendation at the MF, and is a database about structural reforms. Okay, let me, each of these indicators in some sense is useful, not only for the index per se, but I wanted to share some of the methodological challenges that we had when we construct these indicators, the motivation why we constructed these indicators, and typically sort of approach that we take to make sure that these indicators are somewhat reliable. So let me start with the first, which is about the uncertainty. So it's an index of economic and policy uncertainty. Why does it matter? You know, we have seen in the recent years many very uncertain events, and we are still living one now with the war in Ukraine. We had COVID. We had Brexit. If you go back in the past, you had another very large uncertain event has been the U.S. elections. Why uncertainty matters from an economic standpoint? The reason is that when there is high uncertainty, even if there is a positive investment return for a given project, typically investor decides to wait and see. Why they do this case? Because there is a premium to wait that uncertainty dissipates. And this is especially the case when investment is typically irreversible or is costly to reverse. And this affects not only, of course, investment in terms of investment in physical capital, it affects investment in terms of hiring, it affects also consumption decision that for goods that are typically more irreversible, such as durable goods. So the literature has typically developed some measures of uncertainty under two main approaches. One has been statistical measure of volatility regarding economic activity, either using financial variables or using economic variables, such as, for example, the disagreement in forecast regarding the outlook. And more recently, there's been an indicator of one of my co-authors, Nick Bloom and other colleagues at Stanford, which I've used a text approach to identify uncertainty. Basically, they look at keywords of uncertainty that appear in newspaper, etc., etc. Now, the main problem with some of these approaches are two. One is that are typically limited for the US and other subset of advanced economies. And the second in some cases, they are not even comparable across countries. So with this approach, with the two colleagues, one is Nick Bloom, the other is Iritesh at the IMF, we try to fill these gaps in the literature, both in terms of increasing the coverage, because this is, of course, is a crucial importance for us as institutions, but also try to add measures that we can compare across countries. And to this purpose, we constructed what we call this database, the World Uncertainty Index. If you just Google, you can find the data. The data goes to Bloomberg, Aber, many database created to the index for a large set of countries. So we have about 143 countries. These are of countries with at least 1 million people on a quarterly basis from 1952, and we'll have recent new measures that is monthly for about 80 countries from 2000 at the monthly level. And this measure is what I will show you is the main advantage of this measure is that is consistent across country and is computable across countries. So in order to have a measure that is comparable across countries, we typically use one main source, and in our case, one main source are the Economist Intelligence Unit. I think some of the presentations yesterday were showing some of this data from the Economist Intelligence Unit, for example, I think the presentation of you. The Economist Intelligence Unit basically produces country report each quarters and since 2000 each month about the outlook and policies or shocks affecting the economic outlook for a given country. And these are basically how this report look like. So what we do is basically we count the number of words that uncertainty appears in these reports, and then we scale by the total number of words to make sure that of number of pages to make sure that we can compare given report both across countries and as well as a report in a given time. Now, these reports have two main beauties when you want to do this sort of text analysis. The first is that they are very focused. So they discuss about outlook, they discuss about economics, they discuss about the financial things affecting the outlook, they discuss about event, which could be political event, they could discuss anything that happened to the country, but to which the economists working in the Economist Intelligence Unit, they think that is systematically important to affect the economic outlook. So if it's something happened that, basically the aspect would not affect the outlook, is likely to not be discussed. But if they have a concern about some special development that is going to affect the outlook, this is going to be discussed in these reports. So this is one main beauty of these reports. The second is the frequency. So why we didn't use the IMF report, or we use World Bank report, or OECD reports? The main issue is the frequency. So these reports are available at very high frequency, quarterly or monthly, while if you look for IMF report, these are available on yearly basis recently, but if you go back in time, we have some countries that for which reports are available every 2 years, and the same for the OECD. There is not much high frequency. Now they have semi-annual, but if you go back in time, they were just annual. So the first beauty is that the way that these reports are done, so that they're done in a very standardized way and through a very intense process of check and double check and cross check and editing and production. So the quality of the report is deemed to be high. Typically, there has been studies using these reports to look for ideological bias. Basically, the TP concluded there is no much bias, ideological bias in these reports, etc., etc. So what we do is, as I mentioned before, we construct a measure of uncertainty that is very simple. It's the count of word of uncertainty, or uncertain, or synonymous of uncertainty around similar words, scaled by total number of words, or total number of pages of each report. The important thing is that there is no systematic difference in terms of the length of the report, either in terms of words, in terms of pages. And this is important because we want to make sure that you're extracting the same information with the same richness of information from a country report from the US or a country report from Nigeria. And typically there is no systematic difference. Of course, it happens that around some specific point in time, these reports are larger than in the past, so there is some evolution over time, but again, this is not very much systematic. So we construct this index compared to what is out there as two main advantages. The first is the comparability. Again, you can compare how uncertain is on average one country in terms of economic and policies compared to another. And often this is not possible with other, at least text-based measures. And the second is really like the coverage. We have measure of uncertainty for some countries going back in 1955, for many emerging markets developing going back in the 70s. And keep in mind that for many of these countries, we don't have even a quarterly GDP going to the 70s. So we have a measure of business cycle, a measure of economic activity that drives economic activity, can be used as a proxy of economic activity, can be used to forecast economic activity, going really much back in time, much more than official data available. The main disadvantage of this report is that we are, you can claim that the Economist Intelligence Unit are a great source. They are used in the business, they are used in academia, etc., but again, they are still one source. So to the extent that the source we are using is not perfect, this is, of course, is going to influence our index. So let me give you just a snapshot of how this index look like if you look at a global measure. So this is a global GDP weighted average measure of uncertainty, and basically you see that it's been more or less fluctuating stable until basically the global financial crisis. Then it started to spikes for the European debt crisis. Then we have the US fiscal cliffs, US elections, Brexit, then US like the trade war between US and China, and then finally we had the COVID. That was the the most uncertain economic event that we have seen probably in the last in the last centuries. And then recently, after COVID, the uncertainty was going back down, and then it started to increase again because of the war in Ukraine. Now, I think when you construct all this index, especially for elements that are unmeasurable, because if you think about uncertainty, is in the mind of the people. So it's very hard to come up with a measure that is reliable. And I think this is applies also to many other elements that are hard to quantify. That's why we always come up with indicators that try to capture a specific elements. So what we do here, we did a bunch of reliable checks. And then we did two reliable checks. The first is intrinsic to the text nature approach of this index. So, it's based on algorithm that extract paragraph from the reports, that read the reports and compute measures. So the question is whether we are really picking up uncertainty that really related to economics, or uncertainty that perhaps is not really economic or policy, something that we want to capture. So the first phase is that we randomly select a large amount of reports, basically all reported for at least the G20 countries, and read them by ourselves to make sure that we were picking up element of uncertainty that were correct. And then we did two other approach. The first is we start to compare our measure of uncertainty with others. So for example, another measure of uncertainty is the Economic Policy Uncertainty Index. This is an index that I think has more than 7,000 citations, has been used everywhere. It's available just for a subsample of advanced economies. So we start to look at the correlation of our index with this economic policy uncertainty index, and the correlation are very high. Then we start to look at with other measures of existing uncertainty or volatility. So we claim that our index is useful for cross-country comparison. So we would expect that if you compare two countries, and according to our score, we see that these countries are characterized to be more uncertain. When you look at the other statistical characteristics, like for example, stock market return volatility, bond yield volatility, other financial variability, you would expect a positive correlation. And this is what we see in the data. So typically, countries that on average have a higher score of uncertainty, according to our index, are also those characterized to have more volatility in key on the macroeconomic value. Another measure and concept with a bit different than uncertainty is risk. Here we compare uncertainty, our uncertainty measure, with a measure of risk that is provided by the Economist Intelligence Unit. And we also see that the correlation is quite positive, and these two concepts are not exactly the same, so there is the correlation is not so tight. We have a version of the index that just look at risk, doesn't look at uncertainty. And when we construct our measure of risk based on keyword search from the Economist Intelligence Unit, you see the correlation is much higher. And then we try to be a bit more esoteric in the sense of the robustness checks. So one observation that you typically see regarding uncertainty, regarding volatility in the market, is that there is more uncertainty close to elections, and indeed in the case of the US, you see in the indicator. So what we did is we checked whether indeed the surrounding elections, we see an increase in uncertainty, and then uncertainty subsides, and this is what you see. So basically you see that 1 quarter before election, there is typically a spike in uncertainty, it further spikes in the quarter of elections, then it lasts for a first quarter, because typically sometimes that decides the government decides the first 90 days of what they plan to do, and then basically it dissipates. And we do these for two sort of elections. One is all possible legislative election in the world, and the other is exogenous elections. So these are elections that are predetermined, like for example, US election. They are not like a sort of Italian elections where you're going to go to election every 1 year because the government forfeits. And then just to give you a flavor of Philist's fact, I just show you like the trend of the indicator worldwide. As you would expect, developing economies are typically much more uncertain than emerging and advanced one, but there is a huge dispersion across each group. I think this is
David,
important.
I hate to interrupt you, but we have to watch the time a bit.
Yeah.
If you could come to a closure in 2 minutes or so we have time for discussion.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Okay. Then another interesting thing is related to the level of democracy, which is something that we are looking. Now, let me, in the interest of time, really squeeze and go into other indicators. One is a similar indicator that people have used for looking at governance. One aspect of this governance is corruption. And basically, we use the same approach that we have been used for the uncertainty. The difference is here that we count incident of corruption. So all the times that this Economist Intelligence Unit discuss the incident of corruptions. And there are studies, recently some published like in Top Economic Journal, that typically shows that this index that we provide typically precede change in perception regarding corruption. The main advantage of the index is that it's high frequency, it's well correlated with the other perception index, with the selected economic indicator you would expect, and a significant effect on economic activity. And finally, a third indicator, which we have been using most recently in the Fund for Policy Assessment, is a structural reform. So basically assess the level of regulations in 6 main areas. The first 3 are mostly related to finance, so to domestic finance, using controls in the interest rate, security market, credit, etc., etc. We have on the current account, the capital account, trade, product, labor market. This is mostly based on IMF report from other agencies, report from the OECD, and also for this we do 2 exercises. We do a huge amount of reliability check, looking at other sources of information, as well as try to test these indicators on economic outcome, which you would expect. For example, you would expect that this reform will have significant economic gains, and this is something that we show, but we also expect that this reform typically affect the status quo and may be costly from a political point of view, especially when you're doing the elections, and this is also what we find in the data. So bottom line, we wanted to share like this experience of this indicator that we've been constructing. And I think an important element to this element, this only indicator that we have been discussing so far, is really to provide the reliability checks and try to make sure that this indicator get very close to what we are trying to measure. And I think this is very important for all the type of indicator we want to construct. So I'll stop here, and sorry for the extra time.
Okay, thank you so much, David, for a very interesting presentation. We now have 2 commentators, and who will go first? Stephen? Oh, yeah, please come up.
Thank you, Helmut, for putting me between people and their lunch. I appreciate that very much. But also for putting me in a session where I can talk about the politics of indicators, because I'm not an expert on the data. And I think it's important to recognize that on the one hand, global institutions play an essential role in providing credible indicators. And on the other hand, there's still internal politics. And I was introduced to this actually 40 years ago when I was involved in a review of a World Bank report on how structural adjustment had succeeded in Africa. But if you looked at the report and simply took out Nigeria, which was a bad reformer, all of a sudden the bad reformers did better than the good reformers because Nigeria so weighted the data down. The flip side is I was involved from the World Bank side on an NGO World Bank study of structural adjustment 15 years later and discovered that a certain NGO was so unhappy the data looked good for the World Bank that they changed the data before they submitted it. So that's a really important thing to recognize. I want to talk about a couple of things. One is, I think the UNDP presentation was so important about the evolution and applicability of data in what Michael referred to as the fact that data has political weight. You start with Mahbub al-Haq, who was once referred to as Robert McNamara's house Maoist, having this vision of thinking differently. But if you look today, what UNDP is doing is radically different than 20 years ago. If you think about that old term, the MDGs, which I used to call mind the development gap because they didn't always capture everything, the movement to the MPI, the movement to the gender, material and the like is a continual evolution of thinking about what we need to have the data do. The problem is, and I was interested in Pedro's country case study, sometimes governments don't like that. So for example, several years ago, I worked with 3 African scholars on a series of studies for UNECA, and we had a little WhatsApp group because they were so frustrated with UNECA and what they were doing. And at the end, I was told, well, you are citing the wrong data from Morocco. And so I said, well, wait a minute, I'm looking right here today in this meeting at the data from Morocco. And they said, no, Morocco says the data is different. So I introduced the WhatsApp group to Groucho Marx's comment, who do you believe, me or your lying eyes? And the report eventually came out from UNECA with Morocco's data, which couldn't really honestly be footnoted as MPI because it wasn't. So that's the politics of this. Another example of how the MPI and UN data can cause political consternation is how well Bangladesh has done compared to Pakistan and India, neither of which ever want to be reminded, and therefore they simply put aside what UNDP says. So this work towards credible data and indicators can create some consternation, but it's also really important because you need a credible source to work from. Now, Michael, I have to tell you that I loved you putting all the education stuff up. The CPIA I had to wrestle with when I worked with the bank too, and I really appreciate the fact you think of it in time sequence, not as a static number. Because one of the things, Helmut, I think has been so important in the dialogue the last 2 days is how does data show us trends and changes, not a block. Now, Mark Peterson left, and earlier today, one of the comments was that some of the data went back to 1789 for one of the surveys, and I thought, well, the only thing I know about 1789 to today is you would have the number of people executed by a guillotine beginning in 1789. So I'm not quite sure where that number came from, but it's an interesting trend to go back 250 years. Now, in terms of the bank, Michael was very generous. He mentioned doing business, but didn't mention that this was a rather embarrassing moment for the World Bank because some higher-ups in the World Bank put their thumbs on the scale, so doing business went out of business. And I think that's another example of how we have to be honest about what political interests and political priorities are going on. Interestingly, with the CPIA, that issue of what is fragility, what's the rating, what's the number, is also manifest in how OECD has greatly changed its states of fragility. If you look at the states of fragility, it's this very complicated, your eyes begin to spin like a kaleidoscope, but they're trying to dig into this concept of fragility, so it's not you're in the club or you're out of the club, but what does it really say? So I think that's another example of trying to think more carefully about what the indicators do for us, because then if donor governments are looking at either CPIA or OECD states of fragility, they may make decisions which are very much snapshot, as opposed to seeing this as a long-running film. What was interesting in terms of organizations in a heterogeneous piece, trying to look at what the data can do, and I was also intrigued by how the IMF is trying to really solidify what kind of cross-country information can be brought together for utility. For me, in going then to BGI, several things come up in terms of going forward from the lessons of international organizations. One is the leverage. And my favorite simplistic leverage is the GDP versus HDI. Because really, if a government is higher on HDI than per capita GDP, something's going right. That's very simplistic, but it's important to remember. Secondly, there's the issue of trends. The more we can do with data to show trends, and this gets back a helmet to the question about, is everything kind of a flat line? Does it go up and down? What does it show you going on in changes? And I think that's been very much brought forth in some of the conversations around what the international agencies do. And I would close, so I give Joseph some time, and he doesn't run into lunch and conversations, to think of 4 things. One is, how does the work on indicators done by global organizations in particular provide connectivity between governments, their own citizens, international donors? How can this information generate dialogue within the country? Secondly, how do you operationalize it? What impacts does it have on people? And this came out very strongly in the HDI. Thirdly, what are the normative aspects? A number of the surveys we've discussed, and really governance is a value. Dealing with poverty, measuring social norms around gender values. So these international organizations also have normative aspects. And then finally, with these international indicators, but in general, what impact do they have? What influence do they have? And how can they be packaged to be more influential? Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, and I'm really glad that I allowed Steve to come first, because he's almost taken all the points that I was going to mention, so I'll try to stick to about 2 minutes of my comments. I did tell him that I was going to use 2 minutes. So first of all, I think I just want to make 2 general comments and then some specific questions to the presenters. So the first point being, the justification we always put forward for why we need another index. And anytime we create an index, it's always the same thing, trying to make a reason why we need that particular index. And I think in that sense, increasingly, it looks like we're going to have more and more indices coming on board over time. And the question is, there's an end in sight. But beyond that, just thinking about how then do we make these indicators or indices relevant in the work that we do, whether it is for policy or it is for other aspects of work that we do, whether internally as ourselves or even external actors as we move along. And I think the questions that Dan Trisman raised yesterday still remain very relevant here. First of all, what is the purpose? Who is it for? And how do we expect these folks to use them? I think, just being clear about, and I like the way, the HDI presentation clearly stated what this is the purpose, and this is why it was created. And who is to use it, and how do we expect them to use it, I think is quite relevant and important. And of course, just as Steve said, the politics behind these indicators is very heavy, and I think that thinking about ways that the political implications of some of these indices might have would be important. My second comment is just about, this came up quite a bit yesterday, when we talk about these global and national indicators and we try to tag them as objective and subjective, I mean, these kinds of, the dichotomy doesn't really help much because I don't think that there's a national indicator that you develop that is free of subjectivity. Whether you're talking of GNI or GDP, there are lots of subjective judgments that goes into how you develop that particular indicator. Or if you ask somebody, or a survey respondents tells you, last year I went without health care because I had no income, we may not just tag that as subjective because survey response is not necessarily always subjective. So sometimes these conversations tend to seem to suggest that the objective data are of higher quality than the subjective data, which may not be the case. And I think that dichotomy doesn't actually help that much. In some ways, of course, there are times you make, of course, subjective evaluations of experts clearly can be stated, but there's no ranking between saying that subjective measure is of poor quality or less quality than, say, GNI, which is also subjective anyway. And my third point is about ownership. I know lots of these indicators do emerge from the global north, and the question is how do you create ownership at the local level? Because on the African continent where I come from, I live and work, often we see these indicators and there are the conversations about them. But then is there any sense of ownership in these countries? They may help to inform certain decisions. They may create hooks for civil society groups to hold on to and hold their governments accountable. But I think over time, thinking about ownership and how these indices actually get created can be helpful. Now, let me just turn to a few questions. I think with the Human Development Index, and thanks so much, Pedro, for the excellent presentation. I think the simplicity of it and the purpose behind it is very clear. I was surprised to see the sudden dip in 2021, of course, probably because due to COVID-19. But I'm just wondering how sensitive this HDI is to some of these changes, because when I think about average years of education, this is a very sticky indicator. I don't expect that it will just move within 1 year. So just to understand whether it was some of the components that actually moved or what drove it down so sharply. And of course, I also like the fact that you are able to adjust the HDI by gender and other considerations, which is important because some of our surveys do show that when it comes to gender dichotomies, it is only when it comes to issues of access and opportunity. That's why you see big gaps between men and women. When you talk about people's views and commitments to democratic norms and the like, we don't really see any gender dynamics. And so given that the HDI deals more with access and opportunity, I think it makes sense to do those adjustments. So in terms of the World Uncertainty Index, I thank so much, David, for that good presentation. I really loved reading the presentation itself. The simplicity of it, and of course, sometimes the beauty of an index also comes with simplicity. And I think having that logic behind why certain indices are developed can often be useful, and the conceptual framework behind it, it's important. It has been very useful. In some ways, I do think the reliance on one source of data for this index, there's both a strength and a weakness. A strength in the sense that you can really say you're relying on one particular source, but of course the variability is not there. You don't have a lot of variability. So that's also another concern for that particular indicator. But then I think my question to you is when you think about issues of corruption, because corruption is such a widely encompassing statement or concept, what may be considered corruption in Sierra Leone and what you consider as corruption in Denmark may be very different. And so the authors may not use the word corruption in certain instances. And just thinking about how that might create challenges in terms of if the author in Sierra Leone were in, say, Denmark writing, would he have considered that as corruption? And so that could be something to look into. I can imagine that when you have authors move between countries, you may be able to pick up some of these changes. Like there's an author who moves from Sierra Leone to Denmark. Do they change the way they use corruption in their reporting more often than in other countries? And finally, to Michael's point, yes, I have followed the CPI quite closely, the World Governance Index, which has been a big part of what Afrobarometer contributes to. I think the consequences and the politics of these indices is where I come from, where you have these indices then becoming the mechanism through which big decisions are made about funding, about access to loans, and whether or not it's a grant or a loan. One thing I have concern about is, especially when we talk about who uses it and how they use it, I think for several of these indices, if there are critical points where you know that using this index this way can be very detrimental, it's best to actually spell it out. So for example, if you use a particular indicator as a reason for giving a condition to a government to be able to access a loan or access some kind of resource for development, if that conditionality is such that it kind of undermines accountability, especially the citizen-government relationship, then that can also have implications for how we sustain accountability at the country level. I'll give an example. I mean, if there's a conditionality that requires a government to implement certain reforms in the country, it feels like we're then breaking the accountability relationship between citizens and the government and giving that to whoever is providing the funding. So I require that you do this before you access this loan, as opposed to enforcing that accountability through the citizen lens. We rather try to enforce it through the donor lens, which can be very complicating. And some of those changes may be temporary. You see a temporary compliance, but whether that will be sustained is a challenge. And so I think building the demand side of accountability could be more powerful than funding in a way that allows donors to be the ones who drive that accountability. And I think I'll end here. Thank you so much. Now there's some glasses here. Oh, that's
Yeah, thank you, Joseph. Can we ask the two presenters to come up here? Because there are points based in both commentaries that you may want to react to, and there were also several questions that were formulated, I think, particularly by Joseph by now. And then we probably let's start with David at the IMF first. David, over to you.
Thanks very much for the discussions, for both discussions. I think it was super useful. Let me just flag or reply to one comment about the corruptions, although people treat corruption differently. So these apply for both corruptions and uncertainty that is based on one source. Yes, we recognize that using one source is problematic because it's just one source. The main advantage is that is a source that focus a very standardized process in the sense that, especially starting since the 90s, the Economist Intelligence Unit has sort of centralized a lot to the economic reports, in the sense they are still based on typical economists which work on 2 or 3 countries, depending also on the size of the country. But then, a bit what happens to the IMF or the World Bank or the OECD, there is a standardized process where we make sure that both the forecast, both the language, both the assessment is done in a consistent ways across countries. I think this is an important reassurance when you want to try to compare countries. And also, again, regarding to corruption, this index is not capturing perception of corruption. So this index is just account and try to quantify, measure incident of corruptions that the economists that are writing the reports, they think they can have macroeconomic implications. So this is really mostly, big corruption scandals, either by key policymaker or corruption scandal by key businessmen. So something that is going to affect the outlook in the short term. So something that is big. So there, when you already start to think of something that is big, it's unlikely that there is a measurement error. An interesting thing that we find in the data is that the main advantage of the data is quantifiability, but also its frequency. So this is really like sort of corruption shock, you can think. And it's interesting that when this measure corruption scandals happens, then there is a change in perceptions toward corruptions. Typically, at least in countries where there is more freedom of press, etc., this is after these measures corruption scandals, there is a worsening in subjective perceived measures of corruptions. So I stop here, and thanks.
Thank you. Michael, over to you.
Yeah, I'd just like to, I guess, take up Joseph's very useful and helpful interjection around these questions of how you build the demand side of accountability. I think that's, excuse me, sorry. The principle is really important, I think, and to use language from the big report that Steve did, what, 18 years ago now, on service delivery. So this long route and short routes of accountability, and that these kind of mechanisms are, that I was describing, where indices of one kind or another are used as a form of a public accountability in one very narrow technical sense is the short route. When the development question would really be, well, how do you truly build in the demand side of accountability that then uses public opinion, elections, the mass media, or other ways in which citizen preferences are then aggregated and channeled back into the political space. But you know, the realities of doing all this kind of lending and borrowing or granting, all that we all have to have a little counterfactual in our head, like compared to what? what are the alternative mechanisms in reality? How these oftentimes, it seems to me, are the least worst options rather than the ideal options. So how do we be more creative in thinking about how do we honor the contractual, the legal, and the genuine risk management aspects associated with doing this kind of these rankings, these lines that have to be drawn just because it's a big bureaucracy, and bureaucracies are legal entities that are accountable to their own stockholders, and so they've got to be accountable too at multiple other layers, and not just to their own borrowers. So there's just the many and varied and not always imperfect ways in which these different aspects of accountability play out which is always really important to understand and analyze, but I think that shifting any of that is like everything else in this business, is really hard, but at least making it public, making it apparent, making it a part of the broader conversations that Pedro was talking about, and all of that, it seems to me, just to be the central feature, not a bug, of how we can do this kind of work.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Pedro.
Thank you. I'll just touch on 2 points briefly. First, thanks to Steve and Joseph for the great comments. So I want to speak a little bit about impact, and hopefully it will be a pep point to all of us, to show you the impact that some of our work has in improving statistics. So when in 2010, we shifted from using the literacy rate as an indicator of education to mean years of schooling and expected years of schooling. So it was 2010. At the time, there was no official data on mean years of schooling and expected years of schooling. So we had to use estimates from Barrow and Lee at Harvard University. But because we're using this in the Human Development Index, UNESCO felt compelled to come up with official indicators of mean years of schooling. All the information was there. So this is enrollment rates by demographic groups. They had the data, but they felt no reason why they needed to do this. And they started producing these numbers. Then Senegal complained and said, how come our mean years of schooling is so low? This cannot be right. Our office went to work with the government of Senegal and realized they were right. So what was the problem in Senegal? Senegal has 3 ministries of education. To your point about how the policies actually work and who the policy makers are. So there's the primary education ministry, secondary education ministry, tertiary education ministry. Only the primary education ministry was providing the data to UNESCO. So the data from Senegal was as if there were no secondary education and tertiary education in Senegal, which was not true. Everybody knew. So that was corrected. So Steve, this is a little bit to your point about the impact. It's not about policy impact, but all the work that we do on indices, all of us, create visibility and create demand also for investment and to improve on the data that is available out there. So this is the first point. My second point is on the other side of this, to Joseph's point about what's objective and subjective and Morten-Jerven poor numbers. I mean, poor numbers are everywhere, actually. It's not only, unfortunately, where Morten-Jerven found them. Yes, Joseph mentioned yesterday, there's not a census in the RC since the mid-1970s. Vital statistics is even worse. So where do these numbers on life expectancy come from that we rely on, life expectancy at birth, that we rely on for the Human Development Index? A lot of it is based on models. But it's not only for low-income countries, it's for many other countries, because the vital records are not updated quickly enough to produce new numbers. So now in the context of COVID-19, a lot of the numbers that we have are based on models that the WHO did, and then the United Nations Population Division used to come up with estimates of life expectancy at birth. So I think we need, it's a little bit about this point that Michael emphasized, about humility and not to try to read too much in the numbers, because they will change, they will be updated. You know, even in the US, we know that GDP estimates are updated, so you frequently, right? So I think we need a little bit of humility also. I don't know if it's less about objective versus subjective, but I would say that we need a little bit of humility when we look at the data and the numbers that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Let's open it up for question. Andreas, you first. And Laura, you second. Anybody else would like to come in? Yes. And yeah. So let's get these 4 questions and turn it back. Andreas.
Yeah, I would like to start by saying how much I enjoyed having all these different projects yesterday and today. So interesting. I learned so much from David. I want to take off from what David has presented. It was the only indicator that is based on NLP techniques, natural language processing. So I wonder, and all the data sources that all the other projects using are either interviewing people, asking governments to provide data, or asking experts to make an assessment. There's all this trove of big data out there. I'm just wondering, do you see, it's a question for everybody, do you see a future in that? I'm just doing a project with the data scientists that we squeezed out of Facebook a lot of interesting kinds of things, and Facebook has 3 billion users or something like that, monthly users. It's an amazing amount of data out there, and there's other kind of big data sources, obviously, as well. So is it moving in this direction, or you think the kind of old school indicator building that all of you have been doing and so successfully is still going to be with us in the next 20 years or so?
Let me add to that while the mic moves over to Laura. Miguel may recall that we're having an ongoing conversation about the privatization of data efforts, data collection, data analysis, and many of the new data collection methods out there are part of large private corporations. Right? Think about the data that Google generates just in 1 hour, and compare that to the data that official statistical offices collect. So I would be interested to, following up on what Andreas said, how do you think about this privatization and this massive increase in data? Laura.
Okay, first I'll actually say a comment response to Andreas's question. This is actually what I study, and I think one of the things you have to be very careful of when it comes to data is that it's very patchy who uses digital technologies. And so if you start building models and then you start rewarding people on the basis of those models, you're basically rewarding the people who are visible and who compute with your system. And you might be penalizing people who are not being captured in the data, and then sort of understanding their behavior as dysfunctional rather than having a conceptual model that actually sees everyone. My questions are, the first question is for Pedro, and it's kind of building about this relationship between democracy and state capacity and ideas around nationalism and social cohesion. And I'm wondering if you try to capture not just inequality, but some measure of solidarity. I'm thinking maybe about like tax regressivity or progressivity, or other ways of kind of capturing the degree to which people are willing to cross-subsidize across a society. I have a question also for David and Michael, which is about unbundling corruption. Yonyon Ang, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing her name, on China has looked at trying to unbundle different kinds of corruption and shows that Chinese corruption is different from other countries in terms of being more or less predatory. And Mushtaq Khan at SOAS has also done similar things around political settlements and kind of the use of rents for development. So I'm just wondering if this kind of thinking is penetrating the World Bank and the IMF in terms of looking more critically about how we measure corruption and the relationship between corruption and state capacity and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Rachel?
Thanks very much. I really enjoyed these presentations, and it's really interesting to kind of understand the internal dynamics of how your organizations are working with different types of data. I wanted to ask if all of you could maybe expand a little bit on the processes through which your organizations learn and incorporate sort of academic advances in measurement and data, and just sort of give us a little bit more insight into, you know, are those very open processes? Are they, you know, how for example, I don't mean to pick on the World Bank, but the CPIA has been used for a long time for very high stakes decisions, yet the World Bank and many others have invested hugely in other types of data and other types of measurements. So like, is it just bureaucratic inertia that the CPIA is still being used for that? Or you know, are there discussions about whether or not to diversify the types of measures that are being used? And I just had one more other question about the CPIA. It strikes me that it would be also very useful for assessing IBRD programs, not only the IDA programs. And so I was just curious why it's only used for IDA. So, thanks.
Thank you. Marta?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to comment and ask this question about, you know, the HDI being used in Chile as a bad boy because it's saying that Chile was very high, where you have being, you know, used by protesters, 2 million people that came out in the streets in 2019, which of course was not predicted by any indicator. So you can read it twofold. On the one hand, you can say it is because the HDI is so high that people have learned the rights and now are willing to protest to have them really and have more rights, or the HDI is wrong and you're not reading properly what's going on in the world. And that comes to the question is that we have learned about so many indicators in these last 2 days. Well, none of them, or maybe they do and I haven't seen that, do address instability, ingovernability. I mean, an indicator that taps on that item. They all go around the bush, but which one is the one that you can sort of tap and say, here, look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to go first? David?
Yeah, let me go first. I think, and thanks very much to the people there for the great comments. So let me touch about the issue of a new technique as well as this issue of stability, you know, cooperation with the academic versus bureaucracy. I think it is important to distinguish between the purpose of the index or the data that you're constructing. And here I referred, like, you know, if the purpose is more like a positive research question, no? Or you want to construct an index that can help you to track better economic activity, can provide more information to the outlook, more time information regarding the outlook, and this is something that at MF we do and we care a lot about. There, I think that there has been a huge proliferation of collaboration with academics. Indeed, you know, some of these indexes are with top scholars, as well as a private entity that can provide data Like for example, in the recent periods we have been working on data to track congestion port in Shanghai, so like, working with the data provider regarding shipping. Because of the nature of the issue that we are facing, change. So you have to adapt. Sometimes you are not an expert on shipping costs and various shipping congestion, etc. So you have to partner with academics that are expert on this, or with private entities that are expert on this. And I think that this is a part of our job, and it's something that the IMF is doing a lot, even more since COVID, where we were, I guess, not only the IMF, but all the worlds were desperate to track the potential consequences of the COVID. It was a super high frequency, so we want to really capture what was happening. So new data, new collaboration. But this is again, I think it's fine to the extent that you use this index to say, okay, based on this data, I expect economic activity is going down. But I think it can be problematic. Indeed, the IMF has a code of conduct regarding the data when you use data to give policy recommendations. So if, for example, I will use a uncertainty index to say, the country should be more stable because the economist intelligence unit economists are saying that this country is uncertainty, this will not fly at all because, it's a third-party indicator, and we have a very stringent process of what we can use as a third-party indicator. So we have to make sure that the data are validated before we can use this data to make a recommendation regarding a policy. So, and this is like what has been very different among the three indexes that are provided are very different. So the first two are already capture more positive nature, how we can use this indicator to to do research, to track better economic activity, but they were not used for meant to provide policy prescriptions. The third indicator about such a reform, that is provided, yes, to do research, but is also provided for the academic community, but also is identified to provide policy prescription. So is used by IMF economists to compare the level of regulation restrictions in a given sectors across countries, and give recommendations based on these indicators. So there the process is a bit different in the sense that this data, then they are also cross-validated with the authorities, with the board of the IMF, that they to make sure that what we are capturing based on our reading of the law is really what is existing in the law. So there, it's not a question of ranking or ranking country higher law, but it's a question that you are making sure that the information that you look, looking at really a number of data points when you consider this index is reliable. So, for example, for the just to give you an example, for the labor market indicator, we had to read the labor code in so many languages for all countries in the world, and it's clear that it can create some inconsistency problem. There is a manual, there is a human error problem. So there, I think it's important when you use this sort of information to give recommendation to a country. I think that it's useful to have these things that is cross-validated by the country itself. I think this is also what is done by the OECD, where there is a committee that look at the data. So I think there is a huge potential to use new technique, to use more private data for many purposes. But I think when it comes to the use of these countries to really give recommendation to our countries about what to do, I think we have to make sure that the data that we're using are, the most official, the most reliable and official data. So I think it is important to make this distinction.
Okay, thank you, David. Michael, would you like to pick it up?
Yeah, I'm just trying to piece together something that can weave different.
Or we can maybe Pedro, would you like to go? So you can.
No, it'll either come out of my mind or it won't. So let's go with it. Yeah. I think the semi-flippant answer on all these questions is we want more and better data all the time, right? We have that opportunity to us in the 21st century. We can do all sorts of stuff that even 5 years ago we couldn't do. So and social science will be the better for it. And yet, let me just draw on two, with a different hat on, and you know about this helmet, others don't, that I've just finished this big major project with JP Singh George Mason University on the future of multilateralism and global development. And one of the really interesting papers there is by my former colleague, manager for many years, Francisco Ferreira, who's one of the leading scholars of inequality. He's written a wonderful essay in there about the history of how the IMF and the World Bank finally came to sort of take inequality seriously after many years ignoring it either as completely irrelevant or as a price you pay because you need to get other things going on in the world. And now it isn't that way. And so I think it's a really interesting read about sort of his own sort of biography of trying to get inequality taken seriously. Then I put a slightly different hat on and say, well, 2 years ago, I was the co-lead of the World Bank's Poverty and Shared Prosperity Report, the biennial production where the bank reports on its twin goals, right? Elimination of extreme poverty by 2030, promotion of more inclusive growth, which is growth in the bottom 40% of the distribution. And that's like the equivalent of the heart rate and the blood pressure for the World Bank, right? These two fundamental indicators of the health of the world is poverty going down and is inequality going down. And being part of that process, independently of how sophisticated the data was, it was just the production of the basic stuff that was still really, really hard. And so for all of our nice sort of welcomings of the enormous potential for other ways of getting at this, we're still struggling with heart rates and blood pressures, right? On inequality, in that report I did, we only have, of the 200 countries in the world, we only actually have good enough data from 60 countries to be able to say whether inequality is rising or falling at the moment, right? And most of that, 40 of those 60 are from OECD countries, right? So 20 developing countries that we actually have really good heart rate, blood pressure data on whether things are getting better or worse in terms of inequality, right? So I still think my old school sort of sensibilities in some sense are just, geez, we can run, sure, but let's like walk really solidly before we get building all these other nice things that we want to have on it. The other aspect of that was closely associated with that also comes out of this future of multilateralism, where there's two really contrasting papers. One calling for more openness and transparency with regards to public opinion and data and all those nice things. Another paper saying, we actually need way more security and secrecy around stuff like COVID data reporting. If it's the whole reason that countries don't report their data on things like in the midst of a crisis around COVID incidents or COVID death is that they're spooked by it. What's that all going to do for their own country or their own reputations, all the rest of it? So their argument there is if you have more secrecy, you actually get more honesty with regards to data. And again, speaking from personal experience, two big unnamed countries in the global south just refused to submit their poverty data for our report because it was saying things that weren't good for those governments. And so they used their sovereign right to say, sorry, not sharing your data. You can't write a big report when you've got two massive countries, one in Africa and one in Asia, suddenly deciding that they don't want to share their heart rate and blood pressure kind of data with you. So that either means we need alternative ways of apprehending heart rates and blood pressures, but if the other more purist part of me says, well, there are really well-established, good ways of establishing that. There are cheap ways of doing it, like satellite data and nighttime lights and all this sort of stuff. If you actually want to do serious diagnostic work, then you've got to have serious diagnostic instruments that help you to do that. That's how you want to be treated if you're a patient, when you go to a doctor. You don't want some flippant sort of, well, the metadata says that you have a 72.6% chance of having this, so I guess that's what we'll do. Right? You want someone who listens to you. Read the wonderful book by Jerome Krugman called How Doctors Think. Wonderful meditation on what really good medical treatment is about. And it's, yep, sure, using all the latest technology, but really good doctors have massive decision trees in their head. That's his point. Like they're not making algorithmic decisions about what the probability of this is. They're listening all the time to all these different data sources and connecting them in their own experiential way to be able to get a much better accurate reading of what your actual problem is and thus what might be the optimal solution to you. I think to the extent that development work is about good diagnostics, there's a lot of old school stuff that I think is worth protecting. Not just getting fully comprehensive heart rate and blood pressure data, but being able to have rich decision trees that help us to understand why the unhappy families are unhappy in their own way.
Thank you. Well, you're using satellite imaging, right? For
Yes,
the HDI,
exactly.
so.
That was pretty good, weaving everything. So just two comments also to try to weave many of the questions and points that were raised. First, on big data, we are using satellite imagery. So on the good side, I think the big revolution is that for the first time we have the ability to see how people behave, not what they say or they say how they would behave, but actually what they do in real time. And it's actually possible to get data in places in which it's very difficult, which is what we try to do, and I spoke about that. And it's also possible to do things much cheaper. So for instance, there was a paper recently in PNAS that showed that just by looking at Google Street View, so publicly available images, it was possible to train an AI algorithm that would provide for information with a high level accuracy that is collected by the American Community Survey, which is the largest survey that is done between census in the United States. Just by looking, now this is the striking thing, just by looking at images of the cars that were next to the different houses. So imagine the potential associated with the AI and big data. Now the problems. Two problems. One, nobody understands the causal mechanisms and what's behind and how these algorithms make the predictions. It's a complete black box, so there is no explanation, no understanding of how these AI algorithms come up with the predictions. And the second big one is the bias. By definition, all big data is biased. And we know that there have been many AI algorithms that have created problems because they are trained based on what the world as it is. So they reflect bias, for instance, against women. We've seen that in AI algorithms that were used by banks to reject or approve credit applications, or that were used to filter candidates to positions where women are filtered out of positions that are higher ranked, because that's the world as it is. So AI is trained by looking at the world as it is, and these biases are very serious. Now, Helmut, to your question about data and who owns the data, I think it's not about privatization, it's a question about who owns the data. And what, I mean, from a global perspective, what we see are the emergence of three competing models. There's the US model, which is privatization. So companies own the data. Google owns the data, Twitter owns the data, Facebook owns the data. There's the European model, which is citizens own the data. So anything that happens in Europe that requires you to provide data, you are asked to give explicit permission, because there is legislation that the data is owned by citizens. So this is the second competing model. And then you have the Asian model, which is data is owned by the state. The state has the prerogative to make decisions on what data is accessible. And there is no global model at the present about how this is going to be sorted out. So I think it's a challenge that we confront. Now my second set of comments, so it's inspired by Martha's question. So that was the question that was inspiring much of the work that we've been doing over the last Human Development Report. So if the Human Development Index is so high in a country like Chile, for instance, in a country like Lebanon, Hong Kong, which is a region that we also rank separately, and these were all places where you saw massive protests and social unrest in 2019. So what's going on? So two things to simplify. One, inequalities. And we actually found a correlation between the drop in the HDI in the inequality adjusted HDI compared with the HDI and the outbreak of the social unrest around 2019. And the second aspect has to do with these perceptions of insecurity. So in the last Human Development Report, we speak of the paradox of development with insecurity. Even though people are, for the most part, despite the inequalities, richer, healthier, their aspirations are being crushed. half of the population today in the world, does not believe that their standards of living today are better than they were a generation ago. How can we explain this? 6 out of every 7 people around the world today believe that they are insecure about many aspects of their lives. This is our Human Security Index that we developed with the data from the World Values Survey. So, and this is the question about learning. How do we learn? Because we're asking these questions, and we realize that the Human Development Index does a good job at measuring well-being achievements. This goes now back to the theory. But human development is not only about well-being achievements, it's about agency. People feel, to use an expression of Angus Deaton, people feel that they are losing the narrative of their lives. They are not in control of their lives. So this is the kind of exploration that we've been doing in our last Human Development Report, and solidarity is something very important. And we've created actually an index of health coverage that looks not only at whether health coverage takes place or not, but also at the generosity and the comprehensiveness of this coverage, so to try to account for these measures of solidarity. So just to give you a sense that this is an exploration that we have ongoing, and as a result of it, we have to engage with a lot of academic entities, look for data from VDEM. We have a very good collaboration with VDEM, with Staffan and others. And that's why, once again, it's so important for us to be in this conference. So thank you again, Helmut, for the opportunity.
Well, thank you. I think we had a very rich discussion just now, and we're well into our lunch hour. So let's thank the panel, and let's thank the 2 commentators, and everyone who asked questions. Let's take a quick lunch break and come back here at 2. It's not 2 o'clock yet, is it? No. Okay. But I know that several of you have to leave on time because you have planes to catch and so on. We'll make sure that you're out of here shortly after 4 o'clock, right? But please do come back at 2 o'clock. Lunch is just behind you, if I see that correctly. Good. Thank you again. Okay, please take your seat. We will continue with the next session. And that's the last session, which looks at different experiences of indicator projects. Gentlemen, please. Yeah. Okay, and I will be a bit more strict when it comes to timekeeping, because several of you will have to get out and catch planes and so on, and we do not want to be late for the keynote speech that is presented by Niels. And I see there's Niels, good entry, well done, very timely. So we do our normal procedure here, so ask the presenters to come up here in the order by which they're listed in the program. So there's Jeremy on the social progress imperative, on measuring prosperity, that's Catherine. Then Danielle Wood, unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier this morning, is ill and won't present. And then we have Miguel on his work on transnationality indicators and flows. And I'm very pleased to welcome Steve Silverstein from UCLA and UC Santa Barbara, and he will be the commentary. Okay, the first presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I want to thank the organizers for inviting the Social Progress Imperative. My name is Jaromír Harmáček. I'm the Acting Research Director at the Social Progress Imperative. We are a small non-profit based in the US. Well, I'm saying based in the US, but basically we are scattered all around the world. We're a virtual team working from our homes. So I'm based in the Czech Republic, in a beautiful university city of Olomouc, where I also teach at the university at a position of associate professor in the field of international development. But this is meant to be about the Social Progress Index. So let me show you what I would like to cover. Because I don't know how familiar you are with what the Social Progress Index is, so I'll do a quick introduction to the Social Progress Index. I'll quickly cover the results of the last edition of the Social Progress Index, which was published 2 weeks ago, and then I will speak about the procedure of our indicator selection and also issues and experiences that we face with indicators. So briefly about the Social Progress Index. It has been published in ULE since 2013. It has always been meant to be a practical tool rather than an academic exercise, although it has its roots in academia. The creator of the index was Professor Porter from Harvard. He's also in our advisory board, and the same is true for Professor Scott Stern from MIT. So there is some academic background for our index. Now I'll start with the definition of social progress as we define it, but it seems that I cannot move the, yes, here it is. So we define the social progress as the capacity of a society to meet the basic human needs of its citizens, establish the building blocks that allow citizens and communities to enhance and sustain the quality of their lives, and create the conditions for all individuals to reach their full potential. So here you can see that there are 3 aspects highlighted, and it's not a coincidence, because the Social Progress Index consists of 3 broad dimensions: basic human needs, foundations of well-being, and opportunity. Each of these dimensions has 4 components. So for example, for the basic human needs, we have nutrition, basic medical care, water and sanitation, shelter, personal safety. For foundations of well-being, we have access to basic knowledge, access to information, health and wellness, environmental quality. And for the last one, opportunity, we have components of personal rights, personal freedom, choice, inclusiveness, and access to advanced education. With every of this component, there is a guiding question, as we call it, associated, and we select indicators for each of the component based on the guiding question. So, for example, for the access to basic knowledge, we select indicators based on the question, do people have access to an educational foundation? And you can see the guiding questions for all other components on the slide. Now, the Social Progress Index has 4 basic design principles, which are also very relevant for the indicator selection. So we use exclusively social environmental indicators. We do not use any economic indicators in our framework. All our indicators are outcome indicators. We do not use any inputs indicators. The third principle is that we need to have indicators that are relevant to all units of measurement. So for the global index, this is of course countries. So all indicators need to be relevant to all countries. And because we're meant to be a practical tool, so we want to have the indicators as actionable as possible. Now, based on these principles and based on the guiding questions, here you can see the 2022 Social Progress Index framework that aggregates 60 social and environmental outcome indicators that fully cover 169 countries for 12 years, 2011 to 2022. Every component has from 4 to 6 indicators. They follow the principles. I will speak about the way we select the indicators a little bit later. Now, quickly about the results of the 2022 Social Progress Index. So here you can see the 6 performance tiers of countries based on the performance of Social Progress Index. Tier 1 countries are the countries with the highest performance. Tier 6 are the countries with the lowest performance. So if we look at the latest score, so we can see that the best country in terms of the Social Progress Index ranking is Norway, followed by Denmark, Finland, Switzerland, Iceland, and so on. So those are the Tier 1 countries, mostly Western Europe, some other countries also from other regions such as Australia, New Zealand, or Canada. In Tier 2, we have other European countries. We have also United States there on the 25th position. I'm glad to say that Czechia beats United States once again, so that's really nice for me to see. In Tier 3, we have, for example, Russia. We have also China. In Tier 4, we have India. Tier 5, Pakistan. Tier 6 countries are countries of sub-Saharan Africa, mostly with some exceptions, such as, for example, Afghanistan or Yemen. Now, if we aggregate the country scores by population weighted average to see how the world has been doing over the last 12 years, so we can say that on average, the world has been improving, but the progress has been uneven. It has been uneven in terms of time, because as you can see, lately, the progress has been much more slower than previously. So we're comparing here 2011 to 2017 and 2017 to 2022. And in the second period, the progress has been much, much smaller. And we can also see that there is a potential of social progress recession, actually, in the coming years. So this is the uneven progress in terms of time, but the progress has been also uneven when we look at the component level. So here we can see that, for example, the greatest achievements are in the component of access to information and communication, where there was an increase of 31.4 in terms of the score, while if we look at, for example, the personal rights component, so there has been a decline of 5.34 points of the score. And one of the worst decliners here are the United States, and I think it aligns nicely with the story that we were able to hear yesterday during the presentations of the BGI results. Also, the progress has been uneven in terms of the performance of individual countries. So there are countries with the greatest improvements, most of them in Africa and partially in Asia. Again, yeah, you can see now the countries that achieve the greatest increases in score. And also there are countries that actually declined over the last 12 years since 2011. So here, probably some countries that will not surprise you, such as Libya, Syria, or Venezuela. United Kingdom may surprise you a little bit. So this is the summary of the scores and of the results of the 2022 Social Progress Index, the latest edition. But now I want to speak a little bit more about the selection procedure of indicators, and also about the issues and experiences that we face when we work with indicators. So first, what needs to be said is that we use only secondary data. So we do not produce any own time series or data series. We use secondary data from reputable sources that have global coverage and that have as long time series as possible. I will come to the issue of the time series a little bit later. And what we do in the first step is that we actually look at the conceptual fit of our indicators. That means that all our indicators need to reflect the 4 basic principles of SPI, as I was talking about them at the beginning of this presentation. And also they need to answer the components guiding questions. So what we actually have is this indicator selection tree. I'm not really sure whether you can read anything, but basically, we first ask whether we have a non-economic indicator. If we have, then we ask whether it is an outcome indicator. If it is an outcome indicator, we ask whether the source is reputable. We ask how old is the data. We ask what is the geographic coverage. So if the data are, let's say, reasonably recent, 2 to 3 years, in some cases a little bit older, and if the coverage is at least around 90% of countries that we want to cover, then such an indicator is selected. Or I should rather say pre-selected, because if this conceptual fits criteria and the other criteria are passed, so we create, let's say, a pre-selection pool of indicators, and then the statistical testing follows. So not only that the conceptual fit needs to be met, also the statistical fit needs to be met. So what we do with the indicators that we pre-selected, we do correlation matrices of indicators within each component, and only indicators with positive correlations are kept. I'm saying positive correlations, but this is, of course, after all the prior treatment of missing data, outliers, and inversions, and things that you are quite familiar with, but I just felt that I needed to say this. Then what follows is preliminary, and then on some further steps, the final PCA, principal component analysis, and again, only indicators that create a component with one underlying factor are kept in the framework. And we also check the fit of indicators and the consistency of indicators using statistics such as Cronbach's alpha and the Kaiser-Meyer-Olking, so that we have a good set of indicators on the component level. Once we have the set of indicators on the component level, we aggregate these indicators into the component scores, and then using averages, we aggregate component scores into dimension scores and into the index scores. So this is how this framework was actually created for the 2022 Social Progress Index. So I don't want to cover the individual indicators in each of the components, something that you can see, for example, on our website, but this is how we select the indicators. Now, just for your information, these are the sources that we used in the 2022 Social Progress Index framework. So we use data from the Institute for Health Metrics and Evaluation, IHME. We have a lot of indicators from the varieties of democracy, VDEM, Also, many indicators come from the UN institutions, various UN institutions. Gallup World Poll we also use 2 indicators from World Bank, and I think 6 indicators come from other sources, such as, for example, Transparency International or Freedom House. What are the issues and experiences that we have? So I think they will be quite similar with what you guys experience, because there is always the trade-off between the issues that you want to cover using the individual indicators and the number of fully covered countries and years. So somehow there needs to be a compromise, and that's what we're trying to do. I don't want to say that we have a goal of fully covered countries, but I think the last 3 editions of the index were around 160 and more. So this is what we want to keep, and of course, according to this, we need to think about the indicators that can be included. Now, with every new edition of the index framework, we change indicators from various reasons. And that means that every year we need to recalculate the index anew, meaning that there is a zero comparability of scores between the SPI editions. Of course, we can compare the trends, we can compare patterns, but we cannot compare the absolute scores because the indicators change. Another issue or challenge that we face is that, of course, if you do an index that compares countries globally, so you have on one side countries that are poor and not performing very well, such as Sub-Saharan African countries, and on the other side, for example, EU countries. And of course, the range of the data is big. Also, there are some extreme values, and you need to treat these values. So what we're trying here to do is to follow the JRC recommendation. JRC, I don't know if you know, but JRC is the Joint Research Center, which is a special unit of the European Commission. They have a special unit on composite indicators, and they have recommendations on how you should build composite indices. So we're trying to follow these recommendations in the way we treat the input data for our index. Of course, another issue is that there are irregular updates of some sources, or there are no updates at all, or there are no annual updates. So that's one thing. And also, there is always the delays between the raw data years and SPI years, because with every new edition, we actually call these data as the year of the edition. So we're using 2022 data. We're using the last data aligned to 2022 years, so there is the delay, there is the gap between the data. Yeah, some other issues could be that in some components we may rely on just 1 or 2 sources, which then capture the pattern of the source, year-to-year volatility of survey indicators, and also the fact that we combine perceptions, expert assessments, and hard data. For somebody, this is a plus. For someone else, it can be actually a minus. I want to end with these 2 slides. So I don't know if you know, but there are already too many composite indices. This is a screenshot of the webpage of the JRC that I already mentioned. They have a nice tool, Explorer, of composite indicators, and you can see that I think it was taken maybe 2 days ago. There is already 101 indices in their database, and they are still adding indicators. So how we stay relevant in this environment? So we try to follow, and this is my slide, this is my last slide, we try to follow this motto from index to action. So you can see 4 bullet points here. The first one is that we want to focus, and we have been focusing on building subnational indices and related work with partners. There have been several dozens of subnational indices that we've already produced, EU regional SPI, subnational index for the states of the United States, India, provinces of Thailand, and so on. Then we also try to build topical global indices with the cooperation of European Youth Forum, We prepared the Youth Progress Index, which should be actually updated early next year. We also focus on a historical global index, which should cover the period of 1990 to 2020, and this should be out early next year. Our goal was to have it before the end of this year, but I don't think that will happen. And lastly, we try to have insights and analyses using our, not only the global index data, but also the subnational indices data. And let me stop here. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Katharina Lima de Miranda, and I'm very glad to be here. Thank you, Helmut and the BGI team for inviting me. I feel quite humbled because I think the project that I'm going to present is maybe the youngest in this room. So I would say we're still in the academic experimentation phase, although it is also meant to become a practical tool for policymakers. So this is joint work with Dennis Noah. We call this the Measuring Prosperity Initiative, and we developed on the one hand side a conceptual framework, then an index that measures this framework, but we also try to convene actors in the measurement beyond GDP and beyond shareholder value community to get some to move the political agenda forward. So this is why we have the three institutes here, the New Institute in Hamburg, the Global Solutions Initiative in Berlin, and the Kiel Institute, where I am currently based as a researcher. So what is the motivation behind this project? So the idea is to contribute to the recoupling of economic and social prosperity. And why recoupling? Well, I think we already talked and heard about it in the past 1.5 days, but I feel it's still important to stress that there is a fundamental challenge of our age, which lies in the fact that the global economy is largely integrated, but global societies and polities remain fragmented. So over the 4 last decades, we saw an increase in GDP with a few small dips, but in general it increased due to globalization and technological advances. We've seen global economic integration characterized by flexible global value chains, global financial markets, and digitalization. But this economic integration and growth has been accompanied, as we all know, by rising inequalities, climate change, rising sense of individual disempowerment and alienation, and we already heard about the example of the US, where it's particularly visible how the two camps, political camps, are divided. So these are a few of the symptoms of decoupling, as we call it. So in many countries around the world, social prosperity is somewhat becoming decoupled from economic prosperity, and this is what we want to capture in this project. So we have heard about a lot of indicators already, but I think it's still true that governments' policies are very much focused on economic prosperity when it comes to assessing what is a good and healthy economy. So development is still primarily assessed through GDP, which is a simple index, although its calculation is already flawed and misses a lot of things, as we know. But it's still a number that we all, know and somewhat agree on that it is important. But in order to assess economic and social and environmental health, we need measures that go beyond GDP, and the social progress index is one of the efforts to try to take a more holistic view on prosperity, and here in particular on social progress. So what we propose is a new framework that is rooted in an empirical, interdisciplinary understanding of human needs and purposes, and a multi-level approach to societal well-being. And the fundamental human needs and purposes include the satisfaction of basic material needs and wants, the aim for social embeddedness, which we call solidarity, the desire to influence one's own destiny through one's own efforts, which we call agency or empowerment, and the need to remain within planetary boundaries in order to be able to live and thrive today and in the future. So our SAGE approach, as we call it, aims to capture this multiplicity of goals in a form of a dashboard, and thereby extends the traditional conception of human well-being in economics through the incorporation of solidarity and agency. And we proposed the recoupling dashboard as a new theoretical and empirical basis for assessing well-being beyond GDP. It consists of 4 indexes that capture these human needs and purposes. So we have solidarity, which covers social cohesion within countries and across countries. So we have here inward and outward solidarity. We have A for agency, which involves empowerment, so it covers people's need to influence their fate through their own efforts. G for material gain, and E for environmental sustainability. And these 4 dimensions are meant to embody a SAGE approach to assessing human well-being, intuitively connecting to these fundamental needs and purposes that I've mentioned. And these 4 goals are not consistently substitutable for another, and so we believe that it's useful to measure them separately. So the SAGE indexes are meant to be understood as a dashboard. A special feature of the recoupling dashboard is that it is a measure of social progress that rests on a few major ethical foundations, and I think like having a theoretical basis and a normative basis for these conceptual frameworks is quite important. So the solidarity part is the focus of communitarianism, covering people's social needs and purposes. The agency part is the central value of classical liberalism. So it focuses on individual empowerment, civil liberties, and human capabilities. Then GE, or material gain, is central to the utilitarian consequentialism that underlies the discipline of economics, where I come from. And the environmental sustainability part covers the domain of environmental ethics, so the value and moral status of the environment. And we believe that this normative basis for measuring well-being is significant for at least 3 reasons. The first is that living in accordance with one's moral values is a major source of well-being as such. The second is that most of our moral values can be understood as potent instruments for inducing social cooperation among people. So as such, they can be recognized as a key to assessing the social prosperity that lies beyond economic prosperity, and is particularly important if we think about global challenges like mitigating climate change. We need social cooperation. And the third reason is that moral values are imbued with normative forces, inducing people into action. So the dashboard aims to capture components of well-being that people are especially inclined to act on. Very shortly to a measurement, just as the social progress index, we rely exclusively on external data. We mainly use the Gallup World Poll in this current 2nd edition of the recoupling dashboard. We have used the World Value Survey in the last edition, but due to data availability and covering more countries in a more regular way, we opted for the Gallup World Poll for now. We also use data from the OECD and the World Bank, and then some data on environmental issues. So maybe just to briefly talk about the 2 new indexes. Solidarity, as I said already, comprises inward and outward solidarity, where inward solidarity reflects social support received by friends and family, and outward solidarity is composed of 3 variables: giving behavior, satisfaction with efforts to deal with the poor, and minority rights. And it has been stressed before here that it might be important to understand what people perceive, and so the comparison between objective and subjective data, which might not be entirely true. I think maybe there is no really objective measure, but these are self-reported measures, so they really talk about what people perceive, how they are embedded in the society. The agency component is measured across 4 key components: confidence in empowering institution, freedom of life choices, 2 self-reported measures again, and then vulnerable employment from the World Bank and life expectancy as a measure of, very broad measure of health. So these input variables were chosen in a way that they reflect the underlying construct and fulfill the requirements of regularity, so at least annually reported, and breadth for as many countries as possible. At the moment we have data from 2006 to 2020 for 169 countries. And we faced all the problems that have been mentioned before, so I'm actually an experimental behavioral economist, so I have come to empirical work only recently, and all this data collection, data cleaning part, I think it's very challenging, it's just very time consuming. And I think all of these projects, so when I hear what you have all done, it's just such an amazing amount of work, and very, good jobs, and I think I'm nowhere close to that, but we try our best. And I do agree with what Andrea said yesterday, that for me the real value in this index, and I think also for the Berggruen Governance Index, lies rather in the conceptual framework. So like how we think about progress, how we think about state capacity or governance. And then, as Michael has proposed, we should engage with the actors on the ground in the countries so that they own these concepts and then look into their specific projects. Nevertheless, we have gathered data, and just to give you a quick glimpse, for the United States over the past 15 years, here you can see clearly the blue line is GDP increasing with a dip in the financial crisis and then after COVID. And the yellow line is agency and the orange line is solidarity. So first of all, we can see that they do not move in congruence. And this somewhat also shows the political and social implications of decoupling how this might influence outcomes. So, for example, 2 years before Donald Trump won the US presidential election, agency suffered a steep decline, so the yellow line goes down, and inward solidarity stagnated while outward solidarity fell. So you see the orange line, which is the overall solidarity, also fell before 2016. So these psychosocial developments are not visible if we only look at GDP. So we do believe that it's important to look at these other factors of societal well-being. And below, it's probably hard to read, but you can see like the changes over 1 year and over the 10-year period. And we see that for many economies, so this is a study from the G7 countries, actually suffered a decline in solidarity over the past 10 years. So one of the applications that we did with this data was to look at the societal responses to COVID-19. And so the point of departure of this paper that was published in PNAS this year was to examine the effects of the pandemic in terms of these 4 fundamental normative sources of well-being: solidarity, agency, GDP, and environmental performance. And what we see, which I think is quite interesting, we had very homogeneous reaction of GDP per capita and environmental sustainability in all these countries, but quite different reactions on the societal part. So we see that there are quite diverse societal responses to the challenges of cooperation that the coronavirus posed. So we see that some countries became cohering and empowering, as we call them. For example, Italy started off at a very low level, but seemed to have somewhat united its people and the feeling to be able to act during the pandemic, while others became fragmenting and disempowering, like Canada. Okay. So we also looked at level-based influences, and here I will switch to the Berggruen Governance Index. So, sorry. So I downloaded the data for 2019, and here you can see, because I think the interesting exercise of a conference like this is to look for complementarities between the different initiatives and how we can learn from each other, right? So we look at outcomes in a way, like public goods provision, in a way that is how it is perceived by the people, while you look at the governance and here the state capacity. And I think it's quite interesting that we see a clustering here in the upper part, so where we have high solidarity and high state capacity, and a clustering of countries in the solidarity, low solidarity, low state capacity part. So these are the G20 countries in 2019. And we can also look at the developments over time. So this is from 2010 to 2019. And again, we see that these countries that started off rather high in solidarity and state capacity somewhat seem to decline in both state capacity and solidarity. So, I mean, this is just a correlation. Can't really say something about causality here, but it's interesting to look how these developments go along. And I think there's the potential to learn a lot from each other, and like looking at these different indicators together. So just to close, this is the kind of the empirical work that we are doing, but we also build this measurement initiative, which wants to advance the debates on measurement beyond GDP, but also beyond shareholder values, because I think it's very important to also look at the corporate sector. So we have talked a lot about governance of the state and what is the policy space that governments have. And I think it's somewhat limited because there are many big companies that have large influences, multinational enterprises. So it's very important to unite these two perspectives, the macro and the micro level. And this is what we try to do in this initiative, which is somewhat initiated by the Global Solutions Initiative and now has a home at the new institute, which is a new institute for advanced studies and a platform for change. And what is nice with the new institute, we have a place where we can convene. So we had a first conference in April this year. We also have the possibility to invite fellows to stay for a research stay from 6 months to 2 years that can work on their own projects, but are also encouraged to work on collaborative projects. And here we will start now the first cohort to work on the measurement of prosperity there. There's also a working group with a network of diverse members. If you're interested, feel free to contact me. We do some bi-monthly workshop. The next will be in 1.5 weeks with Sabine Elkar. So we heard about the multidimensional poverty index already. So many different initiatives are there, and then the fellowship program. And that's it. Thank you very much. And yeah, look forward to hearing more from you.
Hello. Thank you very much again for having me. And hold on, let me put my timer, so my stopwatch, so I don't go too long. This has been an amazing time. I'm really very jealous of the resources that many of you have and the managerial issues that you have. The project that I'm going to be talking about is basically me, a guy in a basement, and some duct tape and spit. So we don't have quite the elegance of some of these. And I'm a little bit of I have a sort of a schizophrenic research agenda. I spent a huge amount of my career studying states, technocrats in states, war between states, state capacity in states, the development of states. And in the last 10 years, sort of figuring out that states may be irrelevant, that they are no longer irrelevant. And one of the paradoxes for me is particularly global governance. We have a system inherited from the 17th century, the Treaty of Westphalia, but that's the governance. That is what we mean by democracy. That is what we mean by government. Yet increasingly, the capacity of those individual states to actually control their environment and to do anything about it is declining. And there was no better example of this than with COVID, obviously. So this project is about globalization. And I want you to think about globalization. If you've ever driven by an oil refinery and you just see millions of tubes all interlocking, think of globalization as the world's plumbing system. And it's got full of people, money, trade, energy, culture. But even crazier, it's a pipe system, but not really of solid pipes, but of plasma flows. So the plasma flow next to you can start affecting you. So it's a very complicated system. And that's what we're trying to figure out. So we can try to figure out a little bit how to govern it, if that is at all possible. So there were a couple of early attempts at it. There were two early attempts at me doing this. One is the International Networks Archive. I can't click on it, but and the other one is a mapping globalization project. But we finally ended up with this. And unfortunately, is there any way you can click the hyperlink? I didn't think about this when I was designing this. In the circle, there's a little blue. Yeah. So I invite you to come visit this. This has been going on for about 6 or 7 years. Here we have videos of people talking about different aspects of globalization, flows, et cetera. We also have a Coursera course if you have 20 hours to waste on global systemic risk. And this is, again, just giving you the context of where I'm going to be talking about with the stuff that's referenced in this conference. Okay, thank you. Can I click it back? This is where my technology, there we go. Oh my gosh. Nope. Nope. There we go. So what do we mean by global systemic risk? And essentially, it's a relatively simple, oh, come on. There we go. So we think of the global system as a series of connected and interlocking flows. And the connections in and of themselves are not new. In some ways, we've always lived in a globalized world. With the conquest of the Earth by Homo sapiens 60, 70,000 years ago, we were already globalized. What is new, particularly in the last 30 years, is the sheer volume of these transactions, the volume of these flows, the ways of interacting, and particularly important, the speed at which these transactions take place. And we investigate the causes of global instability or global systemic risk through the analysis of these human-made networks. So what we're trying to figure out is not so much can a state do something, does a state deliver a service, but what do these networks from which all the global services flow, what do they look like? And we investigate the fact that all these networks was really interesting. We've had talks and presentations by epidemiologists, by trade people, supply chain people, energy, et cetera. And what came to us is that there is a common language, there's a very common grammar to all of these flows. They talk about cascades, they talk about contagion, they talk about tipping points, and we're interested in finding out what this basic grammar of those global flows are. So again, once we understand what those global flows are, once we understand what that global physiology looks like, we can come up with better ways of governing it. And sorry, I'm trying to do this in both. And basically what we reflected on is, and in a sense, the very heart of the project is the hubris of globalization. There's a wonderful line from an American comic from 1970, which is, "We have met the enemy and he is us." Well, that's the principle that is sort of ruling us. We have created globalization, which is an amazing mousetrap, but it's a mousetrap that could take your fingers off. It's a mousetrap that could kill you. And we're very interested in the creation of this and the hubris which we have, that we have not created a governance system to manage it. There is this incredible hubris in creating this massive network, and yet no one knows what it does, no one can fix it, no one can measure it, no one knows at any particular moment. I remember a member from the Bank of England committee saying at one point, nobody knows how much money anybody else owes everybody else at any particular moment in time. And as we saw in 2008, for example, I became a reader of 2008 porn, as it were, all the accounts of these people. These contracts, nobody understood what was in these contracts. These are 3,000-page contracts. We create this thing, yet we have no means of controlling it, no means of managing it, and particularly no means of fixing it. And we think, the way we think about this is that globalization is a complex adaptive system. And complex adaptive systems arise endogenously from interactions. There is no prime mover. And they have collective behavior. This is important. They have collective behaviors that cannot be reduced to their components. That is, once you put these things inside a system, you cannot predict what the system will produce based on the characteristics of the individual parts. These complex interactions start creating new dynamics that cannot, again, be explained by the behavior of the constituents. This is one of the ways where the states might be irrelevant. We no longer have to worry about American foreign policy or Russian foreign, well, we should have to worry about Russian foreign policy, anybody else's foreign policy, because that's not really going to be decisive. What's going to be decisive is how all these foreign policies and all these foreign actions come together to create unexpected kinds of behavior. Now, complex adaptive systems often appear to give the appearance of stability, but their fragility increases. And what we're concerned with is we have created this globalization system which prizes above all optimality and efficiency. What we have not taken into account is that with optimality and efficiency, you also get massive increases in fragility. This comes back to Charles Perrow's famous book about normal accidents. You've created machines that are amazing. They can produce incredible things, yet they're much more fragile than their 19th or 18th century equivalents. The way I illustrate it with my students is, would you rather drive a 2022 Porsche or a 1965 Volkswagen? Of course, all their hands, they want the Porsche. And I go, all right, that's fine if you're on the Autobahn. What if you're in the Sahara? Then that Porsche is going to work for maybe half a mile. A little bit of grain is going to get into its radio, and the whole thing's going to shut down. I don't know if any of you have owned Volkswagen Bugs. You could fix Volkswagen Bugs. I literally fixed one with a stick. All right, we have prized this 2022 Porsche. We have created this 22 Porsche, this complex adaptive system, yet we don't have the governance, and we don't even really understand what's going on inside it. And that is a problem, not just for any single state, but for all states. And we want to think about it as a system of systems, okay? Or better yet, a network of networks. So this is, for example, this is an illustration of the energy generation in any particular country. And you have all these possible interactions between the availability of water, the availability of telecom, transportation, energy, electric power. We're interested in taking these networks, we're mapping these networks all as granularly as possible down to the last widget, as it were, so we can understand how they're interacting. So the absence of a widget in moment 1 can actually be much more critical than the absence of that widget in moment 3 or moment 4 or moment 5, whatever. And we want to create these maps, in a sense, of these flows, and again, how we can govern them. How can we govern transnationality when we're stuck still with the Westphalian model? And let me just show you a couple of the kind of the way context matters. We've been talking about national security, we've been talking about food security, we've been talking about environmental security, yet no single state can actually guarantee that for its population because context matters. These are just 3 illustrations. The one on the top left is the cereal trade in the world. The second one over is water trade. This is wonderful virtual water where you translate every single commodity that's traded into its equivalent in water. And you realize that China is a massive importer of water. And the last one is a wonderful network that someone did of translations. Where you are, if you get published in English, you're going to sell very differently than if you publish, in Czech. If you publish in one language, everything gets translated into English. How does that work? Where does that put you? So that context, we're interested in where does each individual country fit into that context. And you can think of, I'll just give you a few illustrations. This interdependence, we are all interdependent on each other. There's an old saying that you better help your neighbor if his house is on fire, because otherwise your house is going to be on fire. We are now all together. Everybody's house, we can't afford a fire in anybody's house. We can't afford, for example, a weak state, where before we had these walls between strong, capable, rich states and poor, perhaps not so capable states. That is no longer true. We have to improve everybody's governance, otherwise we keep the holistic governance of the system in very weak condition. So there's a couple of illustrations. Energy, the energy flows that almost no country is actually totally independent of any kind of energy flow, especially when you take, oh gosh, okay, I'll go really fast. So there's energy flows, there's food flows, okay? You can actually get fantastic data on food flows down to the 4th, 5th, and 6th ITSC digit. So you can actually map how a food is produced. There's labor flows, for example. I heard from a few friends in the UAE with the pandemic, there was a massive shortage of short-term labor in the UAE because they could not, the people who had gone home couldn't get back in. There are remittances. There are economies in the world that depend on these remittances. This was a particular problem during COVID because the people, certainly from the United States, that were sending these remittances were often working in the entertainment and food industry. They couldn't get work. All of a sudden, because McDonald's closes down in Chicago, the economy in a village in El Salvador goes into crisis because those flows are not coming in. Obviously, we have capital flows, and these are all linked. Right now, we study these risks in domains. We have financial risk, we have supply chain risk, we have epidemiological risk, et cetera. The problem is that these silos don't stay, and we have to come up with a global governance strategy that not only, that doesn't have just Basel, let's say, for financial systems, but that actually can create some governance of the system of systems. That is what we're after. And again, in a sense, trying to make the state almost superfluous. It's still going to depend on the capacity of states in a particular territory, but we have to start accepting that the notion of state capacity, something that I've studied for 30 years, might actually be an anachronism. But we have to think about it as systemic capacity, not just state capacity. Possible blockages that can occur, you can think of examples of all of this. You've got logistics, you've got technology, you've got political problems. The last illustration, the most obvious one, is the crisis in food across North Africa and in the Horn of Africa, simply because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, or the massive shortage of, I mean, I have never spent a lot of my life worrying about sunseed oil. Yet, because so much of it is concentrated in parts of the Ukraine, all of a sudden you have the collapse of the possibility of making food at home in various countries. You also have to consider the environmental sustainability. So not only are you dependent on these flows, you're also dependent on the environmental security that other countries can provide. And I also think we have to take this into account when we're looking at state capacity. It's much easier to govern some geographies than it is to govern others. The challenges facing the Bangladeshi state, for example, not even the Norwegian, the Swedish, the Danish, and the Icelandic states could possibly challenge. So we have to take into account that environmental sustainability, that fragility that it adds to this global system. And the fragility in this, again, consider this. On top of all the other measures that all of you have done, how much food does a particular country have? Manhattan, for example, has 3 days of food. If all of a sudden all the connections to Manhattan are broken, that $5 million condo is not going to do you a lot of good. Or, for example, with the hurricane, I had a friend who lived on the 35th floor of a building, and he thought it was fantastic, except when he realized there was no water flow and he had to go down and back up with gallons of water. So how much water do you have? Your financial situation? How big are your reserves? What is your energy security? And also, again, your environmental security. The problem here with measuring flows, and Helmut had already spoken about this, it's what's the unit of analysis. Almost all the data is country to country, but Germany is not buying apples from the United States. Some chain in Germany is buying the apples from some grower in the United States, and we don't have anywhere near that level of granularity. The only place where we have a little bit of that granularity is with airplane flows, because we have that city by city. Nobody takes a flight from the United States to Germany, they take a flight from New York to Berlin, and we have that kind of data. But for almost all this data, what we have is states, which is a completely, again, almost contradictory to the whole point of the exercise, that these reporting bodies, these units of analysis, are no longer the really relevant part. And with that, just the message is no one is alone. We all have to take care of each other. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Everybody okay? Why don't you all stand up just for 1 second? Just stand up for 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Wave your arms. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Excellent. How much time do I have, Helmut? 10 minutes. I'm going to make 7 points in 10 minutes. Is that fair? I come at this with a little bit of a different perspective, everyone. As Helmut mentioned, I teach here at UCLA, at UC Santa Barbara. I'm also a law professor at Tel Aviv University, and I was a lawyer for 40 years before I came to UCLA 5 years ago. I spent half my career as a U.S. federal prosecutor. The other half, so I'm interested in evidence and proof, and then the other half of my career as the chief legal officer of Verizon Wireless and BlackBerry, did business all over the world, and I'm going to be very interested and making a couple of comments about what Katerina said about the new way of imagining corporate performance beyond shareholder value. Let me make just a few points. First of all, I want to thank Jaromir and Katerina and Miguel for their excellent presentations, extremely interesting. And as you've sat here for the last nearly 2 days, I think that everyone has realized the incredible value of an opportunity to collaborate together, to see how all of you are approaching this in different ways that somewhat overlap, but that differ. And all of you are going to take from this, I think, incredibly interesting avenues of further research and further opportunity for collaboration when you reconvene in a couple of years. Hopefully, from, again, my more practical perspective, with the objective of providing reliable indices, reliable measurements in real time or near real time that can guide real-world outcomes for policymakers, both in the U.S., the EU, and more broadly, of course, South America, Africa, Asia. And one area for me that I thought was very interesting in terms of overlap and corroboration, if I can use a prosecutorial courtroom term, is how the findings of the SAGE dashboard corroborated the Berggruen Governance Index with respect to the United States. The SAGE dashboard, of course, found that on 2 measures, solidarity and agency. The United States declined in the 15-year period between 2006 and 2021. And the BGI, as you heard yesterday, I presume, found likewise that among all world powers, the United States was the only one to experience a decline in state capacity and democratic accountability during the 10-year period of 2010 to 2019. So very, very interesting. I would like to propose a research question for all of you, which is, how do we reliably measure performance, the kinds of performance you're tracking in real time? How do we develop leading indicators? I mean, the CIA every year publishes assessments, classified assessments, of course, to try to guide policymaking in the executive branch, Defense Department, State Department, and so forth. Those assessments, to the extent they've been leaked and made public, we know are not always accurate. Sometimes they're incredibly inaccurate. And so how do we, when we come back in 2 years, think about developing not just sort of trend analysis based on the last year of data, the last 10 years of data, the last 15 years, but how do we capture data in real time? In real time, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. In the business world, when I talk about real-time data, the CEO of Verizon Wireless, a $100 billion company, used to come into work every morning and ask the chief financial officer, how's our cash today? How's our cash today? And I would ask you to think about the same question. How is solidarity today? How is democratic accountability today? And so forth. I want to come on to what Miguel was talking about with respect to the very, very complex question of global governance for what he describes as a very complex global system of systems where no one knows who owes how much to who, or as we heard earlier this afternoon, with respect to the question of data. We have differing data ownership regimes in the United States. Private companies, Facebook and Twitter and Google, own your data. In Europe, ever since May 25th, 2018, when the General Data Protection Regulation was promulgated by the EU, the fundamental foundational principle of the GDPR is that, no, the company doesn't own the data. They're merely acting as a trustee. The customer, the individual, maintains ownership of their data. And of course, we heard the third model, prevalent throughout, unfortunately, most of the world: governments own the data. We have vastly different approaches. Not only is it hard for you to collect data from those who won't give it up, whether it's private, public, or individually owned, but approaches to data management, Miguel, differ dramatically in the world. I will tell you a quick anecdote. When I was the chief legal officer of BlackBerry, Indonesia passed a law making it a felony for a company like BlackBerry, which was transmitting data, a felony to transmit a photograph of a woman in a one-piece bathing suit within Indonesia, or from outside into Indonesia, or from Indonesia to some external location. At the same time that Indonesia criminalized that kind of transmission of data, the Netherlands made it a felony for us to block the transmission of that data. So that's kind of one of the practical applications of the issue that Miguel talked about from the perspective of data. Katerina, I want to come on. I've got just a couple more minutes. I want to come on to your excellent comment, Katerina, about the sort of reimagining the way to measure business performance. Traditionally, of course, in the United States especially, the law requires the management of a publicly held corporation to manage the corporation in a manner that maximizes shareholder value. How do we measure that? Every day we wake up and we look at the share price when the market opens, and then we look at the share price when the market closes. Now, I have proposed to my students and in my speeches on this a broader way of measuring business performance, which I would call stakeholder value. And we can talk about corporate social responsibility or ESG, but stakeholder value is the key to measuring the true value add and the true performance of corporations. Who are the stakeholders? Employees, people who live in the places where the company does business, customers, yes, shareholders as well, and also society more broadly. We can look at the performance of companies like Facebook in recent years and ask legitimately, you know, the shareholders have done okay up until last year. The last year not so well, but the shareholders did well, but how well did the stakeholders of Facebook do during those years? And I would suggest quite poorly. And so I would encourage you in your efforts to measure that. Now, I want to come back to Miguel's point about the vulnerability in the system of systems that he talked about, and the great possibility, as Miguel said, that a minor perturbation in the system can cause catastrophic results. That is a very, very important point. It dovetails with my concern about real-time measurement, creating a way to, or a dashboard to create leading indicators for policymakers to be able to hopefully see around the coming curves in the road and anticipate and respond. Obviously, we failed miserably as Russia was massing troops on the border with Ukraine. We could have anticipated the food crisis in the Middle East and Africa and done something about it. We didn't. And so I would really encourage us to think and take your advice about how we measure, figure out, anticipate, and plan for those small perturbations that can cause catastrophic damage in a system of systems that is so fragile at those points of interdependence and intersection. And then finally, another humble suggestion for further research. Objective data is great. It's wonderful. And you've done a great job of offering different ways to refine the value of the data that you use, to screen out data that is less meaningful and less valuable. But I would like to propose that there is a role for measuring nuance, for measuring subjectivity, for measuring quality. You talked about rule of law yesterday. We like to think here in the United States, I as a lawyer of 4 decades experience, I would like to say, yes, we have a good rule of law system in the United States, but honestly, we don't. I could take you to downtown Los Angeles, all of you, we could take a field trip to the LA County Courthouse or to the United States Courthouse in downtown Los Angeles. And we could go from courtroom 1 to courtroom 2 to courtroom 3, and you would see 3 different standards of justice from 3 different judges. And you would scratch your heads and say, but we thought the United States had a great rule of law system. How can the law be applied so dramatically differently, depending upon who the judge is, depending upon whether you were in court in the morning or in the afternoon after the judge had lunch? And some judges like to do a little bit of this at lunchtime. And so my point, using this example, is that we need to have a way to dig beneath the data and to measure quality, nuance, and subjectivity. I don't have the answer, but I would suggest that that is a fruitful area for further research. In my own experience in the corporate world, Verizon Wireless, largest mobile company in the United States, mobile telephone company, we spent years trying to figure out how to measure our performance. And ultimately, the engineers proposed 2 metrics. 1, ineffective attempts. When you press the send button on your phone, does the call go through and connect to the other person? Or was your attempt to make a call ineffective? Second, once you make the call and you connect the call, does the call drop in the middle? That's called a lost call, an LC. Ineffective attempts and lost calls were our 2 metrics. Do those metrics measure the quality of the call, the quality of your ability to hear the other person? Do those metrics measure your satisfaction with the network? And then they came back years later and said, well, let's have a new metric, the Net Promoter Score. And all of you have seen these surveys. How likely are you to recommend us to a friend or family member? Every company now in the United States uses that metric, Net Promoter Score, NPS. What does it measure? It measures your propensity to recommend to another. Does it measure your satisfaction? Does it measure our quality? Does it measure the way we treat you? Does it measure whether or not we are respecting you as a customer or sending you a big bill at the end of the month for a service that may or may not have been great, but you needed as a lifeline? So I would suggest those areas for further research. Thank you again to our great presenters.
Thank you so much, Steve. Can you ask the presenters to join me here? And we have a few minutes for discussion. and you're welcome to react to what Steve has said, but in the interest of time, let's already start collecting questions to see who would like to ask one. And Andreas and Steve, and let's have one more. Let's start with these two then. Yeah, Andreas.
Steve has opened up the discussion so beautifully, and I would like to follow up in that way and ask a question that was raised yesterday, which is about Western centrism in the indicators. So sorry, it's not really about the three people on the panel, or only partially. And I would like to make a slightly provocative exercise here and imagine to highlight the Western-centric, liberal, democracy, biased nature of all the indices. In all the indices, whatever you are basing it on, it's always Sweden, Denmark on the top, and it's always some other countries, usually in sub-Saharan Africa, at the bottom. So let's imagine some other indicators. Let's imagine the Ibn Khaldun indicator of Asabiya. That's a medieval philosopher and historian. And so the indicator is how much coherence, capacity to act at the sub-state level do tribes, do large clans, and so on have. And if you do that and you collect the data, it would have to be completely new data. Then, oh my God, Yemen would be at the top. And highly individualistic societies would be at the bottom. Now imagine that Al-Azhar University in Cairo, which is kind of the center of learning in the Sunni world, comes up with an indicator of modesty and decency based on alcohol consumption, divorce rates, premarital sex, all this stuff that's already available, and ranks societies on how modestly, how pious, how morally not corrupt they are. And you could have suicide rates based on drug overdoses and all of that, and the US would be at the very bottom, most likely. And some other societies that we wouldn't think of, probably in the Middle East somewhere, would be at the top. You could do the same with a Confucian, Neo-Confucian values survey that looks at legitimate hierarchy as being something desirable, submission to the principle of collective welfare as submission to individual desires and so on, the lack of contentious politics, all of that, harmony as the top value, and you would have some East Asian countries at the top, and you would have all these contentious, noisy Western democracies at the bottom. So I don't advocate for that, obviously, but I think it's a good thought exercise to reflect a little bit on what actually are the values and the biases, if you want to put it in these terms, baked into almost all of our indicators. Sorry, that's probably not very helpful, but since we're kind of at the end of it, I thought I would just make a slightly provocative statement here.
No, I think it's a fantastic thought experiment, and in the context of the post-colonial debate, it's certainly something to entertain. And I would assume that you get anomalies. For example, Switzerland would probably rank relatively high in the Ibn Khaldun index, and the United States would probably be improving, going up in rank. So, no, I like that, and you can comment on it, because we had kind of a morality in one of the indicators proposed here, right? So you could have a Catholic ranking as well, if you want. But where does that lead to? But, Steve. Yes, is the mic coming for you then?
So thanks very much. Well, I enjoyed all the presentations as well as the comments, but I did have a specific question for Miguel. And so, so in my own work, I've done a little work with the KOF Globalization Index, and which is similar in some ways to the other indexes that have been presented here. It's got ranking, it has measures of globalization, and has particular outcomes and a number of obviously a number, and it's been going on for some time, so a number of papers and articles have flowed from it. So I guess I'd be interested in your thoughts on a more traditional index of globalization, you know, that ranked countries and had particular outcomes, because it would seem that your presentation, where the nation state is becoming less important, would raise questions about the value of the KOF globalization index. So, so I'd just be interested in your thoughts on that. So,
can I just add to this? I think you may be slightly getting ahead of yourself, Miguel, if I may say so. You worry about
I've been
governance.
doing that for years.
Yeah, but no, that's a sign of your creativity. But you worry about governance a lot, and I think shouldn't we try to develop the right nomenclature for this very, very complex system that you describe? And you can borrow from network analysis, obviously, which you know well, but you can also borrow from economics, forward and backward linkages, and co-production. So there are lots of interesting terms that you could apply to describe this complex phenomenon that you call multiplex globalization. But let's hear reactions. I think, Catherine, you were addressed in some of the comments.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Steve, for your great comments and your encouragement to look at the corporate sector as well, because, yeah, I agree that we can do better in measuring business performance, and we should. And just to mention, I really like the approach from Colin Mayer from Oxford, who says, well, actually, businesses need a purpose, and they should only be eligible to do business when they solve problems and not when they create problems. So that takes the stakeholder approach into account. To Andreas' comment, I don't know how to solve this, and I'm born and raised in Germany, and I traveled a bit, but I don't know. Like, I do my research, and I think by construction, how our academic elites around the world are formed, we have this Western-centric approach, and we should do better in overcoming this. I hope that with the SAGE index we go at least one direction into incorporating other values in our societies that I believe are universal. So the idea of these 4 fundamental human needs and purposes is that they are actually fundamental, so that they are true in all countries around the world or for all societies. And one exercise that we did in our first paper is to look at different regimes. So where you put the focus on as a society, whether it's the solidarity part or the agency part, which might be very important in the US, the solidarity part might be more important in an Asian society, for example. So there we can bring these different priority areas into our assessment of how prosperous a society is. But I still think, like, the actual metrics that we use, the way they are calculated, the way the surveys are formed, are probably very Western-centric and should be reformed. And then just one comment on the dissolving sovereignty of nations. I think one interesting approach is to look at cities as units, because large cities have large influences, and there are good networks of cities and mayors of different large cities. So this is, I think, in the debate of where we see governance, where we can actually implement changes, the city level is quite an interesting unit of analysis.
Yeah, Jeremy, you showed us this link to JRC, the EU website, right? And there is a link to all the city indicators that already exist, and I can't remember how many of them, but there are quite a number of city-based indicator systems, composite indicators already out there. Jeremy, would you like to comment?
Yes. Regarding the comment, and thank you for the comment, Steve, on the real-time measurements, I was thinking about it. Actually, we were discussing it with colleagues from our team. For us, currently, it will be very difficult. As I show you, we're using secondary indicators, secondary data. So it's we're definitely not there yet. But I think with machine learning techniques, satellite images, and maybe data coming from the more online environments, such as Facebook, Google, and then we're coming back to the question of the data accessibility. But I think in the future everything is possible. But for the social progress index, if I may say, we're not there yet. Regarding subjectivity, quality, I think in the past 3 editions of the index we increased the number of indicators that are based on or focused on measuring quality. We use more subjective indicators, such as indicators measuring perceptions and satisfactions. We're trying to find a compromise here because, of course, there are some researchers that will tell you that you need to use hard data, not that much of subjective data. So, yeah, we're trying to find a compromise here, but the number of such indicators has actually increased in the last editions of the index. To the point of the Western bias, yes, also the Social Progress Index has received criticism like this. I think that this criticism is right. There is some Western bias in the indicators and in the framework that we're using. I don't think we need to go back to Ibn Khaldun. We can also use, for example, the gross national happiness in Bhutan. We would get different ranking of countries. So yes, I agree with this. This is something that we should, I think it's quite common to most of the indicators that have been presented here. So we have something to definitely think about. And my last point is to the units of measurements, to the states. So as I showed you at the end of my presentation, so the social progress imperative tries to focus also on subnational indices. So we create indices for regions of countries, for districts, for provinces. So I don't think that we need to focus only on countries, but the global index that I was presented here, yes, the unit of measurement is country.
Thank you. Miguel.
Thank you, Steve, for those great questions and the other great questions. On the performance indicators in real time, I actually am afraid that that's going to make the situation worse because of bounded rationality, that we simply cannot absorb that much information, or unless we take it through an algorithm and all we're doing is getting a number in real time, 42, 43, 44, which we've also, the tragedy of the Air France jet that we're now beginning to hear was because they were misreading those indicators. From what I understand, they were reading some of the altitude indicators. Imagine that in a global system, if you, or let's say in a nuclear situation, do you really want an early indicator of an attack? That might not be, and you have to make a decision immediately. So I'd like to have, I think we could go back a little bit to pre-digital age in our decision making, because I don't think we have the cognitive capacity to deal with the digital sort of onrush of information. On governance, I think we do have to choose some principle where we're going to have some hierarchy of and I know the EU has been experimenting with this for 30 years, some hierarchy of regulation, some form of federalism. We have to go back to Westphalia. I mean, I'm not sure what the equivalent of the princes and the bishops would be, but we do have to come together and say, we have to adjudicate some form, who's responsible for what. I should be very careful to say I do not talk about the dissolution of the state. One of the contradictions in globalization is that the rules of globalization still require states to impose them. And the best example of that is I might believe that the state is irrelevant, but I am not about to exchange my American passport for one from the Palestinian Authority. I am not that convinced that the state doesn't matter that I'm willing to give up my little entry card into the global system. On stakeholder, I've just been a witness to so much disaster over the last 30 years because of shareholders. I almost rather not have any kind of holder, stake or share, because shareholder was supposed to be this Wonderful solution to the principal agent problem. And look where it got us. Andreas, I think there is a Western-centric bias in that we're all trying to maintain a system. Certainly my organization, my group is exploring collapse. We have a book coming out in November on historical social collapse. The interesting thing is my collapse may be your freedom. Really interesting data that post-Roman Britain, height and weight increased about 100 years after the legions left. So the collapse of the system, and so it is a very Western-centric. We belong to what I call the sushi class. We get to enjoy sushi. We get to be in the lounge. We get to be on the jets. A vast part of humanity does not, and the global system could disappear, and our lives would be transformed, but their lives might actually be much better. And on the Ibn Khaldun, Andreas, we should leave poetry to the poets and literature to authors. I think there's some things that when you try to put a number on them, it doesn't quite work, and you sort of lose what's behind that. So as much as I love Ibn Khaldun and the concept of Alibaya, et cetera, measuring that, I think it's one of those things that we're better off by sitting in the middle of the city and just, I tell graduate students, prospective graduate students or prospective faculty, when they're choosing a place, yeah, look at all the data and all that, take the smell test. And I think in the end there is something to be said for the smell test. If you just sit there going, does this place seem one thing or another? And finally on KF, the problem that they have is that they measure, it goes back to the interaction effect. They're measuring dependence in one particular thing, for example, or centrality, but it's the infinitesimal number of interactions that we haven't, and it might be, if you take chaos theory and complexity theory seriously, which I do, we're not going to be able to come up with a predictive model. We have to deal at most with a probabilistic world. And that doesn't sell. Unfortunately, probabilistic models don't sell that well, either to journals or to companies, because everybody wants some definite answer. I think they're great, but I think we have to start thinking about how financial fragility may live off supply chain fragility, may live off energy fragility, may live off epidemiological fragility, and that we don't have yet.
Thank you. Miguel, what you may not know yet is that you worry about global governance, and Michael has just finished a series of a special collection exactly on the future of multilateralism. So perhaps the two of you should have a conversation. Thank you, panel, and thank you, Steve, for excellent comments. And it's now my great pleasure to invite Niels Gilman to the podium. Niels is the Vice President of the Berggruen Institute, and he will talk to us about a topic that actually fits very nicely to what we just talked about. And it's a speech entitled From Methodological Nationalism to the Planetary. Niels, please.
So I'd like to begin with a couple of thank yous and an apology. The thank yous are to Helmut for inviting me to come give this closing keynote, also to the Luskin School for hosting this event, for putting this all together. I think it's really important work that all of you are doing. The apology is that I actually only got here for the last panel, and so some of my comments may be either oblique to what the central thrust of the discussions have been for the last 2 days, or perhaps replicating some of what has already been said, and I apologize for that. I will note that some of the things I'm going to say here follow very much in line with what Professor Centeno was talking about on the last panel. So I want to talk about three things here. I want to talk about, methodological nationalism is a term. It has a technical meaning. I won't get into it in great detail, but it's usually used as a term of opprobrium. And I want to begin by talking about why methodological nationalism has its place for certain kinds of problems, and then talk about what kinds of problems this may be less good for. And then I want to close by talking a little bit about a category of problems for which I think methodological nationalism, either at the analytic level of the sort that we've been discussing here for the last couple of days, or at the policy level, really doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's what I'll try to do now. So first, 2 cheers for methodological nationalism. Methodological nationalism, it seems to me, is perfectly sensible when we're talking about problems that are quintessentially national and statist in character. One example that often gets used, although as I'll say in a moment, there's some important caveats here, is things like national income growth and inequality statistics. This was sort of the beginning of national statistics, and comparative national statistics happened within economics more than in political science. Towards the middle of the century, national income accounting, Simon Kuznets, and others developed ways of measuring consistently the size of national economies and the growth rates of national economies. This happens in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s and becomes standardized through the UN and the UN Development Program, primarily because the fundamental goal of national states coming out of the Great Depression was to figure out how do we make sure we never go back to the Great Depression? How do we make sure that we don't end up with the kinds of national divisions that led to fascism or led to communism or led to other forms of illiberalism? So states all over the world, and by the way, this is not just liberal states. One way to characterize the Cold War is it was a form of contestation between 2 different models about what could produce the better kind of economic national growth, and the way in which that was measured was through national income statistics. This happens at the very moment where the nation state becomes hegemonic. I think it's important to remember, we were talking about the Westphalian system a moment ago. Again, one of the Eurocentrisms is to act like, in 1648, the nation state emerged in whole cloth and then sort of immediately marched all over the world. In fact, it took more like 300 plus years, I would argue not really until the 1960s, that you really get the hegemony of the nation state as the primary unit of governance delivery, at least normatively. I mean, prior to that point, there were empires, there were condominia, there were city-states, there were colonies, there were mandates, there were many, many different modes of managing and delivering governance or control or mechanisms of control. It's only really in the post-colonial moment. The post-colonial moment, of course, coincides with the moment of modernization theory and the idea of development, that national income statistics start to become really important and the nation state gets consolidated. So as the kind of normative unit of governance. And I think that indicator systems that are about the national are very worthwhile when the object in question is the national government. And so one of the reasons why we've been happy to be able to sponsor the production of the Berggruen Governance Index, and I thank everybody who's been involved in it. I gather there's many people in here in the room who have contributed in one way or another, is that governance is what the government does, or at least what the government is supposed to do, or at least the government is supposed to organize the delivery of governance. And so measuring that in a national way makes a lot of sense in many cases. And legitimacy usually accrues to national governments. There may be legitimacy issues at subnational levels that are different. Maybe people regard Newsom as more legitimate than Trump at a certain point in time, or vice versa. But for the most part, legitimacy accrues to national governments. And so things like measuring the legitimacy of a government, that is an appropriate category for methodological nationalism. There are other kinds of things for which methodological nationalism seems to me much less appropriate. And actually, let me start by talking about things like income. Even for economic development, we now know, and it's now been institutionalized in lots of ways, that national economic indicators are not necessarily the best measure for many kinds of questions. It may be appropriate for things like national income inequality, Gini coefficients at a national level, because inequality tends to be a national political issue more than a local issue or more than a global issue. But for other kinds of things, if we want to figure out what economic development should look like, say in the county of Los Angeles, national economic indicators tell us very, very little about what we might actually want to do at a policy level. And so for that reason, economists and governments have developed many, many kinds of subnational governance indicators. You can get census tract level data about all kinds of economic information in the United States and the European Union, even in, all over the world, in fact. Except for the very poorest governments, there are collections of subnational economic information. And by the way, the very concept of GDP has been heavily deconstructed in recent literature, and here I would just cite a couple of texts for those of you who are interested. Diane Coyle's book, GDP, A Brief But Affectionate History. Philip Lepines, The Power of a Single Number. Stephen Masakura's The Mismeasure of Progress. Daniel Speaks, Traveling with GDP Through Early Economic Development History. There's a lot of like sort of intellectual historians who are now interested in that concept. And I'm going to argue a little bit now that I think that the next wave of intellectual historians will be doing some of the same things for governance indicators probably in 10, 20 years. Even for issues of governance, of course, it's not always clear to me that methodological nationalism is appropriate. And here I want to just tell a couple of anecdotes from some personal experience I have. I've been working at the Berggruen Institute as the vice president for programs for the last 5 years, but I've had a somewhat eclectic career before then. My previous job was actually serving as the chief of staff to the chancellor at UC Berkeley. I'll get back to that. It's not irrelevant to this story in a moment, because legitimacy issues are a problem for the administration there. But before that, I worked as a management consultant with most of my clients being agencies in Washington. And one of my clients at the time was an organization some of you may have been involved in called the Political Instability Task Force. PITF was set up in, I believe, 1996 under Al Gore's, Vice President Gore's aegis. And tellingly, it was originally called the Failed State Task Force. So the state centrism was right there. And basically, it was a response to the immediate spur was the Rwandan genocide and the failure of the intelligence community to anticipate that something that horrible was likely to unfold. And the two things that the Political Instability Task Force, PITF, has been tasked with trying to forecast over the last 30 years since then have been what political scientists in their usual mellifluous way refer to as non-democratic regime changes. They used to just be called coups, but okay. And also genocides and politicides. Now, whether these kinds of taskings were ever really a reasonable thing to ask a bunch of quantitative political scientists to figure out, I don't know. I had one political scientist on the task force remark to me sardonically that the task force had correctly predicted 14 of the last 5 coups. But I think that thinking about a coup is a subject for which methodological nationalism is appropriate. A coup, after all, has to do with the national government, right? You don't get a coup in Sacramento, you might get a coup in Washington. But coups are national things. So actually trying to be methodologically nationalistic about predicting coups makes sense. But the other thing that they're trying to predict at PITF, namely genocides and political killings, doesn't strike me, and this is actually the intervention I tried to make, I have to say unsuccessfully with them, is to say that what we actually want to do is we don't need to know that there might be a genocide or a mass killing in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Democratic Republic of Congo is the size of Western Europe, and having a prediction like that isn't going to help you much making an intervention. What you need to know is that there's a particular village, Boy Manyama, in the Beni region of North Kivu, where there's likely to be a mass killing. By the way, there was a mass killing there last week. So I think actually for predictive purposes for something like that, you actually want to get subnational, and you need to collect much more subnational data. And actually, there's an effort that's been going on now for some years to collect information at the subnational level that can allow for that kind of predictive capacity of violence. Again, I want to just give a local example because I think this is useful. We know about sort of murder rates in different cities in the United States, and they went down consistently for the last 30 years, and there's been a little bit of an uptick in the last, 10% uptick in the last couple of years, and this has, of course, caused a variety of political ructions, particularly on the right in this country. But actually what you want to know is not, that there are murders happening. It's true that murders are up 15, 20% in Los Angeles County compared to where they were 3 years ago. But again, it all depends on where you are. The number of murders that have happened west of the 405 freeway or between Santa Monica Boulevard and Ventura Boulevard this year, I looked up the statistics just before I came here in the LA Times, 1. All right, there's been 377 murders in Los Angeles County this year, only 1 in those areas. Almost all the increase in murders is happening in South Los Angeles and East Los Angeles. So if you actually want to make interventions to reduce the murder rate in Los Angeles, even county level information is not going to help you at all, which is one of the reasons why the national hysteria over these things is totally misplaced. You need to have specific localized data if you want to actually know useful information that policymakers could use to make relevant interventions. So to conclude on that point, GDP, if we talk about economic indicators, obviously ignores many things. It ignores things like environmental externalities, ignores things like growing inequality, it ignores things like social and political dislocations that come with creative destruction. And likewise, national indicators ignore a variety of things. They ignore unevenness in the effectiveness of governance within states. They ignore the fundamental inability and and secondarily, they ignore the fundamental inability of nations to govern what I'm going to call now planetary concerns. And this brings me to my third point that I'd like to talk about here briefly. I really appreciated Professor Centeno's presentation because he began to talk about exactly these kinds of things. One of the programs we have at the Berggruen Institute concerns specifically planetary governance. And the point of departure for that is the recognition, which has become increasingly obvious, obviously, since the pandemic, but really has been something that's been growing and looming with the rise of planetary climate change, is that we're moving into an era where the most pressing policy challenges in many cases are what Kofi Annan famously referred to as problems without passports. The carbon molecules don't care about our borders, the microbes don't care about our borders, and yet the response to these kinds of challenges, and we could say the same thing about space junk or oceanic plastics or a variety of other things like that. The response to these things have been primarily national because the national tools are the ones that are available to the people actually in charge of governance capacity. And they're simply inadequate to it. I mean, the move to shut down borders as a response to the pandemic did very little to alter the pandemic, the course of the pandemic, but gave the appearance that policymakers were actively engaged in things. What I believe and what we're going to be arguing for the next many years at the Berggruen Institute is that we actually need to build a whole new category of planetary institutions. I know that I just read an interview that Helmut and Andreas had where you talked about a little bit about whether that was a realistic thing to imagine. I agree we're not going to probably be seeing those things right away, but I do think this is a moment where we need to start thinking about those long-term kinds of ideas. The idea of a global parliament of nations was first brooded in the 1830s. It wasn't really fully realized in any form until 1919 and really only became a kind of really effective form of governance container in the 1940s. And even then we know the limitations of that. But I think the time has come to start thinking about planetary governance. What we argue in this program is that there's basically two things that need to happen. And we apply the principle of subsidiarity. But the principle of subsidiarity traditionally is understood to be about delegating decision rights down to the lowest level in the hierarchical governance system at which effective action is possible. It's supposedly one of the pillars of the European Union. It was an idea that was originally developed most fully by the Catholic Church at the beginning of the 20th century. It's been reinterpreted in a more secular way by the European Union, and we provide a different interpretation of it, which is that we now face a class of problems, these problems without passports, that require that we actually create a new layer of institutions that are actually capable of dealing with those challenges, as well as delegating down to lower levels the management of many more problems. And so it is really about not getting rid of nation states, but about reconfiguring where responsibility and decision rights for different kinds of governance responsibilities sit within a multi-layered system of governance. So that's a sort of normative program that we're promoting at the Berggruen Institute. And as a very close, I'd like to just think about what that might mean from the point of view of governance indicators, which is obviously the theme of this conference. As the Berggruen Governance Index has shown, legitimacy is closely tied to the performance of states. And here's one reason why I'm a little bit more, I have a glimmer of hope that national governments might be willing to give up power to planetary institutions over time. Because normally the argument is, why would they ever give up power? What is the reason for a strong sovereign power to ever be willing to give up power to a higher authority on any topic? And here's where my experience working in the Chancellor's office at UC Berkeley is actually relevant. I will say candidly, it was the most frustrating job I've ever had in my entire life. I did it for 4 years. And the reason why it was so frustrating is we were constantly held responsible for things we didn't have control over. Our span of responsibility in terms of our legitimacy was this wide, and our span of control in terms of the actual authorities we had to make decisions over things were this wide. And this obviously led to lots of situations where we were being blamed for things that we had no ability to affect. This is, of course, an experience that many leaders have in many different domains. But in this case, there were situations where we would be able to say, actually, there's a higher level. There's the University of California Office of the President that's actually making decisions that we don't have control over. And we would like them to take responsibility for these things. Well, I'll tell you, Janet Napolitano was not particularly interested in taking responsibility for those things and wanted us to take responsibility for it ourselves, even though we didn't have control. But that experience working and having that frustration actually indicated to me a reason why people in positions of political power don't want to be held accountable for things they can't control. And things like the pandemic, things like climate change, are things that you cannot possibly solve at a national level. And there is an indication, I believe, that we might want to think about having delegation up as well as delegation down out of the nation state. And this is the last point about indicators. I think it's really important. I was really appreciative also of the fact that there's city governance indicators and so on that I think we should be following more. Because I believe the path to planetary governance actually lies through the local. It's actually through the empowerment and understanding of what's happening at local levels that potential planetary authorities, conceptual planetary authorities, will be actually able to make decisions that are relevant for dealing with things like the release of carbon or the release or managing pandemic control efforts. You have to know what's going on at a local level, at a level of specificity that's granular below the national, in order to be able to make decisions that are effective at a planetary scale. So, for example, in the case of pandemic monitoring, you don't need to know that there might be a new emergent virus happening in China or happening in West Africa or happening in Mexico. You need to know exactly where it is. And it's only through the subnational indicators, the subnational measurements of these kinds of things that you're going to actually be able to have the right kinds of decisions made at a planetary scale for how to address those things. Now, obviously this opens up a large can of worms, but in terms of the kinds of governance indicators that we're thinking about at this conference, I think there's a really important role for thinking about the relationship between data and statistics at the local level and what that might mean in terms of planetary and global governance. So, thank you very much.
We've heard earlier this afternoon about solidarity, et cetera. How we can create those governance structures, but without a sense of solidarity. And this is the part that I wonder about. I asked my students how many of them know their parents' names. Most hands go up. How many know their grandparents' name? Most hands go up. Great-grandparents? Not so many. Great-grandparents? Forget it. If we can't even have solidarity across 2 or 3 generations, is there any way that we can have solidarity with someone who lives 5,000 miles away, doesn't look like you, doesn't speak the same language? Can we create that sense of, planetary identity? Is there any hope for that? Because without that, any kind of constitutional order is going to fall flat. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's 2 parts to what you're saying. Actually, you transposed temporality and spatiality, but I think the problem is actually both. I mean, if you can't even remember your great-grandparents' names, or maybe not even your grandparents' names, what hope is there that you're going to be willing to make sacrifices for even your own great-grandchildren? So I think that that's true. And there's also the horizontal and spatial aspect to that. I do think that that's a major issue, and actually one of the things we're sponsoring work on is exactly to think about how might we create new kinds of bases for solidarity. What I will say is this. If you look at the work, and actually there's a UCLA professor, a former UCLA professor who is extremely influential in my own thinking on this, Eugen Weber, who some of you probably remember, who's in the history department, who was, his book Peasants into Frenchmen is a fantastic book, because what he shows is that first the national government was made in France, and then the national identity came second. And the solidarities came almost third after that. So I think it is possible, if you look historically at the way national identities and the relationship between governance, identity, and solidarity has emerged in France as an example, but many other nation states, it's actually not that you move from the solidarities to the governance, it actually may be from the other way around. That historical experience may not be replicated at this level. So that's suggestion number 1 I would make. Suggestion number 2 is, I do think that there is a sense in which our linked fates, our Schicksalsgemeinschaft, to use a German phrase, our shared community of fate, around things like climate change. And yes, climate change is not going to affect everybody equally. Rich people will be more protected than poor. People in some countries are in much more danger than others. People even within some countries are at much more risk than other parts of the country, other parts of that same country. But there is a sense in which, you know, if we get 4 degrees of climate change and we get 10 meters of sea level rise, which is what some people think is likely by the year 2300, which is when Andreas, I think, was speculating what our governance systems might look like. You know, I don't think anybody's going to be well off under those circumstances. Putin's fantasy that like global warming is going to be good for Russia may be true at 1 or 2 degrees. It ain't going to be good at 3 or 4 or 5 degrees. So I do think that there's a sense in which we are all in the same boat on some of these issues. And you know, even though the initial reaction of the pandemic certainly was not encouraging about the ability of people to put aside you know, spatial differences as a response, the failures of that too will be assessed, I hope, over time, and perhaps lead to thinking that maybe we need to take a different approach, because clearly what we did with the pandemic didn't work. So those are not fully satisfying answers, but there may be a try.
Yeah, I have a question which also comes out of the last session and some of the comments about Western centricity. And I feel like we're dealing with Western centricity as if it's a state of mind or it doesn't have any basis in power. But the reason we don't have these alternative measures, Andreas, is that they're not attached to the IMF and the World Bank and all of the kind of rewards and punishments from rich countries to poor countries. And I would dispute the fact that there's like more globalization. I mean, if you're sitting in Egypt or Kenya at the dawn of independence, most of the investment capital is British or American or European. So, I mean, one of the things I might be interested in terms of an index is an index that looks at democracy at the level of the global, right? How democratic is the world trade system? How democratic is investment decisions at the global level? Like, there's all this measurement of democracy and freedom in the container of nation states, but we do very little to examine democracy and freedom at the level of the global. And right now, we have a kind of breakdown in unipolarity and a more multipolar world. And it's possible democracy and freedom is expanding for developing countries because of that. So I think if we're really interested in tackling Western centricity and we're interested in the planetary scale, we need to start measuring democracy at the global level and looking, you know, submitting the WTO and the World Bank and the IMF to the same kinds of measurements that we apply to the democracies in African governments and elsewhere. Thanks.
Amen.
My question kind of contributes to that, actually, so we could probably answer both together. Same with the idea of democracy. I mean, you talk about the conditions under which governments might delegate authority to sort of higher level power, but in situations where that's happened, it hasn't been great with respect to democracy. You know, an obvious, like an example that comes to mind, maybe like Italy delegating a lot of financial authority to the EU and then sort of neutering democracy at the domestic level, and sort of conservatives in the Italian government doing that specifically to constrain their government. So willingly giving up democracy, you know, to this sort of higher level, but not necessarily a positive development. So how would you sort of try to avoid the erosion of democracy if more and more powers get elevated to this planetary level?
Yeah, that's a good but complicated question. So a couple of things. I recently had lunch with Claudia Schalwitz, who some of you probably know, who's a major proponent in the European Union of the application of the principle of sortition to every single possible decision, which is, you know, citizens' assemblies and citizen involvement, and, you know, basically having service, jury-like service to sit on decisions for every kind of question there is. And one of the questions I asked her there was, are there any kinds of decisions for which we actually don't want democratic practice? I mean, what is the scope of democratic practice? So, I mean, I gave her two examples. Should Zelensky, before he made a decision to fight the Russians rather than capitulate in late February, have called a citizens' assembly that lasted 2 months to figure out what the popular opinion was? Or did he just need to make a decision? You don't have to go full Schmidt and think the decisionism is like the way in which all political decisions happen. I don't personally believe that, but there are moments of crisis where you just have to make decisions. And I don't know how all of you felt, but I thought Ukraine was going to fall in that first week. And I thought Zelensky, if I'd been Zelensky, I'm not a personally physically brave person. I probably would have fled Kiev. He decided to stand and fight. And that created a different kind of environment. I gave her another example. Do we think that citizens' assemblies should determine interest rates? And this is actually quite relevant to your question about the World Bank and so on. But specifically, should Federal Reserve systems, or even if we have a planetary reserve system, should that be decided on the basis of some kind of a popular vote or a sortition or what have you? Maybe not, right? Because sometimes decisions need to be made that are not necessarily going to be popular. I'm not going to sit here and argue for specific cases of things we should take out of the democratic practice, but I would say that, it's not a popularity contest, what the nature of global warming is. There are some people who know a lot more about the way global warming works and why it happens and what the consequences will be than others. And as we've seen in this country on things like vaccine mandates, there's some people who know more than others about that too. And in some states, the lack of vaccine mandates has led to death rates that are 20, 30% higher than in other states. We've had a natural experiment in democracy in this country on that over the last year and a half. Was it a good idea to submit that to democracy? The people who got their way probably feel that way, but the grandmothers who died unnecessarily because they lived in Florida or Ohio where there weren't vaccine mandates or there weren't other kinds of practices which might have been democratically unpopular in those states, they probably don't feel that way. And so minority rights become an issue too, especially when we're talking about minority rights of people who know technically specific information. And I guess I'm a fairly unapologetic technocrat on some topics, not all, and we could get into specifics on this. But I do think that what we want to do is we want to say, should there be democratic practice and measurements at a global level? I certainly think that would be an excellent thing to measure. So from a measurement perspective, I'm 100% with you. From an actual governance and institutional design perspective, I think we would want to be a little bit more careful about those things and decide that some things may not be appropriately decided on a democratic basis, no matter how we organize democracy in that way. I would leave it there.
Yeah, just quickly, I think if we think about global governance, it's an old topic, right? Since the end of the Cold War, people have been dreaming about new systems of global governance, and it has recently researched under the name planetary governance, but it's basically the same question. So I wonder what your take is on the question that many people have thought about of how the experience of the European Union that has surprisingly survived all these shocks over the last couple of decades, and actually quite well, and in certain ways it has gained authority and legitimacy since the financial crisis and so on. So what, if anything, can one learn from that experience and project it to the future possibilities of a more robust global governance structure?
Another good and complicated question. Let me say, I have a couple of things I would say about the European Union in particular. So there was an argument that was made and was somewhat popular up until about 10 years ago, I guess. It was called the neo-functionalist synthesis upon the European Union, which basically argued that the European Union proceeded to become more and more integrated through a series of crises, right? And as a certain kind of, as one level of integration proved not to be sufficient, at the moment of crisis where that insufficiency was proven, more and more additional modes of integration were added over time. And then about, in the wake of the financial crisis, many people predicted, okay, this is finally going to be the moment where we get a fiscal union in addition to a monetary union, because the only way the European Union is going to be able to get through the system is if the Germans pay off the Greek debts or what have you. Well, we know that that's not what ended up happening, right? And so we didn't actually get further fiscal integration for the first 10 years after the financial crisis began. But we did get further fiscal integration during the pandemic. So in fact, there were transfers. And we didn't just get fiscal integration, we also got, a remarkable fact is that the rate at which, vaccines were basically produced mainly in Germany. In Europe, they were produced mainly in Germany and Switzerland. The vaccine rate in Bulgaria was the same as the vaccine rate in Germany over time. Bulgaria doesn't produce a single vaccine. The European Union distributed the vaccines equally to the Bulgarians as to the Germans. So they didn't go totally national. They actually did do further integration. So I still think that the neo-functionalist synthesis on the European Union has, I would say, not yet been disproven. I think the predictions 10 years ago that it was being disproven by the global financial crisis, I think have been premature. I think that the performance of the European Union during the pandemic has shown, it's obviously not total fiscal integration, but the creation of bonds, euro-level bonds, to pay for pandemic payments shows that there was a move towards fiscal integration. So I do think that the European Union has shown some strength in that respect. I have my skepticisms about the European Union. I should say that I carry an EU passport. I was born in Denmark. My mother is Danish, although I grew up in the San Fernando Valley, and so I'm the kind of person that European nationalists today would frown upon. And I was very pro-European Union growing up, and I thought this was great. And in fact, I ended up using it when I graduated from college. I just moved to Paris and got a job, and I could do that as an American because I had a Danish passport, right? I was exactly the kind of person from nowhere, as Theresa May used to put it, that was benefiting from this kind of global integration. But at the same time, I think that the European Union showed its kind of limits as a neoliberal institution. I don't always love that term, but as a neoliberal institution during the global financial crisis, it was not willing to show the kinds of solidarities that you might have hoped that a European identity would have promoted. That just simply wasn't in the cards in 2009, 10, 11, 12. I think it was Jean-Claude Juncker who said, we all know what we need to do, but none of us know how to get reelected if we do it. And this, to me, struck me at the time as honest, if cynical, but also realistic about the level of autonomy that political elites had to act beyond the national, even in a space that's been as integrated for as long as the European Union. With that said, I do think the European Union also has all sorts of possibilities to reimagine the way in which it does integration. It doesn't just have to be about taking the now 27 countries and treating them all as equal and treating every citizen as uniform. I think there's possibilities to break apart the notion of citizenship, which has tended to be the liberal notion of citizenship, that everybody has exactly the same set of rights if you're a member of a particular national polity, and think instead about different kinds of rights being allocated out. It's not all or nothing. Maybe we give some kinds of rights, for example, to migrants. I believe that the migrant wave, which is inevitably coming to Europe, is going to force a reckoning with different kinds of ways of integrating people into the system that isn't all or nothing. Either you're a citizen or you're not. Either you're a fully recognized refugee or you're not. There's going to be new kinds of possibilities. And I do think that the European Union is going to be an interesting space to do that kind of reimagining. And third, I would just talk about one last thing. I think that the European Union got off to the wrong start, in a sense, because it started, as is sort of well known, as primarily an economic, it was always motivated by trying to keep the French and the Germans working well with one another after the war. But the initial formations of this were primarily economic in nature. The European Coal and Steel Community, the treaty in 51, the Treaty of Rome in 57, the creation, the further inclusion of Denmark and the UK in, I think, 73, if I recall correctly. The post-authoritarian Southern Fringe was included in 1986 or so. And so, there was a project to bring more and more countries in. Obviously, the expansion after the end of the Cold War into the East. It was always done primarily under the aegis of economics. And I actually don't think that that's the best way to do integration. As I sort of alluded to here, I think economics is something that is kind of best dealt with at, in fact, the national level. And there are sort of path-dependent reasons for that. It's not an ontological thing, but there are path-dependent reasons that national economies have been measured for a while, and the questions of inequality are mainly thought of in terms of national terms. And this is true even in the European Union. There's a lot more agitation within any country in Europe about levels of inequality within that country than there are about inequalities across the European Union, except insofar as there's an immediate blockage to deal with crises. So the Greeks may resent the Germans, or the Germans may resent the Greeks, but it's more at a national scale. It's not that rich Greeks, rich Greeks probably feel more solidarity with rich Germans than they do with poor Greeks. In many cases. And so I do think that the national remains the site of political contestation of the economy. And the fact that the European Union was integrated first and foremost around economics, I think has led to fundamental weaknesses. I think other kinds of functional integrations that don't necessarily have to be about creating a total government might be more fruitful. So, for example, the kinds of things we're proposing in terms of new planetary institutions is not to create a world state that has fundamental and total authority. I think that that's a failed project of the 1940s, and while there are still world federalists around, I'm skeptical that that project has any more chance of succeeding now than it did in 1948. But I do think that you could have other kinds of functionally oriented institutions. A World Health Organization that wasn't beholden to its member states, and didn't just kowtow to Beijing. Some kind of a planetary authority for regulating carbon, right? That had a very narrowly subscribed authority that it would then cascade down through the principle of subsidiarity. It would give a carbon budget to the Americans, to the Germans, to the Chinese, to the Congolese, right? Then the Congolese, the Germans, the Americans, and the Chinese would get to decide how do they want to actually solve these problems. Some countries may want to build nuclear power plants. Some may want to electrify their transportation grid. Some may want to, cut back on industrial agriculture. It may be one thing or another. Those kinds of implementation details, because they're economic in nature, should be dealt with at the national level, even though I believe that the kinds of fundamental goal setting needs to happen at a much more planetary scale because the effects are planetary. So that would be some of the sort of institutional innovation, getting away from the notion that the container, regardless of how big it is, right? Whether it's the nation state, the European Union, or maybe it's the continent, or maybe it's a civilization, right? That everybody has to have the exact same set of rights and the same, and one planetary authority is going to govern all different kinds of systems. I don't think that we have to necessarily contain ourselves to that Westphalian model, not of the international system, but of the national system. I think we can go beyond that as well.
Okay, it's been a long 2 days. I'm not going to keep you very long. I just want to conclude with a few remarks and then tell you what lies ahead. But I want to start with thanks, and I want to really thank Joshua, and is he here? Who really helped a lot with the organizing, and he will also be in touch with you in the following days. And I want to thank Stephen Cummings. There you are. Stephen Cummings and the GPA program here at UCLA for hosting, in a way, this conference. And Tammy, I see, is Tammy in the back? There's Tammy and her team for looking after us. And of course, our friends at the Berggruen Institute for supporting this initiative, and to Niels for coming here this afternoon and giving us such an inspiring speech. So what's next? I'm a great believer in leaving a footprint, and I think these 2 days of deliberations should be somehow recorded. We should not all go back to where we came from and not build on what we have achieved here. So first, I invite you to send whatever material you would like to share, whether it was a PowerPoint presentation, your notes, a paper, right? Please forward it to Joshua, and he and I will be in touch, and we sort things, what we're going to put on the Luskin BGI website and the like. But I would go a step further. I already alluded to that at the opening yesterday morning. I would like to come out with a set of proceedings based on what we covered in the last 2 days. A set of proceedings that would give a couple of succinct paragraphs to each of the sessions with embedded links to PowerPoint presentations or websites or papers assuming you agree to that, right? And we would have an introduction to this, and we would have a conclusion. And as it happens, I'm the editor-in-chief of a journal called Global Perspectives, and several of you have published in it. Some of you are actually on the board. And I could see Global Perspectives being the home for these proceedings. Since we're one of the few journals that publish proceedings, we will have them peer-reviewed, so we will send them out to others so that we get an approval, right, from people outside this network. But I think it would be worthwhile keeping a record of the last 2 days and making those records available. So that is the first part that I wanted to share with you, right? Please send us whatever you have. Then I haven't really thought this through, how we could have these proceedings. So we did one recently, and Ted, in fact, you were very much involved in that, of a much smaller conference. But this one is a much bigger one with a lot of material, and we have to think about how we can present it in an efficient, succinct way that is also interesting to readers outside our network. Right? But I'll get back to you on that in due course. Now, I said yesterday we have in mind a mini-series. This was the first. The second will happen in 2024. And we should, over the next year, already start thinking about what is it we want to do in 2024. In this year, we got to know each other, right? And many, many interesting topics were brought up. We should prepare 2024 in a different way, or think of that conference in a different way. And a proposal I would like to put out is that we may want to identify critical issues a year before. So in 23, we have a conversation and you say, these are the 5 or 6 or 10 issues that we want to address, where the different projects come together and provide answers of how they come out on that issue. And I just made a list, listening to the debate today and also yesterday, what some of those issues could be. So it's not a closed list, right? It's just opening up a conversation that we will hopefully have. Expert surveys, right, came up. Plus, minuses, what can we do? What are the limits of expert surveys? Do we need them? Should we move away from them? Validity, the whole issue of validity of these composite indicators and the sub-indicators that make them up. Validity checks. We had, Andreas brought it up just now, the Western bias, right? Can we have a conversation about what that actually means to have, not to have a Western bias? Could there be an Asian bias? Could there be an African bias? We heard yesterday that the Afrobarometer tried to Africanize the barometer. And what does that mean? And what would it mean to not have a Western bias in some indicators? It's actually necessary to get the West out of things to have something else. What it would then be? Right? So. Black boxes, various presentations mentioned the idea of a black box. Estimation procedures, right, the analytic toolboxes that we have. The question of data ownership came up today, and forward-looking indicators. I think that's what Steve had in mind. Is there something that we have in our indicators that's similar to an indicator very popular here in the United States, right? The purchasing managers indicator, right? It's typically used to forecast GDP growth in the next 6 to 9 months. Is there can we think about equivalents to that in our various indicators? And finally, I think it's Michael who brought that up in the past. What does actionable actually mean for an indicator, right? Do indicators have to be actionable, and actionable for whom? And what would be alternatives? Right? Isn't every indicator at some point when it gets accepted like GDP, right, becomes very actionable. That what is it about the GDP that makes it actionable to policymakers, whereas a different indicator is not. Right? So the whole concept of actionable is something that we could put on the agenda. Right? So we'll get back to you concerning the material, concerning a potential publication, and in preparation of the 2024 conference. Right? And finally, let me thank all of you for helping to create, I think, what was a very, very stimulating and productive and constructive intellectual exchange over the last 2 days. And for that, I think we all at Luskin and all at the BGI are very, very grateful to you. Well, safe journey home, and hope to see you in 2 years, if not before.